weather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say, I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like, hold up. I shoot my shot, wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Hey, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough, it ain't luck. I needed a vision, I needed ambition, I needed a mission to beat in submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance, they coming off track, no. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk, I just show them. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going, I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling, they already know. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime, you don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same. Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Cause it can get big right. Yeah. Gotta aim for the top like, hold up, yeah. I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. I'm in my element, everything that this level to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like pain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, but known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish, consumers find a way inside your business. If they try to dabble in it and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this and you're in your element with a fire like this. And they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh. I'm in my element, I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, flow is like water. I'm forced through the fire, I'm feeling like gold. Gotta stay grounded, stay down to earth, following God and you grinding, you do as you told. I don't work to make you like me, but I'm front and center, word to Spike Lee. And God came in the nick of time. They think I'm crazy, but I might be. Let's run it up, run it up, run it up. We beating the odds just to sum it up. You know it's a rap, never waistlines, and I'm cutting the weight like a tummy tuck. That mean I'm about to give it out right now. You see what's coming down the line, I never pipe down. I give 100% and be trying to stun on my enemies. In my element is crazy, it's the mic sound. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road. You could be a friend of me, an enemy. Keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. I'm in my element. Ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy. I'm in my element. Never switch up. Never switch up. Never switch up. Never switch up. Never
I forgot to hit the mute button, man. Lord child, bro. I forgot to hit the mute button. This new board, man. I forgot to hit the mute button, man. Salute. Do you hear me? That's why I was literally in the middle of doing a mic check when I saw somebody said no audio. That's hilarious, right? I'm almost expecting it. But you hear me now? If you hear me now, let me know in the building. Let me get a thumbs up. Talk to me. Say something to me. Let me know you hear me so I know we are coming in clearly. Salute to everybody in the building, man. All right, awesome, Bones. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, family. I appreciate you, man. Shout out to Christopher Palomino in the building, too. Salute. We got the fights covered tonight, man. Diego Pacheco versus Immanuwel Aleem, man. A lot of questions to be answered for Diego Pacheco and potentially for the future of the 168-pound division. He got some impactful fights on the card tonight for sure, right? We got Chop Gonzalez on the card as well. Let's see what he's able to do. Where do we put him on the back end of this performance? You got to feel like it's about that time for him as well. Not to get a championship or anything like that, but, do we start to recognize him as an up-and-comer? And what the weight division is Chop in? Chop, what weight division is you in, brother? Brother, what weight division is you in? Let me see here. Oh, let's see here. Okay. Yeah, 126. That's what I thought. Yeah, 126. 126. Let's see here. Ashley said we good. Round one says we good. No doubt. Mine, yours in the building says we good. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to see this card, man. A couple of minutes away from seeing the card. Just finished watching Leo Atang put in that work. Eddie Hearn brings his new protege, his new heavyweight prodigy to America, and he puts on a performance, man. Against obviously, we know the matchmaking was superb in this one, but still Leo Atang puts on a great fight. Very impactful stoppage in the second round. Looking forward to see Leo Atang do a lot of great things in the sport. Obviously, whenever you see a young 19-year-old like that, as athletic as he is, coming from that rugby background, coming to the boxing space, really a disciplined fighter, working behind that jab, setting up his shots. Not, just every fight you're seeing him improving. You got to look at him the same way you look at a Demazian Van Houten, right? Or you look at I don't want to say like a Moses Atama who's already met he's pretty much about to be tested in his next fight against Filip Ergovic. But a young Leo Atang, very athletic, very excited to see what he does in the future. Very excited to see what he does in the heavyweight division. Shout out to everybody in the building. What we looking at here, man? Round one says 2 DAZN cards, Pro Box, PFL, UFC, BKFC, and BKB. So many fights, so many fight cards today. Yeah, man, there's a lot. Honestly, I haven't even been tapping into everything going on in the combat space. Today was a day me and the wife went out, got something to eat, hung out. We was watching cooking shows today. I'm embarrassed to tell you, but I'm not embarrassed, right? I was watching some cooking shows, watching some battling going on, man. You know what I'm saying? Some battle cooking shows going on, getting some ideas, you know what I mean? So yeah, that part, I really didn't catch up on too much fighting today. Tomorrow morning is going to be my day to catch up on everything that I missed out on. I'll probably be up early in the morning, catching a whole bunch of cards that I didn't catch today. Even the Pro Box card, I'm going to be missing out on calling this one, It is what it is, man. Big Sarge says, Claymore Rain, I need you to go back to calling balls and strikes in the boxing space. Hey, man, I'm sure eventually we'll get off the Devin Haney conversation, and I'll be back to calling balls and strikes, right, Big Sarge? Once we get off the Devin Haney conversation, and then you'll get happy again with my takes. It is what it is. Speaking on Devin Haney hit the scales today, showed his weight 159 and change, showing that, hey, man, shout out. What did he say? Shout out to the weight police. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? The only person who really needs to be concerned about his weight one way or the other would be his opponents. And, I guess that shot probably would be more so focused at Shakur Stevenson, speaking on 20 pounds on the night, on fight night. That's between Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. I don't know, what Devin Haney. Was I shocked to see him at 159? Not really, because you don't know where these fighters are at what point in time, what they're doing. Is he cutting weight? Is he getting ready? Is Devin Haney coming over to Zuffa? Is he getting ready to get in the ring with a Shakur Stevenson? Is he already on his way to keeping a certain weight so he can make that weight comfortably? Is that his normal just walk around everyday weight? I don't know if we need to care as much. The only person who really needs to care when it comes to that conversation would be Shakur Stevenson. And listen, from Shakur Stevenson lips, from what he said to the space, it doesn't really matter, right? As long as he makes that 144 on fight night, he doesn't care what he comes into the ring as, right? So yeah, that's cool. You put that on the weight scale. I hope that speaks to, some kind of fight getting ready to happen as well, right? So on the back end of all of that, hopefully we hear something from Devin Haney's team. Monday is, from what I understand, don't quote me, I didn't do the math, but I believe it's Monday or Tuesday is the deadline where Devin Haney has to make a decision as to what he's going to do with that WBO title. Will he be defending that title against Keyshawn Davis, or will he be vacating or, potentially risking being stripped of that title moving forward on making a fight with Shakur Stevenson? A lot of choices. It's a roller coaster ride, because at one point Devin Haney seems like he couldn't even get a fight. And now all these options are on the table for him, right? So we're all waiting patiently on the sideline, waiting to see what Devin does. And when he pulls that trigger, we'll be even that much more excited, right? It is what it is. What's up? Big Sarge says Bill Haney said that news is coming in 24 to 72 hours. 100%, Big Sarge. That makes sense to me. Looking forward to hearing that. Looking forward to hear that news when it comes out there, and looking forward to call those fights, man. For sure, man. Cut Creator says Cruz gets stopped tonight. Really, Cut Creator? Wow. News from Cut Creator as he puts in, he believes tonight Cruz gets stopped. Wow. Against a Montoya. What's my guy's name again? I don't see that, man. I would be so disappointed in Cruz to see him get stopped tonight by that kind of a fighter. I think Cruz plays it safe tonight, man. On the back end of this fight, Andy Cruz talking about going to 130 pounds. We all questioned that the night he fought Raymond Morataya, right? Let's be honest about that, right? We all questioned, well, a lot of us questioned as to whether or not he should be inside the ring at 135 pounds. We've seen Andy Cruz do decent things at 135, but guys, remember, 6 to 7 professional fights into his career. We've seen him hurt twice at 135, right? I don't know if we have that much data to process from Andy Cruz on a professional level, right? In the professional boxing space, we see a lot of good things, but we also see a lot of openings. I mean, clearly, I think that's where Cut Creator 420 is coming from, where he even believes that tonight Andy Cruz would get stopped, is the fact that he's probably seen him hurt multiple times. So now Andy Cruz talking about going back, well, not going back, but going to 130, right? He was never there in the first place. I'm wondering how he looks there, but tonight, I would assume he wants to put on a great performance tonight and really just put 130 on notice based off of this performance he's going to have at 135. Keep in mind, guys, this is a last-minute replacement. You guys know the deal, right? Andy Cruz was supposed to be fighting Albert Bell for an IBF eliminator, putting him right back in the conversation of fighting a Raymond Morataya. Maybe he was trying to get it back in blood, right? But some things changed for Albert Bell. Obviously, he got an opportunity to become a WBO champion, fell short of that when Abdullah Mason stopped him in the championship rounds. But this fight right here is not a fight, in my opinion, that really moves the needle for Andy Cruz at 135. And then here we hear that after this fight here, he plans on going back to 130 pounds. So that puts this fight into perspective, of course, right? Oh, okay. No. Let me see here. Sabon 4681 in the building. Let me pull it up on my big screen here, so I don't gotta look at my little MacBook here. It's crazy because they got the biggest, like one of the most powerful MacBook Pros you can have, but they're, I got a 16-inch monitor. I don't know. MacBook needs to hook it up, man. Get up to that 20-inch monitor, something like that. You know what I mean? Or that. I'm probably gonna get a tower anyway at some point and just get the whole setup. But I hate looking to that screen, man. It feels like I'm looking at little ants. Let me see what he said here, man. Sabon 4681 says, Clay, Devin needs a fight. He hasn't fought in a year. 100%. But look, Devin Haney is definitely oh shoot, hold on. I'm on the wrong channel right now, and the main card doesn't start it. Hold on a second here. I'm watching a replay of the press conference, and it done turned 8:01. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get this fight on right now. Is that it? Back to live. Yes. We are live. There we go. Boom. Okay. That being said, so Devin Haney's in a great position right now, guys. Remember, guys, we've been going up and down on this channel. And that's the name of the channels at this point, right? And why do I call it at this point? I call it at this point because we always cover the news right where we're at, right? We speculate into the future and we reference the past and we give news on what's going on in the present moment. So in the past, Devin Haney went from the money man on the back end of a great performance from on Brian Norman Jr. and Riyadh's season. Then we started to see he started having difficulties making the big fights. Guys, I talked to you guys about that because I said to myself, and I said to you guys, right? I speak to the community, you guys as family, right? And I said, look, that's crazy. Devin Haney was the money man. I thought he would get any fight he wanted because anybody who's going to fight against Devin Haney knew they were going to get their biggest payday. But guys, maybe it was Ramadan. I don't know what it was, but it was like Turkey Al-Sheikh went black on Devin Haney. He wasn't offering to pay for the fights. When Devin Haney tried to make a fight with Lewis Crocker, Turkey wasn't involved in that. When he tried to make a big fight with Rolly Romero, Turkey didn't get involved with that. The fight that Turkey seemed like he was interested in was the Ryan Garcia fight. Devin Haney drawing a line in the sand saying that the performance enhancement drug testing would have to be at the highest level for him to make that fight happen. And for a moment in time, it felt like Turkey wasn't working with Devin, right? Then here comes another opportunity for him on the back end of all of that and being a WBO champion and being inactive. Shakur Stevenson, at some point or another, either Zuffa reached out to them or Turkey reached out to them, but decided they wanted to see this big fight and put some money on the table for them to have it. And still, it seemed like Devin Haney was kind of cornered to a certain degree, right? Jay Prince went ahead and made the move with Keyshawn and put him as a mandatory #1 of the WBO, got the WBO to go ahead and announce that, and that put that pressure on Devin. But now there's rumors going that the DAZN may be potentially negotiating something with the Haneys, right? But maybe Bill is negotiating something with the DAZN. We don't know, right? We just saw Teofimo Lopez get picked up by the DAZN, and now the DAZN is doing exclusive offers for fighters directly. We heard Richardson Hitchens speak on that as well, saying that while he was entertaining this offer with Zuffa, the DAZN also had reached out to him and offered him an opportunity to get an exclusive big money deal for Richardson Hitchens. So maybe the DAZN is speaking to Bill Haney about potentially putting some big money behind him to help support making that Keyshawn Davis a big money fight. Maybe that's what the Haneys are entertaining, but at the same time, on the same table, now that Zuffa Boxing has officially announced the signing of Shakur Stevenson, still interested in making that Devin Haney fight at 144. There's money for that. There's money for him there as well. So yeah, man, it's going to be an interesting 24 to 72 hours as we wait to see what the Haneys decide to do when it comes to this conversation, man. Definitely a lot more opportunities and a lot more doors have opened up for Bill. And one thing about Bill Haney is as he gets more opportunities, the more he leverages them against each other to get the best opportunity for his son. So whatever makes dollars will make sense for the Haneys most of the time. And right now, it seems like they're lined up for some of the biggest fights in boxing, right back in the driver's seat. And of course, Shakur Stevenson at Zuffa Boxing signed his deal. We got to see what announcements are made for him as well. Probably waiting on these next 24 to 72 hours to see what Devin's going to do before they make a decision as well, right? It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Shout out to Marcus Warren in the building with the $2. Salute, Marcus Warren. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the color in the chat tonight. Guys, remember, as we're stepping in the building, take a moment, hit the like button. Do that. Support the channel, support the grind. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Of course, you guys got to know that the support, the color in the chat is always appreciated. Thank you for the support. Matter of fact, what I put on the bottom of the screen here is the link. 1 second here. Here is the link to the Cash App, money sign ATP Combat Media. If you feel like donating something to the channel, either way, honestly, ideally, that would be the way you say, because we all know what YouTube does, what YouTube is doing out here as far as the taxation without representation is concerned. So thank you for all the support, man. But hit that like button, worst case scenario. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Let me go ahead and check out what's going on here in the building. And shout out to the people in the building. Kaisu953 in the building. Salute, family. Good to see you in the building, man. And there is the Discord right there as well. I'll put it up. I'm going to pin it in the chat. If you haven't become part of that community, please go ahead and do that as well. Round one in the building. Salute. Let's see here as we cut down the line. Mine, yours, Ashton, and Kusher in the building. Let me see here. Okay, we already seen that. Big Sarge, I need you to go back, no doubt. Let me see. Round one says the PFL prelims just finished, and my boy Biagio Ali Walsh got subbed in first by an undefeated Russian. Okay. Got subbed in the first by an undefeated Russian, no doubt. Ron 88 says easy work. Payne 33 says the fact he waited 2 weeks after Tank and Shakur, that fool been cutting weight the last 2 weeks. You never know. Hey, man, you never know, man. I don't get too deep in those conversations because it really doesn't matter to me. The only reason I would ever bring up Devin Haney's weight, as far as him potentially being a weight bully or anything of that nature, is just based off of the dance partners, right? The people on the other side of the conversation who are looking to make fights with Devin Haney and the concerns that they have. Those concerns are going to make a difference as to how close or how far away we are from seeing Devin Haney fight those guys. But other than that, as far as I'm concerned, if you make the weight on the night, it's your business after that, right? If you make the weight on the night, what I mean? That's all you think you got to do, right? It is what it is, man. Let me see here. Big Sar says it appears that Devin is going to fight Keyshawn if he accepts the 25%. Keyshawn better accept that 25%. For all the craziness and all the antics and the deep hitting Debo with the brick and everything he's done, he better not turn away an opportunity. If he really believes himself, Keyshawn Davis will take that 25%. That's a fact from me as far as I'm concerned. If you don't take that 25%, Keyshawn, I don't know what to say, bro. I don't know what to say, man. There's an opportunity there for you clearly, right? And even with that 25%, I gotta believe that's going to be one of Keyshawn Davis's biggest paydays, period. So, even more importantly, the opportunity. You beat Devin Haney, take that WBO title, you become the guy at 147, arguably, right? I mean, outside of Ryan Garcia, it would be Keyshawn Davis that I would look at to be like the main guy in that division, right? Probably the biggest fight that could be made in that division would be Keyshawn and Ryan on the back end of Keyshawn beating Devin. So yeah, Keyshawn, don't let that fight go under the radar, man. We watching closely to see what you're gonna do, man. Hurt twice is why I say this was fire, no doubt, no doubt. Birdman Jr. in the building, man. Member to the channel says Pro Box is looking empty. That $5 a month is gonna be big for PBTV. You think them going to the zone is more realistic than a Zuffa acquisition or merger? The zone right now, listen, man, the zone is off. What the zone is showing me is that they're offering money, man. They're making it, they're competing. They don't want to give up no real estate to Zuffa Boxing. So their move that they did with Teofimo Lopez, and I called it out on day one, and I'm going to continue to call it out. Look out for the zone. Look out for the zone. They can compete with Zuffa. Now, granted, and what I mean by compete is not that they will outbid Zuffa so much as they can go back and forth with Zuffa and at a minimum force Zuffa to pay an even higher premium than they would have normally paid for a fighter, right? And Zuffa vice versa can do the same thing to the zone. So it just makes the space in the landscape of boxing even more competitive. It's even a better landscape for all of us, right? But look out for the zone. They're not playing games. They jumped into the game, man. They're right there. They're right there in Zuffa's face saying, make your next move your best move. Make your next move your best move, because this is how we're coming, right? That $5 a month paywall for Pro Box TV, I don't know what that's going to do for it. I'll be honest with you, and I don't know what their finances are looking like, but for me, it kind of felt like what they were doing was working. Putting that $5 paywall, you'll get support. But I can't help but feel like less eyes are going to see the Lester Martinez's, the Najee Lopez's. And, it just feels like it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to build a star. I just feel like one great thing about Pro Box was the free access on YouTube. Now, I'm going to pay the $5 because, once again, like I've always told you guys, I'm a dumbass boxing fan. I'm paying it. I pay my money for my DAZN subscription. I pay my money for my Paramount. And I'm damn sure going to pay my Pro Box. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do. I'm not going to lie to you, but is everybody going to jump on board and do the same thing? We'll see, right? Will David Sr. in the building says, you picked Norman. You always was a Haney hater. Yeah, Will David, man, I hope you're not a grown man talking like that, right? I'm hoping like you're real young and just haven't seen enough in the world. But look, there's two fighters inside of the ring. I've never been a Haney hater. I've picked Haney every single time he's ever gotten in the ring, except that one time. And if you watch the video on the build as to when I was making the choice, most people thought I was going to pick Devin because I gave Devin every advantage of winning the fight. The one thing I wasn't too sure about Devin Haney was his mental space. And it felt like Brian Norman Jr. had a momentum going on about him where he was at his most confident. Devin Haney, I'm not too sure how confident he was. So, yeah. But look, it's okay, right? We're not here to pick 100% winners. I was wrong. Devin Haney won the fight. You know what I'm saying? But me holding, me giving Shakur Stevenson a fair shake doesn't mean I'm hating on Devin Haney. But Will David, it is what it is, right? If you are grown and you think like that, I'm not too shocked. We are in a fallen state, right? Mankind has fallen bad. Critical thinking skills are at its lowest, right? Social media, television, people aren't reading as many books as they used to do. They don't have the ability to see different opinions coexist in the same space without throwing names and pointing fingers and saying weird shit over the internet. So, yeah, it is what it is, right? We're not worried about you, right? Clearly. Hope you're not worried about me. Literary Pharaoh in the building, says Clay Moran. Good people. Salute, family. What's good with you, man? Let's see here. Big Sarge says there's no fights on Zuffa Boxing for Shakur worthy of the pay if it's not Devin. Big Sarge, I'm going to keep on preaching this and letting you know these fights for Shakur Stevenson are not predicate on who's signed to Zuffa Boxing. The biggest fight for Shakur Stevenson are outside of Zuffa Boxing. The paydays that Zuffa Boxing can offer all these fighters, the Gary Antoine Russells, the Raymond Moratayas, the Dalton Smiths, the Devin Haneys, all these different fighters, those paydays, fighters are very unlikely to turn away from those big paydays. And as we can see right now, as DAZN and Paramount are together right now, putting together the Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia fight, business is business, right? And nobody's turning away good business. So the big fights for Shakur Stevenson are not based off the fighters that are in the stable at Zuffa Boxing. So Gary Antoine Russell, all these other fights are still there. And believe it or not, even if he fights Keyshawn Davis next, him fighting Devin Haney fighting Shakur is still on the table for Shakur afterwards, right? Man, look at that. A camera just fell right there for Pro Box. For Matchroom. Matchroom has to work on that production, man. They got bad luck with that production. It is what it is. We got to stop doing that, man. We got to stop doing that, man. Big Sarge says, I gave you 2 likes, Clay Moraine. Of course, Big Dog. Appreciate you, man. Big Sarge, I always appreciate you, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate the love, man. Marcus Warren with the $10. Appreciate you. Says, Devin was calling out Shakur. Not all of a sudden when Shakur wants to make the fight happen, Shakur needs Devin?
Stop the cap.
You Haney fans come up with different narratives every day. Yeah, 100%, man. Shakur does not need Devin. If Shakur needed Devin, Zuffa wouldn't sign Shakur. We got to open up the visual to what's really going on in the landscape. If you think for one moment the only reason Zuffa Boxing signed Shakur Stevenson to a multiple fight, multi-million-dollar deal was for a fight with Devin Haney, limited. You know what I mean? Please stay in the space with us. Allow me to educate you and broaden the horizons of your thought process, right? Let me help you out. Don't go away. Stay so I can help you guys out because you are limited. The lack of vision makes you focus on one thing way too much over the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? Don't think for one moment that Shakur Stevenson came over to Zuffa Boxing and needs Devin Haney. That's not how that works, right? Why would they give him a deal? No, that's not how it works. Will Davis says, why he got a post when they post stupid challenge goofy? Why he didn't have to post. He chose to post, right, Will David? He didn't have to post. He chose to post, right? Nobody put the pressure on him. I mean, Shakur asked him to post, but I mean, guys, let's not get caught up in these fighters and their politics and their personal relationships, because while we go to war for these fighters behind cameras, behind closed doors, these fighters are hugging on each other, respecting each other's family. Only a select few fighters really have real hatred for each other, like maybe like a Devin Haney and a Ryan Garcia, or maybe a Conor Benn and a Ryan Garcia. Potentially, we don't even know. But for the most part, most of these fighters get along, man. So let's not let's not get caught up in the in their little challenges that they're giving each other. Let's just hope that these all end up turning into fights, because that's what we care about. Make the fights, right? Right? Make the fights, right? You see what it says under my name, make the fights. Big Char says, another weight police. Devin being called a weight bully when he's the only one who hasn't missed weight on the scale. Hey, man, it is what it is. It is what it is, brother. I understand. Carlos Bernardo says, Devin has been beaten twice already. Okay. Big Sarge says the record books say otherwise. No doubt, man. AK Crowder in the building with the $2, man. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you, AK Crowd. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you. With the blessings and the $2. The double super chat from AK Crowder, man. Man, the blessings and prayers from people like AK Crowder since I've been here in the beginning of the channel is like the foundational strength of this channel, man, is the prayers and the love and the well wishes of people like AK Crowder, who've always come through ever since Blue Blood. You know what I'm saying? Always support this channel. So I appreciate it, man. I always say thank you for the blessings, man, and double thank you for the $2, right? Akeem Blake in the building comes in with the guidance and blessings, my G. Clay, what up? Why y'all deal with? Why y'all say Akeem Blake? Good to see you in the building, man. You know what I'm saying? Salute. You know what I'm saying? Big Sar says Gar isn't a big fight. Guys, allow me to educate you again. Zuffa Boxing is not here to put on big fights that you necessarily think are big fights. They're not thinking under the same thing. Zuffa Boxing is delivering an experience more than delivering signature fights that you guys are asking for. Sure, Shakur Stevenson has fights that he wants to get done. Devin Haney has fights he wants to get done. Jao Patai has fights he wants to get done. All these, Richardson, Hitchens, Edgar Berlanga, these big fights. But the big fights are the fights that entertain the audience, the people who are coming to see Zuffa Boxing, the people who are coming to see the UFC, the people who are coming to watch WWE aren't coming to watch exclusively big fights. They're looking for entertaining fights. It's a different demographic in space. There's no way in hell Gary Antoine Russell and Shakur Stevenson is not going to deliver a great fight, no matter who wins, right? Just because of, even if you don't like the way Shakur fights, Gary Antoine Russell is skilled enough to force Shakur Stevenson into a situation, right? So we got to talk about that in a minute because I got to call these fights. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hold on a second. Pull up the main card for me. All right. Bantamweight fight going on between Sanchez and Rios. Sanchez in the black and silver shorts. Rios is in the red and black shorts here. Hold on one second here. Saul Sanchez and Bruno Rios here in the first round here in the 10-rounder here. 2 minutes and 35 seconds left in the round right now as Rios and Sanchez both hold the center of the ring. Rios with that lead hand already level changing, shooting that jab straight down the middle, touching the body, going downstairs. Nice lead hand by Sanchez, who's holding down the center of the ring right now, backing Leo up, right? Backing Rios up right now. Behind that lead hand is Rios just taking his time and just trying to get the cadence here. Both guys standing flat foot right in front of each other. I don't know if both of them are Mexican, but they're giving me Mexican energy as far as the way they're carrying it inside the ring here. 2 minutes left here in the ring here. Nice timed out Rios's lead hand right there and caught him with a lead hook on the way in there. Rios still very active with his jab. Doesn't want to give up the real estate. Both these guys toe-to-toe in the center of the ring here. Good work here as both guys are trying to get a feel with each other, process the data, get the timing of that cadence. You can tell both these guys are coiled up, wanting to let their hands go here. Rios behind that jab. Good work. Good stab to the body by Rios right there to back Sanchez up off him a little bit. Sanchez continues to apply that pressure behind that high guard. Rios trying to time him out with that lead hook right there. Back on that jab as Sanchez catches that right on top of his gloves right there. Continues to press the action on Leo. Good work right there. Steps in there, gets inside and shoots a nice right hook to the body. Leo times him out with a big right hand. Kind of shakes up Sanchez a little bit right there. Another overhand right, shakes up Sanchez, doubles up on the left hand, right hand for Rios. Rios starting to step up to him. Sanchez trying to get out there. Nice left hook, catches Sanchez on the way back out of there. We're at a minute left here as Rios is starting to smother. Sanchez ties him up here. Referee gets in there to split him up. There we go. Separates him, brings him back to the center of the ring. Rios believes he has a hurt fighter in front of him, but doesn't want to get impatient, working behind that lead hand, shooting that lead hand to the body. Nice right hand lands for Rios. For Sanchez in that exchange right there. Good work to the body by Sanchez. We're down to 40 seconds left here in the first round. These guys are start turning it up in that last minute and a half. Rios is really starting to put those hooks together, really timing out Sanchez in a real good way, working behind that jab, touching him to the body. Sanchez looks like he may have his legs under him a little bit better right now, working behind that jab, back to pressing Rios. As Rios is taking his time and saying, okay, maybe you're not as hurt as I thought you were. Let's be patient. Let's work behind the jab right there. Tries to time out a big overhand right and a left hook. Sanchez able to get up under it. Back on that jab for Sanchez, backing Rios up. Continue to walk Rios down. Nice 1-2 by Sanchez. Good work by Rios. Doubles up on that lead hook. Comes over the top with a big overhand right there. Sanchez ties him up. Referee gets in the middle, separates him. It's the end of the round. Real good round towards the last minute and 30 seconds of that round. We saw a lot of action in there, ladies and gentlemen. I got to give that round to Rios. I thought Rios had that moment, had the breakout moment in that round, but towards the end, Sanchez started to get it together a little bit better. But let's see if Rios can build up on that momentum. Sanchez looked like he took a lot of that momentum from him just a little bit, just able to get Rio back on his back foot. But I got it 10-9, 1 round to nil. That one for Rio. Y'all let me know what y'all think about it in the building here, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it, man. Subscribe to the channel. It was a good overhand right that caught Sanchez and hurt him. Really, Rios tried to jump up on him, but Sanchez, showed that he could weather that storm, tied him up a couple of times, and started landing his own big right hands and working to the body of Rios to get that respect back. Top of the second round right now. Let's see if Rios can build off on that momentum, and let's look for the adjustments from Sanchez right now. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left here in the second round. Sanchez trying to work behind that lead hand, shooting out that lead hook, doubling up that lead hand, walking Rios down, continue to apply that pressure to Rio, who working behind that high guard as well, touching him with that own jab. Both guys, pretty good timing on that jab, pretty good clean jabs. But here comes Rios with the punches and bunches, 2s and 3s. Easy work back there. Sanchez walking him back, working behind that jab. Rios is trying to make sure he can control that range behind that jab so he can set him up for that big right hand. He's been working on setting him with that right hand since this fight has started. Caught him with that right hand in the first round. Looks like he's still trying to set it up, trying to get Sanchez to respect that space. Good work by Rios right there. Slips that straight right hand of Sanchez, gets right under it and shoots a hard right hand to the body, and then lead hook and then spins him pretty much. Great work. Back on that jab for Rios. Continue to pop him with that jab, man. Control that range, control where this fight goes. Good work. Good stab to the body right there. Tries to set him up with a right hook to the body. Sanchez catches that on his forearms. Nice lead hand to the body by Sanchez. There we go. Both guys just taking the pace. Good work. Sanchez gets up underneath that lead hand, shoots at that left hand to the body, and tries to come over the top with the right hand. Rios just one step ahead of him, kind of sees it coming, working to control that range. Good work by Rios. Stabs him with that jab and gets up on that lead hand. Punches and bunches for Rios, and that's a nice, clean right hand. Good right hand on the back end of a 2-3 punch combination. Ends it with a right hand. It touches him clean. Getting around that. Ooh, nice work right there. Getting around that left hand of Sanchez to find him with that right hand. Good, nice lead hook to the body there by Rios. Working on that jab, popping him with that jab. Sanchez continues to try to apply that pressure, starting to shoot that lead hand straight to the body, straight to the chest, not necessarily headhunting anymore. Just wants to be able to get that respect from Rios. Rios able to get off his shots when he wants to, although he's not on the front foot as much. Nice work. 1-2, 1-2, right down the middle on Sanchez. Gets back out in range. Good work. 40 seconds left here inside this round here. Good work by Rios. Good work. Nice 1-2 down the middle, and then rips a lead hook to the body of Sanchez. The Sanchez continues to just pop shot him one shot at a time behind that jab. Oh, nice work. Tries to work behind that jab. Rios stops him in his track with his own jab. Beautiful. Stops him again in the middle of those exchanges. Rios able to really stick him with a real stiff jab. That's really getting that respect. Sanchez is being very careful about how he crosses that void. That jab has been very effective for Rios. Good work by Sanchez. Hits him with a nice right hand. Back on that jab, keeping him. Good work, touches him. Oh, right at the end of that round, it's a down. He touches him. Yep, referee counts it as a down. Caught him with a nice left hook. Put Rios down. Times it out good. Caught him with a left hook. As we get back into this one, end of the round here, Sanchez able to bring it all together at the end of the round. I thought Rios was having a decent round, but he timed him good. Caught him with a nice left hook, and the ropes held Rios up. Referee counts it, gives him that standing 8 count, and the round ends, man. That's a 10-8 round for Sanchez, just that quick. Very good fight. Very good fight right there, man. Wow, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't seen it yet. This fight, we saw Rios hurt Sanchez in the first round. Didn't knock him down, but Bruno Rios was able to hurt him in the second round. Bruno Rios was actually working pretty well, moving around the ring, taking his time, working behind that jab, controlling that range. But as soon as in the last 20 seconds or so of this second round on an exchange where Rios didn't have a way to get out of there, got caught up on the ropes, caught him with a nice left hook. Rios gets knocked down, the ropes holds him up, and that quick turns it into a 10-8 round, man. Great round, man. Wow, man. It's 1-1, but you got to give 10-8 round to Sanchez. So right now, Sanchez is up 1 point here. We're at the top of the third round. I think Rios is doing pretty good, but Sanchez definitely got him some momentum here on that stoppage. Let's see what he's able to, not that stoppage, on that knockdown. Let's see what he's able to do on this round. Wow, man. Already doing the thing, man. Bruno Rios having to make the adjustments right now down 1 point in a round he was winning. Sanchez caught him with a lead hook in the last 20 seconds or so of that last round. And just like that, Sanchez is up 1 point here as Rios continues to stick to the game plan, work behind that high guard. Probably going to want to stay off those ropes, control the center of that ring, work behind that jab, and put his punches together the same way he was doing it before, right? I don't think he needs to make too many changes except for making sure that he stays off those ropes. But let's see if Sanchez can build off that momentum of knocking him down right now. You know, as Rios continues to control the center of the ring now, turning him a lot more often, working behind that jab, continues to work, trying to get the timing of Saul Sanchez, who wants to cross that void. Saul Sanchez is playing the peekaboo game right now behind that high guard, looking to feint to the body, feint up top to see if he can get Rios to bite on something right now. Taking his time, feinting to the body right there. Rios not biting on there. Good jab by Sanchez right there. Another jab. Pops Rios' head back. Good clean jab right there. Nice lead hand to the body. Tries to come over the top with the right hand. Rios able to get out the range there. Rios walks right into a lead hand right there. Sanchez is getting more and more confident on his ability to land that kill shot. Just really like a predator in the water right now. Just just going around his prey right now. Leo trying to time him out, control that range. Rios, trying to time him out, control that range, and land his own punches and bunches. There he is, forehead to forehead as Rios is letting go with some big overhand and left hands over the top. Referee warns Leo about coming through with his forehead down that way. Minute mark getting ready to be passed right here in the third round right now. Sanchez continues to apply that pressure and work behind that jab. You can't help but think that the judges are looking at this and leaning towards Sanchez. That body language says that he's stalking Rio and that Rios is trying to stay out the way. Good work by Rios behind that jab and doubles up on that lead hook. Sanchez now getting Rios to bite on those feints to the body. When he feints to the body, Rios gets out the way. He knows what that means. Nice overhand right for Rios. Catches Sanchez on the way in there. Tries to end it with a lead hook. Sanchez catches it off his gloves. 30 seconds left here in the first round. Nice work by Leo. Working behind that jab. Doubling him up on them lead hooks. Back on that jab. Leo doing good at the end of this round. Nice short right hand by Leo. Good work to the body by Sanchez. Tries to come over the top with his own lead hook. Good work to the body by Sanchez. Continue. Nice uppercut lands for Sanchez. 10 seconds left in this round right now. Backing Rios up now. Sanchez is starting to find Rios and touch him with some clean, powerful shots right there. Nice straight right hand down the middle. Catches Rios. We're about to close the round now. Back on that jab. Great round here. I'm going to give that round to Sanchez. I think it's a swing round. I'm not mad if you guys gave it to Rios. Rios did have some moments in that round, but I do think that pressure, when we talk about effective pressure, it looks like that's what I'm seeing happening from Saul Sanchez in that round right there. So another 10-9 round right now. Sanchez up 2 points on my card. You guys let me know what you think. Let's see here, man. It is what it is. Pugilism in the building said DAZN will pay Top Rank to deliver that fight more than the amount Zuffa is willing to buy out Haney's independence. Haney will be fighting on DAZN for his next fight. We're talking about those negotiations right now. Yeah, man. A good thinking community, man. There's definitely a bidding war, it seems like, going on over Devin Haney. Bill Haney and Devin Haney in a great position right now. Great position right now. Rios had some moments in that round, man, but Sanchez was just honestly able to just overwhelm him with the pressure and got a lot of respect from Rios in that round. This round right here, Rios is literally down 2 points at this point. 3 points, right? 3 points at this point. He needs to win this round, right? He needs to win this round. There he is stalking Sanchez, but Sanchez understanding now he has a fighter who needs a win real bad. So notice Sanchez not pressing the action like he was before. He's allowing Rios to step on the gas, walk him down a little bit, not too much, but just enough to where he can get some good volley and some trading going with him. He could time Rios out, excuse me, and start touching him with some big shots. He wants to walk him into a shot here, allowing Rios to kind of like get a little confidence about him so he can start exchanging so he doesn't have to chase him. Good head movement by Sanchez right there. Back on that front foot is Rios is back on that back foot using that lateral movement, trying to control that range. He doesn't want to get into those exchanges with Sanchez. Nice straight right hand lands for Sanchez right there. He doesn't like getting those exchanges because Sanchez is finding him in those exchanges with those right hands. So he wants to touch him and get out the way, but he wants to control that range. Sanchez continues to just walk him down, work behind that lead hand. Good work by Leo right there. Big, nice work behind that lead hand. Follows it up with some big over the top right hands. Sanchez able to catch and time up. Minute and 30 seconds left here in this round right now. Sanchez continuing to just turn him right now, not allowing Rios to collapse the pocket. He wants to control that range as well so he can let his shots go. Rios, when he gets in there in that close range, his first instinct is to tie up Saul Sanchez. So he doesn't want to let that pocket collapse, but he likes to keep this fight mid-range close range. Nice lead hook to the body by Sanchez. Good work to the body by Leo right there. Doubling up with them lead hooks over the top of the head into the body. Nice straight right hand lands for Rios right there. Has Sanchez on the ropes, working him to the body, working him over to the top. Sanchez ties him up right now as Rios is trying to get the distance, trying to break that tie up, that clinch work from Sanchez. I don't know if Sanchez is hurt, but Rio is on him right now, touching him to the body, touching him with them short hooks, and Sanchez is more focused on tying him up. Good, nice overhand right, nice lead hook to the body. Again, another lead hook to the body. Nice uppercut. Good work by Rios, putting in the work on Sanchez. Sanchez caught up on the ropes. Nice straight right hand lands by Rios. Sanchez working his way out of trying to punch his way out of the melee right now with those uppercuts to push Rios back. Nice work by Sanchez. Lands a big right hand, follows it up with two uppercuts that touch Rios right in that exchange. 20 seconds left here in the fourth round. Sanchez turning the momentum around here. Rios looked like he had it going on, but here comes Sanchez turning it up, touching the body. Rios back at him, touching him with those left hands. We about to close this round out right now. These guys are going all out. Sanchez takes control of the round again now, punches his way out of those. Man, Rios is back on him, man. Big exchanges right there towards the end of that round. Wow, man, big swing round. I don't know how you guys want to do it, man. I think I might have to give that one to Rios. I think Rios took that round, man. I got Rios with 2 rounds right now. It's 2 rounds of 2 right now. Let's remember the knockdown in round 2 right now. Great round right now. 2 up. Remember the knockdown in round 2 here. That was a 10-8 round for Sanchez. So we got to keep that in mind. But two rounds up, man. Beautiful fight. Let's go. Beautiful work going on in the ring right now. Pugilist Nick in the building says 2-2. I got you. Birdman got it 2-2. Guys, put your scores in there. Let me know what's going on. Ryan Anthony in the building. Salute to you, family. Salute to you. Hit the like button as we step into the building. And, of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Subscribe to the channel. Man, what great exchanges, man, towards the end there, man. Rios really tried to turn it up in this round. Did turn it up, but Sanchez responded, let him know that nothing's sweet over here, but I still gave that round to Rios. Top of the 5th round here. Guys, this is a 10-round fight here. Top of the 5th round right now. Both guys seem to be getting off that work. The one thing separating them is a knockdown in round 2 by Saul Sanchez. Other than that, this fight has been close, toe-to-toe, man, as both these guys are putting that work in. Sanchez continues to build on that momentum of really walking down Rios. Rios being the guy who's using that lateral movement to slip and move and touch Sanchez when he can, but he's also had moments when he's closed that space up and let off those big hooks, over the top hooks, and work to the body. He's been able to score and hit him with some good clean right hands from time to time as well. So great fight, man. Sanchez continues to work behind that jab, walking down Rios. Rios trying to stay in that high guard, time him out, tries to be explosive in those moments, tries to come over the top of the right hand. Sanchez catches it, keeping his hands high. Good work by Sanchez. Doubles up on that jab and backs Rios up. Rios just using that lateral movement, trying to stay off the line. Doesn't want to be right there to be touched by that right hand. Sanchez was able to find him with that right hand in that second round, and even at points in the first and the third round. But this time, good work by Rios. Working it out, man. Shooting that right hand, turning him, doubling up on that left hook, and continues to turn him and get off that line. Sanchez is right down the middle with that jab, though. Feinting to the body. Rios is still biting on that body work from Sanchez, which you got to give credit to Sanchez because obviously he's been touching him to the body real good. When he feints to that body, Rios is biting. He's biting on that body. Good body work by Rios right there. Good work, man. Walking down Sanchez, closing that void, touching him to the body. Sanchez touches him with his own lead hand. There goes Rios working behind that jab. Oh, nice little lead, short little, watch your long lead hook. Touches Rios right. Nice right hand touches Sanchez. Sanchez touches Rios with a nice straight right hand, man. There we go. As Rios tries to get off the line and make sure he stays off the ropes right there. Good, straight, stiff left hand lands for Sanchez right there, who rips off a left hook to the body and rips a right uppercut, touches Leo. Leo comes back with his own big shots, his own big hooks. As both guys are tied up right now, referee gets in the middle to separate them. 40 seconds getting ready to be hit here in the 5th round right now. As Rios was able to let off some big shots, but Sanchez was able to touch him with some clean punches as well. Some clean right hands and some clean uppercuts. 30 seconds left here in this round right now. Rios tries to shoot a little left hook right there, but Saul Sanchez is up on game, man, working behind that high guard. Very, very defensively sound, man. Look at him feinting to the body, feinting, doubling up that stutter step forward. And Rios is biting on all of them, man. So I think Sanchez is really starting to see a route to landing that right hand now. Let's see what he does as we're closing out this round. Good work to the body, ripping off work to the body from Sanchez, man. Touching him to the body. That's the end of the round right there. Very close round. Wow. I don't know. That was a close round. How do you score that round, man? I'm going to give that round to Sanchez. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to give that round to Sanchez. Let me know what you guys have it at. I got 3 rounds of 2 for Sanchez. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Salute to everybody in the building. I appreciate you guys, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We covering the fight tonight, man. Looks like the arena's starting to get some people in there. The lights. Oh, no, that was a nice shot. Nobody's in the arena. What am I talking about? They tried to fool us, man. They put the camera around the arena. It showed a night shot. Must have been another event where there was a lot of people in there. Ain't a lot of people in there. Ain't a lot of people showing up out there, at least for this first fight on the card, right? It is what it is. At least for this first fight. We'll see what happened. Yeah, teachers, you see that? They fooled us, man. They had us thinking something was going on. Let's go, man. Top of the 6th round. Very close fight here. This 6th round out of 10 rounds here, we've got Saul Sanchez in the black and gray shorts, right? And we got Bruno Rios in the black and red shorts. Saul Sanchez really starting to separate himself, in my opinion. I think Rios is definitely got that fighting spirit, but Sanchez is able to really show that he's able to control that pace when he wants to. Rios looks like he's trying to escape and evade the pressure as Sanchez is continuing to walk into the fire and try to drag Rios into a situation he doesn't want to be in. And he's been able to find him with that straight right hand. That's probably the biggest shot outside of that left hook that he's been able to hit him with tonight and really get the respect of Rios. Pay attention to the body work of Sanchez as well on Rios. Been able to get that respect from Rios, touching Rios to the body since round 1. And now watch the feints. Watch the feints as now Sanchez is starting to get him to bite to the feint to the body. As he's able to continue to do that, get ready to see him walk him into some good big right hands, some nice clean right hands. If he bites on those, keeps biting on those body feints the way he's been doing tonight. 1 minute and 50 seconds left here in the 6th round right now. As nice straight right hand catches Rios right there in that little exchange. Sanchez smiles at him, lets him know, yeah, man, nice lead hook lands for Rios right there. Overhand right gets caught on the gloves of Sanchez as he tries to push back. Nice work by Sanchez, working it with a short lead hook. Touches Rios in there. Rios is trying to get off the line. That's how you know. Nice right hand lands for Sanchez again. That's how you know Rios gets hurt on those shots, because he starts to use that movement, trying to get off the line and get out the way. He does not want to exchange with Sanchez. Sanchez is very clean and short with that right hand. He finds him. Good jab by Sanchez, catches Rios, who's on the move right now. Sanchez working on cutting that ring off, not allowing Rios to just use all that real estate. Good work as Rios continues to try to use that lateral movement to get out the way of Sanchez. We're down to less than a minute left here in the 6th round. The round going by so fast. Sanchez taking away this ring from Rios as Rios is on his bicycle, trying to stay out the range of getting hit by that right hand by Sanchez. Sanchez is starting to use that movement, use the feint to the body. Nice work behind that jab. Touches Rios with another straight right hand as Rios tries to circle left out there. Nice lead hook lands for Sanchez. Rios trying to get off the line. Nice straight right hand lands for Sanchez. Walking Rios down as Rios is trying to use that movement. Good work by Sanchez, cutting that ring off. Touches him with another right hand. Continues to just take his time and find him with that right hand. Rios tries to let up on his shot. Sanchez gets out the way and says, we don't need exchange right here. Down to 20 seconds left here in the 6th round right now, as Sanchez is now just taking the round, knows he has a round, using his own movement, his own lateral movements. Rios is trying to do something in the last 10 seconds of this fight to potentially steal this round, but doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Sanchez backing him up with those feints, keeping his head off the line, just backing him up, touching him with that jab. Kind of looking slick right here. Nice work by Saul Sanchez, who takes another round and puts it in the pocket. Another 10-9 round for Saul Sanchez. I got it 4 rounds to 2, guys. I'll remind you guys, a knockdown in round 2, 10-8 round for Sanchez. Not to mention Sanchez is up right now, 4 rounds to 2. Looks like Sanchez is starting to run away with this one. 3 more rounds left in this one right here for Bruno Rios to do something special here and change the mind of these judges, or maybe even stop Sanchez, as it looks like he's very close to needing a knockout, if not after this, if not right now, by the next round, right? Yeah, I think this next round, if he doesn't win, he has to win pretty much all these next rounds in order to win this fight. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Big Sarge says the purse bid is usually lower than negotiated price. Keyshawn has agreed to those terms. How do you believe he'll agree with the purse bid price? Yeah, I know we talking about that Devin fight, man. I know we talking about it. We are right now walking into the top of round 7 right now, as this looks like on my scorecard, Saul Sanchez is starting to take control and getting some real separation here. Let's see what Rios can do as far as adjustments is concerned. Ever since he got hit with that left hook in the 2nd round, he's been very apprehensive, biting on feints, and really just trying to steal rounds with punches and bunches, as Saul Sanchez has been touching him with the big shots, hurting Rios in this fight a couple of times, touching him with some nice straight right hands. Good work to the body, rips a right hand to the body and catches Bruno Rios on the way out with a nice left hand. Nice short uppercut. Nice work to the body by Sanchez. Just turns him right there, gets off the line. Rios is trying to, nice work to the body. Sanchez continues to work him to the body, continues to dig for gold down there, man, as Rios is trying to really make this a dirty fight, come over the top and catch him with some short right hands. Good work. Good footwork by Sanchez, who's turning and getting out the way of Rios every time Rios tries to go forehead to forehead with him. And he's touching him with big shots. Ties up Rios right there. Ties up Rios. Minute and 45 seconds left here as Rios is trying to put the nice right hand lands for Rios right there, who's trying to really let his punches go right now. He's really trying to let his hands go right now. Sanchez allowing him to do that and just timing him out. Nice short right hand, short uppercut, hits Leo right in the body right there. Nice left hook to the body. Nice overhand right by Sanchez. Controlling that range. Nice work. Walks Rios into a nice uppercut. Good body work from Sanchez. Continues to dig down there and touch him downstairs. Rios with a nice uppercut between the guards of Sanchez. Sanchez turns him, pushes him off, and back to working on that body as Rios is trying to work him forehead to forehead. But Sanchez making that space in there to touch him with those uppercuts. Short uppercuts from Sanchez down the middle. Rios doubling up on them lead hooks, but really just slapping his punches right now. Nice 1-2 straight down the middle. Pushes Sanchez backwards. Nice overhand right for Rios, lands right there. Sanchez catches him with a left hook to the body. Rios complains and says it was a low blow. Got under the belt a little bit. Referee says, I ain't see it. Keep the action going. Rios walking him down. Punches in bunches, working him to the body. Nice hooks to the body. Overhand rights. Rios is getting active in this round. Maybe stealing this round right now just off activity. Sanchez looked like he's taking this round off. Rios is being very active in these exchanges here. Sanchez back on that jab. As Rios is walking down Sanchez now, as the pressure of Rios finally starts showing up for Sanchez. Nice right hand lands for Rios right now, as Sanchez is using his movement, his lateral movement, to get away from Rios. Nice jab by Sanchez lands right there. We're about to close this round out soon as we're hitting the 15-second mark of this round. Sanchez back against the ropes. Rios working behind that jab, trying to touch him to the body, but doesn't want to collapse that pocket. Walks in there, tries to come over the top with a right hand. Sanchez ties him right up, turns him around, puts him on the ropes, lets off a nice 2-3 punch combination himself. Rios walking him down. Nice work. Good uppercuts by Rios in there. Good short little left hooks by Rios. Very close round. I think I'm going to give that round to Rios, man. I'm going to allow Rios to take that round, man. Very close round. I've got it 4 rounds to 3. 4 rounds to 3 as Rios has been able to turn it up. I don't know if the conditioning is starting to become a factor for Saul Sanchez. Is he slowing down? That last round looks like he took it off a little bit. Still able to find Bruno Rios with his straight right hand at times when he does let his hands go, but he does seem like he's trying to catch a breath or, you know, trying to hit a second gear and trying to find himself right now as he's getting instructions right now to take deep breaths in the corner right now. But Rios was really able to put it together real well for himself in that round, push Sanchez back at times, hurt him at one point with a straight right hand. It looked like to me as Sanchez at that point started to use that lateral movement and get out the way. Good work to the body by Rios in this round as well. 4 rounds of 3 for me for Sanchez. 74 people in the building. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Hit the thumbs up for me right now. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel as well, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you in advance, man. Appreciate you guys. Let me see here. We are at the top of the 8th round right now. Rios was able to put a round in the bag for himself. This fight right here can go to a draw if Rios is able to, you know, really lock down these next rounds, or if he gets a knockdown, he may be able to win this on a very close split decision here. But Sanchez looks like he's trying to find that second gear. He's not trying to go backwards. He's just trying to use that movement, get his head off the line, trying to bait Bruno into shooting a shot so he can punch with the puncher in Bruno Rios right now. Catch him. Good work by Saul Sanchez, pinning his ears back against those ropes, touching the body of Bruno Rios. Good work by Bruno Rios. Doubles up on that lead hook, comes over the top of the right hand, back down to the body. Now he's going up and down with his punches, ripping hooks to the body, coming over the top. Good work by Rios right there. Really putting it together right now. Oh, nice uppercut lands for Rios. Good work by Rios, putting his punches together, getting a lot more cleaner with those shots. Wow. Good uppercut, walking Sanchez into some bad shots right now. Sanchez trying to stand his ground, but catching a lot of work, paying a high price for standing his ground as Rios is really letting his hands go. The conditioning looks like it's going to play a part in this one. Rios' condition is he's hit that second gear, ripping lead hooks to the body, ripping uppercuts off those lead hooks straight up in between the middle of the guard. Sanchez trying to touch him to the body himself. Nice little short uppercut lands for Sanchez right there. Nice right hook lands for Rios. We're down to 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the round. Good work by Rios, ripping right hook to the body, left hook up top, followed by a straight right hand. Rios is putting his punches together. Sanchez holding the center of the ring, working behind his jabs, but he's starting to let those shots go one at a time, one shot at a time when he was letting it go in 2s and 3s before. Rios is pushing him backwards, really keeping that pace high. It looks like Sanchez is starting to fade a little bit here as Rios is finding a way to touch him to the body. Good work to the body, rips another lead hook over the top of head, another uppercut lands for Rios. Referee warns Rios, who's been putting the pressure coming through with his forehead down, saying that he's touching Saul Sanchez too much with the front of his head. But there Rios is ripping shots to the body, man. Right hook, short, left hook to the body, and back up top, man. Pushing Sanchez, trying to really push him back right now. Nice work from Sanchez, man. Hits him with a nice 1-2 and clean right hand touches Rios. Rios back on his movement right there, ripping these hooks to the body. Nice short right hand lands for Rios right there. Another hard short right hand followed by a left hook. Another right hand lands for Rios and another left hook to the body by Rios. Sanchez, nice, catches Rios on the way in with a nice stiff jab. That was a close round, but I'm going to give it to Rios. I think Rios took that round. I got it 4 rounds of 4 right now. If I'm correct, 4 rounds up right now. Let's remember, I'll keep reminding you guys, round 2, knockdown by Saul Sanchez, knocked Bruno Rios down in that round. I've got it 4 rounds of 4, but still I've got Saul Sanchez up by 1 point, right? Great work happening in the ring right now, man. Great work happening in the building right now. Look, we got 70+ people in the building, only 35 likes. Stop playing, man. Hit the like button. Support the grind. Support the commentary. Support the content. Hit the like button. Double tap on your screen if you're on your phone. Hit the thumbs up on your computer if you're watching it from your computer. Support the grind, man. Like the content. Support the channel, man. We're here at the top of the 9th round right now. Both these guys tied up on the cards. I have Saul Sanchez up by 1 point based off that knockdown in round 2 here. Let's see if Saul Sanchez can go ahead and take at least one of these last 2 rounds, and that would put him right in, that should put him up 1 point when it's all said and done here. He needs to take at least one of these rounds right here. Rios, on the other hand, needs both these rounds right now to win this fight. So he's on his grind, on his front foot, working behind that jab, and Sanchez now trying to protect that little 1 point lead he has by using that lateral movement. There Rios is letting his hands go in punches and bunches, catching him with that nice overhand right. Good work to the body by Rios. Sanchez working his own work to the body, catches Rios with a nice uppercut, followed it up with a nice straight right hand as he's working those punches. Nice lead hand uppercut by Sanchez, trying to push Rio back. Rio comes over the top with a right hand. Sanchez responds with his own overhand right now. Nice work by Sanchez, catching him with a straight right hand and then a lead uppercut. Rio working him to the body. Nice short right hand by Rios as Sanchez continues to try to push him back and work him to the body, pushing him back on the ropes. Rios turns, get him off the ropes after touching him with a right hand to the body, rips another left hand to the body of Sanchez, comes down the middle with a nice 3-punch combination. Sanchez starting to bleed by his nose right now. Blood coming from his nose as Rios is starting to really continue to let his hands go, still in that second gear. Sanchez trying to answer the bell right now as Rios is exchanging with Sanchez. Nice right hand lands for Rios right there. Nice work. Right hand followed by a lead hook. Another right hand followed by another lead hook. Sanchez touches him with a straight right hand. Short left hand by Sanchez right there. Beautiful work by both these guys here as Rios is continuing to stay active on the inside there. Sanchez trying to turn him, not allow that pocket to collapse. We're down to 1 minute and 10 seconds left here in round number 9 right now. Both these guys understand how crucial these last 2 rounds are. These guys have to put in the work right now. Good hard left hook to the body by Sanchez as Rios ties him up. Both guys separating there. The referee doesn't have much work to do in there as both guys are really letting it out there. Good work by Rios. Doubles up on that lead hook to the body. Fouls it up with a lead hook up top over the top of that right hand of Sanchez. Beautiful work here. Very close round right now. We're down to the last 40 seconds of this round. Rios is now trying to use his movement. Sanchez becoming the aggressor, pressing Rios. Nice straight lead hand by Sanchez. Beautiful work to the body, man. Goes down to the body, feints to the body, lifts Leo's head up with a nice right uppercut. Nice left hook, right hook to the body, followed up with a nice short right uppercut. Touches it good for Sanchez. Another right uppercut for Sanchez as Sanchez is trying to find his second gear in this round right now. He's starting to turn up, ripping these shots right there, not allowing Leo to clap. Nice right hand lands for Sanchez, pushing Leo back on that jab, pushing Leo backwards. Good work as Leo's trying to let his hands go, but Sanchez is applying that pressure as we're getting ready to close this round out. Working to the body. Nice straight right hand, continues to work to the body. Both these guys letting their hands go. I'm giving that round to Sanchez, man. Sanchez really found himself in that round. Wow, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel, man. 70+ people in the building. Hit the subscribe button. We got a great fight in here tonight, guys. Sanchez has picked up another round right now. Turns this into a 5-4 here. Count that knockdown for Sanchez. Bruno Rios may need a knockout to win this fight, possibly, or at least a knockdown. Sorry. He might need a knockdown at least to get, to maybe get a draw or a close split decision right now, depending on how the judge has been scoring this here. 5 rounds to 4 here. Don't forget about that knockdown in round number 2 for Saul Sanchez. This round right here is very important. A 10-8 round by any means necessary. By any means necessary for Bruno Rios right now. Sanchez has that knockdown. He has that point that's floating over the top of this fight right now that looks like it's going to be the saving grace. This fight's so close right now. It could be within 1 point right now. Bruno Rios needs to make sure he wins this round, and so does Sanchez, to be honest with you, because we have our scorecards, but you know how these judges are. Just one judge has to think differently, and he can go either way here. We're at the 2 minutes and 30-second mark here of this round right now. Rios is being active, finding that second gear. Good work, putting those punches together, finding with those uppercuts, finding them with those lead hooks to the body. Good work by Bruno Rios right now. Sanchez continues to try to control and hold the center of that ring right now, but Rios is not taking his foot off the gas, continuing to apply that pressure. Nice right hand to the body, doubles up. Another right hand to the body by Bruno Rios right there. Nice lead hook right over the top of the glove, touches him in the head. Good work, working those punches, coming up the middle with those uppercuts. That backhand is finding his way between the guard of Sanchez. Sanchez letting his hands go. smacking his fists together, saying, let's go, bang, 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 let's go, turning him around, touch him to the body, and then follows it up with a nice lead hook, another lead hook, work to the body. Both these guys, penitentiary rules inside this last round right now is both these guys are finding each other to the body. Nice short left hand to the body, left right hand to the body from Sanchez. Sanchez is just pushing and applying that pressure, finding him with the uppercuts, turning him, not allowing Rios to tie him up, not allowing him to tie up and collapse that pocket, finding a way to make space in there, to find him with those short right hands and left hands in the body, coming over the top with short right hands. Good work by Sanchez. Touches him with another right hand as the referee gets in there to separate him. I don't even think he needed to. We're about to hit the minute 15-second mark here of this championship round right now. Rios needs to get a 10-8 round here. He needs to put nice work. Nice work from Rios. He needs to put him down. Looks like he hurt him with that right hand. Rios turning him, caught him with another right hand. Good work by Rios trying to find him. Sanchez got hurt a little bit there. As Sanchez is trying to turn him as well, continues to work to the body. Rios putting his punches together. Minute mark just passed. We're down to 50 seconds left here in the championship rounds right now. Both guys tied up. Referee has to separate them. Let's see if Bruno Rios can put it together, get a knockdown here, turn this fight into a draw. This is a crazy round right now. Saul Sanchez touching him to the body. Rios continues to apply that pressure. Punches and bunches for Rios. Whoa, nice straight, nice lead hand from Sanchez. Nice short right hand from Rios. Rios continues to walk him down, apply that pressure, effective pressure from Rios. He looks like he's going to get this round. Will that be enough to make this a draw or potentially get him a split decision here? How many rounds did they really give to Bruno Rios? Oh, nice work by Sanchez, letting his hands go. He catches Rios with a nice two-piece. Nice work to the body. Another straight right hand over the top. Rios going backwards right now. Sanchez turns up in the final seconds of this last round. May have stolen this round away from Bruno Rios. You let me know what you got on your scorecards. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to give Bruno Rios that last round, man. I really am going to give him that last round. On my scorecard, I've got Sanchez up 1 point here. Super close fight. But you guys let me know how you got it here. I got it 5-5 here with Sanchez up 1 point here. That knockdown in the second round might move the needle, might be the needle mover here. And I think, yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, on my cards, I've got Saul Sanchez taking this by 1 point. You guys let me know what you think about. Close round, man. Real close round. 87 plus people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it. Support the grind. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so. Support the grind, man. Shout out to my guy, Little Zuda, in the building with the $2, supporting the grind, man. Africa in this motherfucker. On they dog ass. Salute, Clay. Salute to you, family. I appreciate you, man.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's count this up here. Yeah. Yeah, I got a 95-94 on my scorecards. Very interested in seeing what they're going to do here on the scorecards, man. This is a very close fight right now. One swing round could change the whole entire direction of this fight. I mean, it's not going to be a robbery either way. I've got Sanchez up by 1, but let's see what happens. Maybe it ends up in a draw as well, or maybe there was a swing round in there that they gave to Bruno Rios that we didn't see, and he might be up. I have no idea, right? I'm going to put y'all on mute for a second so I can go ahead and find out what the judges are saying here. I think the decision is at hand, man. Let's figure it out. Wow. There was a lot of rounds in there they gave to Bruno Rios. Wow, man. Unanimous decision for Bruno Rios. Very close fight. We got 2 cards that were 96-93 and 1 card that was 95-94. Obviously, some of those rounds were close swing rounds. They gave them to Bruno. I think that, and listen, I know people are going to want to say it's a robbery. I don't think it's a robbery, man. Styles make fights, man, and it depends on what the judges respect more. Bruno Rios was letting out a lot of punches. I'm very interested in what the CompuBox looked like on this one. He was touching Sanchez a lot, but Sanchez was hitting him with the bigger shots, in my opinion. I was giving Sanchez a lot of those rounds based off the fact that I thought he had the effective pressure and that he was able to touch Bruno Rios with some good, big right hands and hurt him. But look, man, that's how the fight game goes, man. And fight that in a fight that close. Wow, man. Even with the knockdown, they found it 96-93. Interesting, man. Interesting, man. And might be some hometown cooking left hand, Manny. Sometimes when you're not home, you gotta really show that separation. You know what I'm saying? Man, they're constantly replaying right now. They're replaying that second round. They're replaying that second round right now with that left hook that caught Bruno Rios against the ropes right there. That was a big moment, man. This fight was so close, man. You'd have thought that knockdown would have been enough to get Sanchez the head nod, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is, man. I know Pugilistic said that's crazy. I don't think it's crazy, man. That was a close fight, guys. Come on, man. That was a close fight. Let's be honest, guys. Come on, let's not do that. We know what the robberies look like. I don't feel like that was a robbery. Once again, on my scorecard, I had Sanchez up 95-94, 1 point. When you got to fight that close, there's no robberies. You know what I'm saying? The scorecards, 96-93. I don't know where they found that at. You know what I mean? That means they must have given him about 7 rounds. So they had like 7 rounds of 3, including that knockdown. I don't know about that. You know what I'm saying? But 94-95 means that he was 6 rounds of 4. That's how they found it. 6 rounds of 4, right? That seems about reasonable, right? 6 rounds of 4. One way or the other. I don't know, man. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel, man. Subscribe to the channel. Support the grind and hit the like button. Yeah, left hand mini said should have been 95-94. Split decision, if anything. Unanimous decision is crazy. Yeah. I mean, once again, crazy, the word crazy. You know what I mean? Because I feel like it could have been 95-94 across the board for either one of the fighters, and that would have been a unanimous decision, right? But I ain't gonna lie, the 96-93, Styles make fights, though. Sometimes people really respect the point system. Depending on the judge, do they respect the effective pressure and the effective punching, or are they looking at it as a point system? Do they look at it as right down the middle? Like, you know what? Bruno's touched him this amount of times, and Saul Sanchez touched him this amount of times. I'm giving it to the guy who's let his hands go more or touched him more, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. We're getting ready to go into the Chop Gonzalez fight right here. This one's a big one. Albert Chop Gonzalez, 17-0 at this point, 10 KOs. On the back end of this fight here, I mean, he may still be considered a legitimate prospect, right? But at this point, Chop is in a place right now to where it's barbecue or mildew time for him. He gets in the ring with an Aaron Lopez Alameda, who comes into the ring with 31 wins, 3 knockouts on his record here. 31 wins, 3 losses on his record. 18 knockouts on his record right now. Will this performance here be a performance that could put Albert Gonzalez in some conversations right now? Not necessarily for a title, but is he ready for a top 5, top 10? Where's he at? Let me look at Box Live right now and see where he ranks right now, if he's in any of the sanctioning bodies holding any type of spots in the sanctioning body rankings here. Let's see here. Let me take a look. Where is he at right now? Boom, 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 boom. Lightweight, super featherweight. Let's see where Chop Gonzalez is here in this conversation here. Let's see. All right, so Chop is number 13 right now in the WBO rankings. Let's see. He's number 8 right now in the IBF rankings. Let's see where he's at. Is he in the WBC conversation at all? No, I don't see him in the WBC conversation. Oh, yeah. No, that's Joel Gonzalez. Sorry. Let me see here. And in the WBA conversation, Albert Gonzalez is not in that conversation as well. So looks like an IBF number 8 spot for him right now, and a number 13 spot in the WBO rankings right now. So he's top 15. He's top 10 in the IBF rankings. Either way, on the back end of a great performance here, you got to believe that he can get in there with a Nick Ball, right? He can get in there with a Nick Ball, a number 6 Nick Ball in the IBF rankings. He can get up in there with a Matthias Hayter in that WBO rankings, and he can get with Nick Ball. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if he's aiming for Nick Ball. Nick Ball would be the biggest fight next for Albert Gonzalez that he could put together a ex-champion in Nick Ball. That would be a big come up for Albert Gonzalez, right? So let's see what Chop Chop can do tonight to get in the conversation. A big victory, a big stoppage over this opponent may be able to get him an opportunity there, because Nick Ball needs an opportunity himself, and people aren't just going to jump in the ring with him. He had a title ripped off of him by Brandon Figueroa. You got to be thinking that he's looking for something that's going to make a splash, an opportunity for him. And I don't know, those guys might be on a collision course based on what Albert Gonzalez is able to put together, right? It is what it is. Hey, Birdman, I ain't mad at you. Yeah, man, he might need to fly over the pond, but a lot of fighters need to fly over the pond. We just watched Leo Atang come over here to America and put on a performance. He as a prospect, he had to come over and make his bones, right? Ben Whitaker just did the same exact thing. We saw Dalton Smith do the same exact thing. So, hey, man, Albert Gonzalez, this 126-pound division right now has a lot cooking up in the top conversation. You got the champions in Shushu, Bruce Carrington. You've got Brandon Figueroa up there. You got my guy Rafael Espinosa, Angelo Leo. We're talking about unifications and those type of things going on in the division. Right now, Gonzalez needs to be active and find himself a signature fight. If he has to fly overseas to go and fight Nick Ball in his backyard in that crazy-ass town that Nick Ball is from, so be it, man. If you believe in yourself, then bet on yourself. Make it happen. Make it happen. Let's see here. Mr. Big Play said, did I miss Andy fight? Not yet. We're actually about to walk into this Chop Chop Gonzalez fight. Albert Gonzalez is about to fight next right now. Trying to see what he's getting ready to do. Pugilism says, why you think boring Floyd generated money and kept money circulating? Floyd can get 7 rounds and always make a case for a win with subjective judges and scorecards. Yeah, we still talking about Shakur and Devin, right? It is what it is. Shout out to everybody in the building, because I'm continuing to try to find those likes. Get those likes up. Only 50 likes in the building, 80 plus people in the building. Diabolical. Let's get those likes up, man. Hit the thumbs up. Don't be cheap with the likes, man. Do what you're supposed to do, man. Big Herm Show in the building with the $2. Says Devin couldn't get a fight was more fake than true. Devin couldn't get a fight was more fake than true. Nah, I'm sorry, man. Things change, man. And look, I probably got to do a show on this maybe tomorrow, but things change, man. We got to, from my perspective, no, that's not the truth. I think right now Devin can get a fight. The thing that moved the needle for Devin Haney is DAZN. Now that DAZN looks like they're opening up the books and they're signing fighters like Teofimo, they try to sign Shakur, they try to sign Richardson Hitchens. Those change the landscape of the conversation, because now Devin Haney, or more, maybe even more importantly, Bill Haney, has that leverage that he needs right now in order to get the best opportunities for Devin. So now the grass is way greener. Now Zuffa Boxing has signed Shakur Stevenson. That's a big move for Devin, because now Zuffa needs fights for Shakur, and Devin knows Zuffa got the money, and they're going to put the money up to get a fight for Shakur. So now that puts Devin in a better position. So today, Devin is in one of the best positions he's ever been in his career, in my opinion, in comparison to any other time period. Bill Haney's in a great position. He's going to take his time. He's going to play this the right way. Maybe he'll get the multiple fight deal with DAZN. That's not going to stop it. We can see a big cross promotion fight happen. The same we're watching Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia right now. It may be a DAZN Paramount collaboration, a DAZN, Zuffa collaboration to put together the biggest fights in the sport and get the biggest paydays from these networks. If Shakur and Devin needs a fight, DAZN's not going to get in the way of that. But that also puts Devin in a powerful position as well right now. So we got to look at it for what it is. Appreciate you, Eldorado Alvarez. No doubt, man. Yeah, pugilism, chop is definitely next. Big Herm says, but then you're talking about he says, but then you're talking about immediately after he fought, not last 3-4 months. But then Big Herm, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here. But then you're talking about immediately after he fought, not last 3-4 months. I'm trying to understand what you mean by that, Big Herm. Are you saying that I kind of put that jacket on him immediately after he fought? In other words, he wasn't outside the ring for, 2 years or a year and a half. I don't know what you mean all the way with that, Big Herm. I don't, you know what I'm saying? But I'll tell you this, as far as when I was speaking back in the day that he was having a hard time making a fight, that was on the back end of Rolly Romero negotiations falling to shit. That was on the back end of Ryan Garcia getting that victory off of Mario Barrios and then turning away from the Devin Haney fight, right? Saying, this guy wants me to do all this extreme testing. I'm not doing it. That fight fell apart. That was on the back end of Eddie Hearn saying Devin is pricing himself out and asking for too much money to fight against Lewis Crocker. I'm not going to do that. I need 2 to 3 fight deals. That was on the back end of a lot of conversations going on, right? That I think we all, if we're being honest, could see that Devin Haney was having a hard time making fights. But like I said, things change, right? Shakur signing to Zuffa is a big deal because they need the big fights. Devin Haney amongst other fights as well, right? So that makes Devin Haney's stock go up. Then you have DAZN now offering these lucrative multiple fight deals for fighters like Teofimo, 18 months, whatever amount of fights are in that deal. That gives more opportunities for the Devin Haneys, and that just opens up the conversation in a different way. This is what it is. You know what I mean? Big Herm said, I agree. Maybe he couldn't get high-profile fights at the start of the year, but the last 3 or 4 months, he's been in conversation to actually get in the ring, Rolly, et cetera. Yeah, but the Rolly fight came with a horrible money opportunity for him. He had to bet on himself and risk not making hardly any kind of money, right? And let's be real right now. If Devin Haney wanted to on any given Sunday, he could have picked up a Jack Catterall. He could have rang the bell of a Tiger Johnson. He could have rang the bell of a Rohan Polanco. There were many of fights out there for him to make, but we know that the Haney business model is the highest and the biggest paydays. And the biggest paydays were becoming very difficult for Devin Haney to get because Turkey looked like he kind of stepped back from Devin a little bit. I don't know if it was because of the Ryan Garcia situation. Was he trying to pressure Devin to make the fight with Ryan Garcia and put the testing to the side and just allow it to just be whatever? I don't know what the conversation was about, right? But without a doubt, there was a point in time where Devin looked like he was not able to make the big fights. But things have changed for him. Things have definitely changed. He's definitely in the I think that he's in the best place in his whole career right now. I don't think I've ever seen as many opportunities on the table for Devin Haney as I do today. I mean, there's always been the fights we want to see Devin Haney in, as far as wanting to see him fight Tank or Shakur or Boots or any of the fights that we wanted to watch him fight, right? But it didn't seem like he had the money behind him to make those fights. Right now, the money in the game wants to see Devin Haney fight Ryan Garcia. They want to see Devin Haney fight Shakur Stevenson. And DAZN, if they are truly getting behind them with some sort of money, they're going to want to see the Keyshawn Davis fight. They're going to want to see these other fights, the Xander Zayas fights, the Jerron Boots Ennis fights. Those are all real opportunities and real money opportunities for Devin Haney. So it's a good time to be Devin Haney, man. It is what it is. Things move. Things happen, man. They change. What did my brother Blue Blood used to say all the time? Things are subject to change in boxing, man. Just like that, man. Just like that. In real time. Shout out to my brother HLD in the building. HL, what's good, man? What's good with your family? You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Let me see. Sabon 4681 says, Clay, Jay Prince have the Haneys in a situation. If he don't fight Keyshawn and drop the belt, he loses leverage. In my opinion, keep cooking, bro. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the belts is a big deal. The belts are a big deal for Devin Haney if he chooses to stay with DAZN. If he chooses to operate in that traditional boxing space, then the belts make a big difference for him. But if Devin Haney goes over to Zuffa Boxing and signs with them, the belts aren't going to be a big deal for him, man, because now he becomes a big prize fighter. He has a machine behind him. So if he wants to fight Jerron Boots Ennis, that's going to be 10, 15 million. If he wants to fight Shakur Stevenson, that's going to be 10 to 15 million. If he wants to fight Ryan Garcia, that's going to be 20 to 30 million, right? Like, these are the big fights that don't need belts in real time. Those fights just need a stage and an audience and a good marketing team behind it to sell the fight to the audience, right? it is what it is. So it is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Let me see. HLD1 says, Clay, you heard Eddie Hearn repeat the same. I did. That Shakur Zuffa needs Haney more than they need them, putting them in a great leverage advantage for negotiations with Zuffa money. Yeah, I mean, I see how Eddie sees it, and you're looking at it, HLD. I just don't see it all the way the same way. I think Eddie clearly has a horse in the race, right? He doesn't want to see Dana White and Zuffa, thrive. So he's going to give one side of the conversation, but there is another side of the conversation. And I've said it before. Shakur Stevenson did not sign a Zuffa Boxing to fight Devin Haney. He's in a multi-fight deal for multi-million dollars, right? For multi-years. They didn't just plan on fighting Devin. So yes, the value of Devin Haney has gone up exponentially based on the fact that I know Zuffa wants that fight, but it's not an end-all be-all. In other words, if Devin doesn't fight Shakur, it doesn't hurt Zuffa or Shakur as bad as people want to think they do. There's a whole nother side to this conversation built around the experience that Zuffa Boxing is trying to give to their audience that Shakur still plays a major role in, right? That's just how it goes. Big Herm in the building with the $5. Big Herm says, salute Clay, always doing the work. Hitchens is suspect and a motor mouth. Salute. Yeah, that's another conversation, Hitchens, right? I'm really watching Hitchens closely, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm watching Richardson Hitchens very closely, man. And I'll talk about him a little bit later. We're about to get in the top of this fight right here. Albert Chop Gonzalez getting ready to defend his position right now. This is a big fight for him here, man. On the back end of this fight, he's looking to do some great things right now. So let's see what he's able to put together here. Albert Chop Gonzalez against Aaron Alameda here as Albert, as we're at the top of the round. Chop holding down the center of the ring right now, looking like the bigger fighter, by the way, easily the bigger fighter right now as Alameda is trying to get the pacing down. Oh, this levels. I can tell you right now already the body language, the speed, the muscle twitch memory of Albert Chop Gonzalez is showing and proving to be another level above Alameda in this ring right now. Alameda is really just kind of waving his head, a little bit, just kind of pawing with his shot. I can already tell you right now, he's very lazy with that lead hand. When he shoots it out there, he doesn't bring it straight back to his face. There's going to be some lead hooks opportunities there. And once Albert, you got that southpaw versus that orthodox position. Once Albert gets that positioning correctly, watch out for those straight right hands that are going to be coming right down the middle and probably touching Alameda when he gets lazy with that lead hand. He's probably going to just start working him to the body with that right hand as well right now as he's just walking him down, catching that lead hand of Alameda right on his gloves, getting that timing down. I mean, easy. I already see a lineup here. 1:45 seconds here. Albert just taking his time right now, processing the data. That southpaw versus that orthodox style clash right now always takes some time to process. But Albert just taking his time right now. And I could just see what he's doing right now. He's really just getting that timing of the lead hand of Alameda right now. And once he gets that timing, he's going to start slipping that and shooting that straight right hand right down the middle, whether it's to the body or whether it's up top. And he's probably going to catch him with a lead hook as well. A lot of opportunities right now as Albert continues. Look at the foot position. Look at the work. Look at the work. Look at the work. Good work. Nice right hand. Straight right hand to the body. He's finding him already. Stepping that left foot outside the lead foot of Alameda right there and finding him with that straight right hand. Able to let off those punches and bunches on Alameda. Alameda needs to make sure he keeps them hands up because when Albert explodes, he's going to let off good 2 to 3 punch combinations, and he punches with bad intentions here. Under a minute left here, 50 seconds left here in the first round right now as Albert's just taking his time, he's just allowing Alameda to let off a couple of punches at a time, catching it on his gloves. He's just getting the timing down. Really getting the timing down, reading all of the intangibles, reading all the little tells that Alameda is letting Gonzalez know by reaching. He's not even shooting his hands out there. He's reaching with his hands. Gonzalez is processing all of that, taking his time, working behind that jab, really just holding his hands at home. And when he gets that opportunity, he's going to step out to the left, shoot that right hand in there, and that's going to be the opening of the dam. Look at that straight right hand right down the middle. It's coming for him. I can tell you. There he goes. Look at that lead foot outside the lead foot of Alameda. There he goes. Feints with that lead hand and shoots that right hand straight down the middle. Looking to touch Alameda with that right hand. Beautiful work here by Albert Gonzalez in that first round. I definitely gave him that first round, but more importantly than the points, I think the data is big for him. I think he found out a lot of information in that round. I'm looking forward to see the adjustments that Robert Garcia's son is going to tell him. We already see what we want. We see what he's doing. He's reaching with that lead hand. He's not bringing it back the way he needs to be bringing it back. And he's not even moving his head off the line that way. You're able to get that positioning on him, keep that lead foot outside of his lead foot. You're going to have opportunity to shoot that right hand and touch him, man. It's about to be a problem in there for Alameda if he doesn't make some big adjustments, man. About to be some straight up problems for him. Chomp, chomp. Alameda. Let's see what adjustments Alameda's going to do. Well, I ain't going to lie to you. I just think Albert Gonzalez is on another level, and I'm looking for the adjustments. I think he has a fighter in front of him that's ready to get touched. He can be way more confident unless Alameda does some big adjustments in this round here. I'm expecting Chop Chop to turn it up big time. There we go. Top of the second round right now. It's Chop Chop once again holding down the center of that ring behind that high guard. A little bit more active with that lead hand. Now he's starting to stab. Punch. Now he's already letting that lead hand go a lot more right now. He's gotten a lot of the timing of Alameda down now. And he's actually, if you pay attention to him, he's kind of not on his back foot, but he's staying home. He's letting Alameda press the action. He's going to walk him into the shot. He's like, look, he's not moving his head that much. Let his hands go. There you go. Nice 1-2 down the middle, gets caught right on the gloves of Gonzalez. He's letting Alameda try to figure out how to get in there. Doubles it up with that jab. Nice straight right hand to the body. Fouls it up with, after he doubles up that jab with a straight right hand up top. Beautiful work. Beautiful work by Albert Gonzalez, taking his time. Look at him reaching. Alameda really reaching with those shots, man. Real slow, telegraphing those shots. Gonzalez just turning him to his left a little bit and just setting him up for those for them right hands, man. Beautiful work. Nice work. Nice straight right hand to the body from Albert Gonzalez there. There he is. He tries to step out to the left. Look at him. He stepped out to the left a little bit, was about to shoot that right hand, but pulled back, feinted him a little bit. But you already see the setup. There he goes. Step out behind that jab. Nice straight right hand. Down the middle, gets caught in the gloves as Alameda. Continues to walk out to his left. Step out to his left. Keep that head right on the line with that right hand. As Alameda is trying to feint, shoot that lead hand. Nice 1-2 down the middle. Pushes Alameda right against the ropes there. We're down 1 minute, 30 seconds left in this round right now. Alameda reaching out there with that left hand. Needs to pay attention, man. Pull that hand back. Good work to the body right there. Nice straight right hand for Gonzalez. Lands again. Another right hand lands for Gonzalez. Right hand lands to the body of Gonzalez. Puts him down with a big body shot. Big right hand to the body. Puts Alameda down. I don't think he's getting up for this one, ladies and gentlemen. The writing was on the wall as Alameda's working on getting up, but can't do it. I think it's the end of it. It's over. It gets waved off in the second round. Albert Gonzalez stepping it up. I saw the writing on the wall, guys. I swear to you, I saw the writing on the wall. Wow, man. Great performance by Chop Chop Gonzalez, showing that there's levels in the game. That's the kind of performance you want to put together. I'll be honest with you. I would love to see Albert Chop Chop Gonzalez against Nick Ball. Let's send him overseas. Eddie Hearn, Matchroom, make it happen, put it together, bring him to your backyard, bring him to the UK, and let's see Albert Gonzalez get a big win and find him in the conversations of eliminators or maybe even a championship fight. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see. Easy work for Chop Chop Gonzalez. Easy work. Easy work. Low-key says, nah, we want Shushu. Nah, Shushu ain't in the conversation for him. He's not even in the WBC rankings. He's in the WBO and the IBF rankings right now. The big fight for him is Nick Ball, I'm telling you. He's not, Shushu's looking at unifications. Shushu's not going to fight Albert. Albert Gonzalez is all risk, no rewards right now. He brings nothing to the table for Shushu but liability, right? He's very dangerous. The big fight for Albert Gonzalez right now, in my opinion, is Nick Ball. I don't know what they plan on doing him. That's the fighting I see. That's the fight I see on the wall. I ain't going to lie to you. It is what it is. Shushu and Chop Chop is a fire fight, but why should Shushu take that fight? It is what it is. HLD says, Clay heard the terrible news on the passing of Hannah Rapp. Yeah, I heard, man. Accident in Indiana. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. She's the tough girl who last fought the champ Tiara Brown. I know, man. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, man. Big facts, HLD. Rest in peace, man. Rest in peace. Shout out to everybody in the building here. Shout out to Oso Wilson with the $2. Salute, I appreciate the love. Thanks for the color in the chat. Says, is the venue a little too big for a Pacheco fight? They betting on Pacheco, man. Pacheco, listen, Diego Pacheco has been working on trying to build his home team. He stayed home. He brought in Buddy McGirt. He said, listen, I want my own team. I want to be a star. You know, he turned down the fight with Hamza Shiraz. He says that Eddie told him, you don't need to go to Riyadh. You're not the B-side, right? They're giving you B-side treatment. You're a big star as well. Let's build up your fan base. So now he's back home in L.A. He's built up a team. Let's see if he can get that turnout. This fight right here kind of dictates who is this guy going to be? Who is this guy going to be moving forward? Diego Pacheco in the conversation of 168. Big stars in 168 right now. Obviously, we know Hamza Shiraz is fighting next week as well, right? That's another big star at 168. We just saw Jaime Munguia on that Cinco de Mayo card put on a crazy performance against Armando Resendez and pick up a WBA title. Big star in the division. Jamal Charlo was supposed to be in the conversation of fighting Tim on that Tim Tszyu card, on that Errol Spence Tim Tszyu card. Doesn't look like that's going to work out for him, but he's still a big player at 168. And there's a plethora of other fighters, Ozzy Iglesias and a bunch of other fighters that are in that division who are shaking things up. And obviously we know Canelo is there. Obviously Christian and Billy, those guys are there. Obviously big stars. So Diego Pacheco needs to show and prove tonight in that ring if he's really like that. A, and B, let's see if the crowd in Los Angeles really supports him like that. They're interviewing Arnold Albert Gonzalez right now. Let me see what they're talking about. I'll put you guys on mute for a hot second as I listen to this. Yeah, great work. Great work in the ring by Albert Gonzalez here as he's I didn't even know. I thought Albert Gonzalez was Matchroom. So okay. So Albert Gonzalez is Top Rank. My bad. I made a mistake there. So yeah, naturally he's gonna be looking to get in the ring with a Shushu Carrington or Rafael Espinosa, right? Or Angelo Leo. But I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Those guys is looking to fight each other. They're not looking to fight Albert Gonzalez. I'm just being honest. You know what I mean? Let's call it how we're going to call it. I don't know. Maybe the zone could get involved with this and make those fights happen. Maybe that's the fight the zone wants to see happening. But I can't imagine that a unification is not more attractive, even for the zone, rather than seeing Albert Gonzalez get in that conversation. Now, Shushu, you know, is a fighter that even Monster Inoue looked at one point in time. He's in those conversations. He's number 2 right now in the Ring Magazine rankings. I just don't see why that team would get in the ring with this kid. This kid is dangerous. I mean, he's very skilled, good timing, great IQ, great patient, great poise, great body punches. That's not the way it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to lie to you. Let's see what his next fight's going to be. I continue to campaign and say, if you can't get none of those champions, how about that? If you can't get none of those champions, then I like a Nick Ball fight for him, man. I think that fight is a big fight for him. An ex-champion right there kind of just puts him in the conversation in a whole different way. He'll get the attention of the space, and probably maybe the zone who'll be willing to put some big money behind him to see him in one of these big fights that he's asking for, right? It is what it is. Birdman says, Clay mixing up the names. He's going to be Arnold Bell by the end of the night. Yeah, I keep saying Arnold, man. I'm going to say Albert, bro. Lord Child, man. Albert, Chop Gonzalez. I don't know why I'm thinking Arnold for. By the way, the crowd loves Albert Gonzalez, man. The crowd was really cheering heavy for him. The people that were there in the building, they were liking what he was saying. I like him. I think Chop is a great fighter, man. I thought what I just saw here was great, man. The body work was amazing. The body work was amazing. really put this dude down. I always love to see good body work, especially from a quote unquote prospect level fighter. Just takes certain patience and a certain skill set to be able to be that effective with that, man. Shout out to Welcome Down, Van Howard in the building, Cheeks in the building, letting y'all know the next thing and the best thing that y'all should be doing right now, which is hitting that like button, subscribe to the channel. Without a doubt, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It's the best thing you could do outside of putting some color in the chat, hitting the Cash App, you know, things of that nature. You know what I mean? Let me check the Cash App, see if anybody hit me with anything. I don't think nobody did, though. I'm sure somebody would have said something. Somebody would have said something. Let me check it anyway, just in case. Let me check it anyway, just in case. Oh, no, the Cash App has been hit. Good Lord. My bad. Let me show some love here. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. Hold on a second here. Let me see here. Shout out to Roy Cuevas. Roy Cuevas, man, I appreciate you with the $10, man. I appreciate the love, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, family. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for the love, man. You got to check that Cash App a little more periodically, right? Thank you, brother. I appreciate the support, man. I think next week I'm going to be heading out to New York, so definitely hit the Cash App, hit the super chats, man, because I'm supposed to be heading out to the Zuffa boxing event next week. I don't know if I'm able to get any interviews or what kind of access. I'm trying to see if I can get media access to it. I got somebody working on that for me, but worst case scenario, either way, I'm going to be out there watching the fight, get that experience of being in the building and seeing how they're putting it together out there. And obviously I know some people that's going to be on the card and, you know, some of the managers. And so I'm going to try to rub elbows, right? Rub elbows out there and make those connections. But I'm real excited to go out there. So yeah, definitely put the color in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Hit the color in the chat. I got to head out to New York. You know what I mean? Pay for all types of traveling and things of that nature, man. So I appreciate all the support, man. Shout out to all you guys in the building, man. 85 plus people in the building. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, man. Let's get it up, man. We're on our way to 5K. On God. Yeah, Big Herm says you're on the East Coast. Yeah, man, I'm in PA, man. So, but I'm from New York, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going out there, go see my mom, and probably going to link up with Blue Blood, you know what I mean? Maybe me and Blue might do a live. We always talking about doing a live in person. So maybe we might link up and do that as well over the weekend. Blue don't live far from my mom's crib. Yeah, he actually lives real close to where my mom lives, so there's a good chance I'll go out there and probably will more likely link up with him here. Let me see here. Big Herm says you plan to hit more NYC bouts in the future. 100%. That's a game plan, right? To hit. I want to hit as many New York events as I can, and even in Philadelphia and DC. You know what I'm saying? Get out a little bit more and get to these fights, man. I get so caught up in calling the fights because I'm trying to build this channel. I like calling the fights. I like building the community up like that. I think you guys like it when I call the fight, so I don't go to the fight so I can call the fights. But I'm gonna start mixing it up a little bit more when these fights end up here on the East Coast. I'm gonna try to get out there more because I got people who want to see me at the fights. You know what I'm saying? You know, maybe some of you guys, but also like, you know, I got people in the game that like, come on, man, you come out this way. You know what I mean? I'm having different kind of conversations these days. In the background, my conversations are a little bit different with a lot of people in the game. So I gotta split my time up and make it make sense. Do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Do the right thing for the channel and do the right thing for the brand. You know what I mean? True Power Media in the building. I appreciate you, man. Says, my bad. I'm doing a carne asada right now. Listen to Clay commentary, best of the best. Yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt, brother. No doubt, man. Them carne asadas. Yo, when I get out to California, LA, bro, I love carne asada burritos from those food trucks, bro. Oh my God. If my brother Eric wasn't here right now, my boy Eric right now, he living out there in Santa Monica, surfing and shit, doing his thing, ex-Army Ranger. But when I go out there, I'm usually around him. He knows already. He's like, I already know what you want. Take me to the first Mexican food truck or hole in the wall, bro. I want me a carne asada burrito with the onions and the cilantro, bro, and the beans. You know what I mean? I want that straight up, you know what I'm saying? Steak burrito, bro, right off the truck with some of that home house hot sauce. No, don't give me that. The Valentino's could, the top, what is it? The tapia or tapito. I can't remember what it said is good. You know, nah, I want that I want that hot sauce that come in that little plastic cup. You know what I'm saying? That little plastic cup of hot sauce. That's what I need, man. I'm telling you. Give me a minute, man. Sit back in the corner and chill. Don't talk to me, bro. Let me finish my burrito, bro. Let me do my thing, man. And then we can get to the rest of the conversation, what I'm going to do while I'm out in your city. But let me do this real quick. Give me this minute to myself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Camp 804, Virginia. I don't eat no pork, don't touch my fork, bro. You know what I'm saying? So the carnitas, they used to be good. I've had them before, man. The carnitas were good, but man, those carne asada burritos is all day for me, man. HLD says, Clay, I know of someone who's hiring to have someone cover NYC fights. If you're interested, let me know. Yeah, whatever you can do, man. Plug me, bro. Plug me, HL. Whatever you got for me, man. Give me, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you can do, man. If I can't, I can't, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure I can. I'm trying to make time to do those things, man. So whatever you can help me with, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate the whole community, man. I appreciate the whole community for supporting what I'm doing over here, bro. So whatever anybody got for me, I appreciate it. I got this big ass jug. Yo, this coffee was filled up like it's too much coffee for a man, bro. I'm about done though. Now I got to get on my water, right? But I've definitely been on my call. Let me see. Birdman Jr. says, scroll up a bit, Clay. Scroll up. Let me see. Birdman, hit the like button. You got to check out. Okay, I see. Hold on a second here. You got to check out those tacos in Compton, bro. A1. No doubt, man. No doubt. Now, I never really hung out in Compton like that. When I was in the military, I used to go to LA every weekend. My boy really stayed out there, around Crenshaw area. What was that area over there? I wasn't necessarily in Compton. Compton was in an area we were in a lot. And I mean, there's obvious reasons for that, right? Because people that I was hanging around wasn't hanging around in Compton, right? My friends just wasn't from Compton. You know how LA is, very territorial, very, you know what I'm saying? And not to say that my friends were banging like that or doing anything like that, but it was just certain areas, you know how it is. They're like, yeah, we don't drive over there. I'm like, all right, it's cool. I ain't from here, bro. I only driving where I ain't supposed to be driving. So I wasn't in Compton per se like that. I drove past Compton, but we never went into Compton, if you understand what I'm saying. Like, we never went into the jungle and things of that nature. We wasn't playing those games. We knew not to do that. You know what I'm saying? But definitely all through Cali, man. All through the Slauson flea markets. I used to be all through Cali, bro. All through Cali, man. From 29 Palms to the Palm Deserts to all through Los Angeles, San Diego, Gaslamp District, man. We used to get it in Cali, man. When I was in the military, we used to go out there and I'm surprised I ain't had no kids out in Cali. we was diabolical in Cali, bro. Cali lit, baby. Oh, man, bro. Cali was lit, man. Watts, yeah. Been out towards Watts for sure. For sure, I had family out there in Gardena, Carson, you know what I'm saying? Had friends all out there. Was all out in those areas for sure. For sure. Walaikum salam, rahmatullah, barakatuh, my Aki fly frequency in the building. Salute. Let me see here. What do you see here? I got Michael White 056 in the building says, y'all think Chop Chop will give Shushu problems? Very possibly. Yo, Chop Gonzalez is a great fighter, bro. Coming out of that Robert Garcia, that Robert Garcia program, man. I mean, Robert Garcia's name rings bells now. His system, his way of training, his facility, his academy is producing A1 Mexican fighters. Absolute one Mexican fighters. And Albert Gonzalez happens to be one of those guys. Without a doubt, if Shushu gets in the ring with Albert Gonzalez, he's going to have to be the best version of himself. You got a young, hungry, disciplined fighter in Albert Chop Gonzalez. And Shushu can hit those levels and beat a Chop Gonzalez, but he cannot lollygag. He can't walk around. He can't be lazy. He's got to be the best version. He knows this. I don't need to keep saying this. Shushu's watching out. He knows what that is. He knows that that's a tall task, but I don't think it's a task too tall for him. I think he's able to answer those questions, and I think that's what makes Shushu such a great fighter, is that he'd be able to beat an Albert Gonzalez. But on the same token, Albert Gonzalez is 100% capable of beating Shushu Carrington. Facts. Big Herm, no, I was in the Navy. I was a paramedic corpsman, but I was stationed with the Marines in 29. So I was stationed with the Marines and 29 Palms Marine Corps McCaxey, right? I was out there in 29. I was stationed with the air ground support element, AGSC support element, air ground support element out there. We was running all those drones that they flying out, those big, I can't remember the names of them, but that's what we were doing over there. And I was a paramedic and running the war games out there, right? I was a paramedic out there for a lot of the war games in the desert in 29. You know what I'm saying? Birdman Jr. in the building said, I'd like to see Chop Chop versus Joette first before a title fight. I mean, Joette Gonzalez would be a decent little fight, but I think he can do better. You know what I mean? I don't know. If he has to fight Joette Gonzalez, I agree with you. That could be a decent fight, 100%. But I ain't gonna lie to you. The fight I want to see him in is against Nick Ball. Looking right now in the locker room right now, we're watching Andy Cruz work with Bozy Ennis, man. Andy Cruz and Bozy Ennis working it out, man, really melting together. I'm liking what I'm seeing going on in the back right there. I'm seeing Bozy on his front foot right now, moving around, man. He looked like, Bozy's just different. He's just old school, man. Putting it together with Andy Cruz in the back room right now. Andy Cruz, man, big fight for Andy Cruz tonight, man. And I know people are going to say, who is he fighting? Who is Andy Cruz fighting? It's not about who he's fighting. It's about what he's getting ready to do next, right, guys? Andy Cruz is talking about going to the 130-pound division, which I think is a big move for him. Solid move for him at 130 pounds. Big fights on there. I would love to see Andy Cruz in the ring with a Raymond Morataya, right? Big fight for him down there. I'd love to see him in the ring, even with the old Shaquille Foster. You know what I'm saying? And all those fights at 130 are there for him to be made. I think the size and the skill set causes issues. But Andy Cruz right now, 7 fights into his professional career, 6 wins, 1 loss. He needs to make a decision. And I don't want to say it's an identity crisis, but who is Andy Cruz, and can Andy Cruz be who he really wants to be at 135 right now? I'm sure he could push it and make it happen, but at 5'9", I think he stands a good chance of causing a lot of problems down there at 130. Keep in mind, we're getting ready to see a lot of 126 pounders like Rafael Espinosa and Angela Leo and Shushu Carrington at some point or another make their way to the 130-pound division. So I think that's a great place for Andy Cruz to be there. If he could receive those fighters as a champion in that division, wow, man, big fights at 130. Try to wrap your mind around that, right? It is what it is. Andy Cruz needs to have a great win tonight, 100%, Michael White. He needs to have a great performance tonight, man. This fighter who he has in front of him, in my opinion, is a fighter who he should be looking great against. You know what I'm saying? Who's he fighting tonight? Andy's fighting against Abraham Montoya, right? Abraham Montoya. Let's look at Abraham Montoya's record right now. Abraham Montoya comes in the ring right now with 24 wins, 7 losses, 14 knockouts, right? In his last 4 fights, he's won 2, lost 2. Both fights he won by split decisions, and both fights he won were by split decisions, and both fights that he lost were by unanimous decisions. 90-100, 92-98, 93-97 scorecards. You know what I'm saying? 91-99, 94-96, 91-99 scorecards when he lost to lesser fighters. So at the end of the day, Andy Cruz should really shine tonight, really put on a great performance. I'll be honest with you, I'd like to see him stop. If he would have stopped Montoya tonight, that'd be great, because Montoya's never been stopped before. You know what I mean? He's just lost to decisions, right? He's never been actually stopped before. So if he's able to stop Montoya, whoa, that'd be a tall task. But I definitely want to see him at a minimum dominate this guy tonight, 100%. No doubt. Let me see. J Pitt City says, I think Shu's staying as long as he can for anyway. Yeah, he is. You're right, J Pitt. He is going to stay as long, but eventually he's going. I mean, the weight cuts, Shu's almost 30 years old. He's been fighting at 126 his whole entire career at this point. He can't do it too much longer. And that's another reason why I don't see Shushu Carrington fighting Albert Gonzalez. Why? When every single one of my fights at 126 right now matter to me. If Albert Gonzalez wants to get in the ring with me, go get a title. Find somebody else. Go get something for me that helps me achieve what I'm trying to achieve. You know what I mean? If you can get in the line of what I'm trying to do, then we're going to fight. But other than that, Shushu's either fighting other champions at this point, or he's probably looking to to go to 130, because at the end of the day, we don't know how long it's going to take Monster Inoue to get up there in all reality. Unless they can really solidify something, it looks like Monster Inoue is looking to make that fight with Bam Bam Rodriguez, and that fight's probably not going to happen until early 2027, right? Maybe it happens at the end of this year. Maybe we see Bam Bam and Monster Inoue figure out the end of this year, but at a minimum, Shushu ain't going to see Monster Inoue until 2027. So, yeah, I'm not getting in the ring and risking my big fight, my big payday against Albert Gonzalez. No way. No way. We're not doing that. You know what I mean? No reason to do that. Pugilism in the building says, got Andy Ruiz behind him too. We about to see some pressure and volume on Cruz. Andy knockdown is plus 900, replacement opponent, basically not an Albert Bell style. Okay. Big Herm said Shushu bigger than Alicia, and they fighting around the same. Is crazy. Yeah, man. No doubt. Shout out to everybody in the building, 100 plus people in the building. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Support the grind. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Hit the like button. Appreciate you guys, man. Oh, shout out to Roy Cuevas. Hold on a second here. Oh, sorry. My bad, bro. Let me read the message. Shout out to my brother Birdman in the building, showing love, man, with another $10, man. I appreciate you, brother. Birdman Jr. in the building, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, brother. Sorry about that, man. Sorry about that, brother. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man. This one right here should be a good one, man. Andy Cruz looking to have a big performance here. If he can really do his thing here, he can maybe leverage something. Maybe he can get into the IBF conversation. You know what I mean? I don't know what they're going to rank him down there at 130, but, you know, this fight right here is going to make a big difference for him. Guys, remember, he was getting ready to fight Albert Bell going into this fight. This was supposed to be an IBF eliminator. Things changed. Albert Bell went ahead and fought Abdullah Mason. We know how that one ended right there. But instead of jumping into a big fight that was going to keep him in the championship conversations, he's kind of taking a step back to a little bit of a degree to go against Abraham Montoya. But that is on the back end of him announcing that he's going to go to 130 after this fight. So this performance right here, I'm not saying it's a stay busy fight, but it probably is something closer to that. But knowing Bozianis, they're looking to make a statement here. So they go into a 130-pound division with some momentum behind them, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Shout out to my brother, Keen Blake says, Clay, you're doing a great job now. Tour Voice is my TV, right? Now on a double shift. Best boxing voice in the game, no doubt. No doubt. Salute. Michael White in the building says, yeah, 126 low-key cracking. Angelo Lee, Brandon Figueroa, Shushu, Rafael Espinoza. No doubt, man. No doubt, man. J Pitt said it's sad. Maul Charlo gonna miss that Spence card. Yeah, man. The top of the first round right now, as we've got Andy Cruz using his movement already using his movement. And already you can see the big size difference, man. Without a doubt, you can see Andy Cruz doesn't belong in this division, man. He should be at 126. Look at how big Montoya is already in comparison to him. Really big. Stepping to Andy Cruz right now as Andy Cruz is just taking his time, working behind that high guard. Good work by Andy Cruz, working him to the body, pushing Montoya back, stepping right to him right now, putting some big punches together on Montoya. Montoya's slow and tough Mexican fighter. You can already see kind of what he's doing, but Andy's right there in the mix here, working it with Montoya inside that close range, able to put those punches together, showing that his athleticism is going to be a problem for Montoya to find Andy Cruz, working behind that jab, touching him to the body, controlling that range, not allowing Montoya to collapse that pocket. Great work from Andy Cruz. We're already hitting the 2-minute mark as Andy Cruz just taking his time, touching him to the body. Nice straight right hand to the body behind that lead hand. There we go. Times him up with a nice lead uppercut. Look for Andy Cruz to hit Montoya with some good clean punches, and Montoya is kind of like a big Frankenstein, just walking down, touching him with straight shots behind that jab, straight right hands, trying to find Andy Cruz. But Andy Cruz using that athleticism, using that movement to turn, time up, touching to the body. Referee separates him. Regular, right? Very athletic Andy Cruz, man, taking his time, just controlling that range and that distance, boxing, right? Taking it back to that Olympic pedigree that he has. Good work to the body, good work behind that jab. Andy Cruz is just very fast, man. Nice straight right hand to the body. Montoya catches him with a nice left hand on the way in there, trying to rip some big right hands to the body, but really just telegraphing a lot of those shots. Nice short right hand from Andy Cruz, rips another left hand to the body. He's able to just touch Montoya before he can even process what's going on. Another left hook to the body, touches him back on that jab, just turning him, walking out to his left as Montoya's trying to figure out how to cut that ring off. Montoya taking his time, catching him on those ropes right there, trying to work him to the body. Really just letting his punches go so slow. You can see his punches coming from a mile away, man. And he just touching him to the body, working him. Nice overhand right lands for Andy Cruz back on that jab. I would advise him to get off those damn ropes, but I don't know, man. He must feel comfortable there. Must feel comfortable letting Montoya walk him down, walk him into these shots, using his movement in his athleticism to create space and opportunity to touch Montoya with some big shots. Nice right hand, short little right hand. Good work to the body again on Montoya right there as Montoya continues to apply that pressure, shoots that lead hand out there and tries to catch him with a nice lead hook. Nice straight right hand lands for Montoya in that exchange there. Andy Cruz is becoming a little complacent against those ropes right there, feeling comfortable. Turns Montoya nice and hits him with a nice right hand when he turns him. Good work. 1-2 down the middle. Montoya working him to that body, applying that pressure, bringing that William Zepeda energy to Andy Cruz. Just touching him to the body. Not so much a volume puncher, but applying that pressure. Good round in the bank here. I give that round to Andy Cruz, who seems to be just having a good time. I don't know how Bozy feels about him sitting on the ropes the way he was towards the end of that round, but we'll see if there's any adjustments made, right? Cruz with the 10 round, 1 round to nil. Montoya down 1 round. Let's see if Montoya is able to make any adjustments to make this fight a little bit more competitive. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, man. Hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, man. You got Immanuwel Aleem in the back right now with a nice little fade cut. This is going to be a big fight for Diego Pacheco, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll talk about it more as that fight kicks in because we're getting ready to go into the second round here. But Diego Pacheco needs to put on a great performance here tonight. The arena is still not filled in right now. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? One fight away from seeing Diego Pacheco in the room, in the building, and I don't see a lot of people in the building. It is what it is. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left right here in the second round, as Andy Cruz continues to put on the boxing clinic, working behind that jab. Last round towards the end, we saw Andy Cruz getting a little complacent, sitting against the ropes. Let's see if Bozy gave him some instructions to go ahead and keep this fight in the center of the ring, turn this guy, work behind that lead hand and set up that right hand on those opportunities. Use that lateral movement as Montoya's trying to figure out how to cut this ring off. Nice work, getting off the angles. Good shots right there by Andy Cruz. Nice hook, nice right overhand right, followed up with a lead hand and then shoots a straight lead hand to the body again, using that movement. Get off those ropes. There we go. As Montoya's trying to club, backs up off Andy a little bit, kind of tired of chasing Andy Cruz around the ring, not really effectively cutting the ring off for Andy Cruz, who's using all of that. He's using all of that movement. Andy, I don't know what happened right there. I don't know if it was he got hit with a low blow or what happened right now. But it is what it is. The referee kind of gave him some space there. 1:40 seconds left here in this second round right now as Montoya's telegraphing these big shots that are not coming anywhere near touching Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz able to domesticate him behind that lead hand and using his legs, using that lateral movement. Montoya trying to catch him and slow him down, trying to hit him with that big overhand right. And right when he tries to telegraph that big overhand right, Andy stops him in his tracks with that jab, man. 1:15 seconds getting ready to hit here, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. Watching Andy Cruz put together a clinic here on Abraham Montoya. Just taking his time, stabbing him to the body with that right hand now. Just taking the gas away from Montoya as Montoya continues to try to find Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz touching him to the body, just touching him to the body, taking his time, hitting him with some straight right hands, letting Montoya to kind of, deplete the gas tank a little bit and coming back, touching him to the body, turned Montoya against the ropes, showing that dog in him. There's that close range that athleticism gives Andy Cruz the opportunity to do a lot of things inside those close range. Nice work to the body right there from Montoya. Follows it up with another overhand right here. Montoya touches him with an overhand right. Andy doubling up on that right hand, touching man Montoya with great shots here. He might stop him here as Montoya looks like he's on his way to be on the ground right now. Takes a deep breath right there on the back end of the referee, separating him there. And there's a lead uppercut from Andy Cruz, followed up by a good jab right there, touching that body. Looks like Montoya might be gassing himself out a little bit in combination with the body campaign that Andy Cruz has been putting on Montoya. Good straight right hand to the body right there for Andy Cruz. Andy Cruz finding nice right hand, puts Montoya on his pockets. What a straight right hand, catches Montoya and gets him down. The referee on 5, 6, 7. Montoya breathing hard, trying to get himself together, say that he's ready for this. Is there enough time here in this round for Andy Cruz to stop him? It's the end of the round. Montoya gets put down. What a big right hand. Puts Montoya on his pockets. Look at Montoya taking deep breaths right now as he's heading into the corner. The body campaign of Andy Cruz compounding interest for Andy Cruz, and he finds him with that right hand, knocks down an exhausted Montoya, who's bleeding from his mouth right now. What a straight right hand from Montoya, man. And this is the kind of performance we want to see from Andy Cruz, getting ready to go down to 130, putting 130 on notice, letting him know when I get down there, it's not just a slick fighter coming down there. It's just not a fighter with IQ. I got some punching power. And if you don't get out of the way, these right hands, you can go down just like the rest of them, right? J Pitt City in the building with the $5. Man, appreciate you. Says Keyshawn thanked every single god in the universe that Andy Cruz lost. Never seen a man so happy. A man from the amateurs losing, no doubt, man. Keyshawn was very happy with the turnout of that Raymond Moritaya fight, man. He felt like that finally got put to rest. And I feel Keyshawn, right? I ain't gonna lie, I ain't even mad at Keyshawn, because in the end of the day, he did not want to go back and fight somebody who's 5, 6, 7, and 0 just to prove a point because of a loss he took in the amateurs. I don't know right now. They saying his jaw's broken. What are they looking at right now? He got hit. Are they trying to say his jaw's broken and Andy Cruz break his jaw? I don't understand. Oh, he's got a cut on his lip. He's got a cut on his lip they're trying to look at. So I guess a tooth or the mouthpiece went. I don't know. It is what it is, man. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. 100 plus people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. Let's watch the channel grow as Andy Cruz puts on his clinic here. He's got Montoya hurt, man. Montoya still hasn't really recovered from that straight right hand. The body work, the overhand right to left hook, straight right hand, another right hand. The referee might just get in there and stop this. Montoya doesn't look like he has an answer for what's going on in here. As Andy Cruz is putting together his punches. Andy needs to pay attention. Don't get hit with a straight right hand, but overall putting on a masterclass as he's supposed to. You know, Abraham Montoya, not a top 10, high level fighter like that. But at the end of the day, Andy doing what he's supposed to do, man. And this is what Eddie Hearn wanted. This is what Bozy Annis wanted. They wanted an opportunity for this guy to put together a masterclass clinic, put 130 on notice, and Andy's doing it right there, looking for the stoppage, putting the straight right hands. And there it goes. Stoppage. First time Abraham Montoya has been stopped in his whole career. Inside of the third round, Andy Cruz puts on the masterclass. Beautiful work. Beautiful work, man. Beautiful work, man.
You ain't qualified to give motherfucking rules on the fucking game, you fucking bozo. Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, man. Put it together, man. Curtis Robinson in the building showing love with the $5, man. Thank you for putting some color in the chat, man. I appreciate the support and the love, man. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Cash App is scrolling at the bottom of the screen as well. If you guys want to hit the Cash App, show some love. I appreciate it. And the color in the chat, of course, is always appreciated, man. Thanks for all the color in the chat tonight, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. What's going on here? Did this freeze? Okay, no, it didn't freeze. Beautiful work. Beautiful work by Andy Cruz in this fight. And this was literally the performance I wanted to see from Andy Cruz. I wanted to see him put it together that way. And I'll be honest with you, Abraham Montoya has never been stopped in his career. So granted, yes, his record is 24 wins with 7 losses, right? 14 knockouts. This guy's, but he's never been stopped before. So this was a big win for him. I'm not listening to the sound right now. I don't know what the commentators are saying right now, but the biggest thing is that he was able to stop this dude inside of 3 rounds very early, showed that his levels to this game. I mean, Abraham Montoya obviously is going to protest the stoppage because He's feel like he's seen some tough times. But at the end of the day, man, shout out to Andy Cruz, man. And between me and you, I think 130 is getting ready to get put on notice, man. I think he's going to do a lot of work at 130, man. As long as that weight cut isn't too much for him, which it doesn't seem like it will be, I'm expecting him to be even quicker, more athletic, and way more menacing at 130, man. I think Eddie Hearn gets the fighter he wanted and who he pictured being in the professional space at 130 in comparison to what he got from him at 135, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hit the like button. I should be over 100 likes, man. I don't think I am. Right? We're at 87 likes, man. Let's get over 100, man. We could do that. That's nothing. There's more than enough people in the building right now to put me over 100 likes. Let's do our job. I'm going to do my job. That's for sure.
They laughing at you, nigga.
If you ain't hitting the like button,
they laughing at you, nigga.
That's all I can say, right? You just playing yourself if you ain't hitting that like button, man. Hit the like button, man. I'm just saying, if you ain't hitting the like button, you out here moonlighting. I don't know what to say, man. Let's see what they're going to say in the ring, man. I'm going to take a moment and see what they say in the ring, man. If Andy Cruz puts anybody on notice or calls somebody up, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Nah, man, that hot sauce is me all day, baby. I'm Haitian, baby. We do the spiciness, man. The pickles, the hot sauce. We get busy, man. I love the hot sauce, man. The hot sauce make everything better, man. It make everything better, man. You know what I mean? Why go to 130 to be avoided? I mean, that's Eddie Hearn's job, right? Eddie Hearn's job is to make sure that Andy Cruz gets those opportunities, right? So hopefully nobody's ducking and chucking at 130. You know what I mean? Hopefully we don't see that happen. But that's up to Eddie Hearn to make the work happen. But at 130, he's going to be menacing. At 135, you know, he could do the work at 135. I think he could have still campaigned at 135 and made some fights happen. But you picture him getting in the ring with a Floyd Schofield Jr., or Abdullah Mason, or I'm not Shakur, but Abdullah Mason, Floyd Schofield Jr., or Raymond Morataya again. You know what I mean? Just certain fighters are packing a lot of punching power. You know what I mean? And I just feel like he just has to be way more defensively aware at 135. Whereas you saw how he let his hands go here against a big fighter like Montoya, who just really didn't have the reflexes and the athleticism to keep up with him. But at 130, I think he can kind of be more on an even playing field, and we'll see him being a little bit more of an exciting fighter, let his hands go a little bit more, and probably see more stoppages for him. I'll be honest with you, right? It is what it is. It is what it is. Let me go ahead and hear out what's going on here in the corner here. This guy's asking stupid questions. He needs to get right to it. Talk about 130, man. Asking him what he saw in Montoya. Montoya was a big, slow ass, Mexican tough fighter, man. It was a fighter who was there to give Andy Cruz an opportunity to showcase what he did. The big questions, we can't make this all day, man. We got another fight to get into. Talk to this man about 130, man. Come on now. Talk to him about 130. Don't waste time. There it is. He just put 130 on notice. He says he was being asked questions earlier this week. He wanted to focus on his fight. He didn't want to answer the questions, but I've been telling you guys for over a month now, right? The rumors were circulating in space, and it made sense. Even the night of the fight when he lost against Raymond Moritaya, the conversation was whether or not he needed to be at 130. I kind of feel like Eddie Hearn spoke to it a little bit as well, as far as a conversation happening. You know, he felt like at a minimum we should be having a conversation about it. Does Andy Cruz shine better at 130? I've been there for a long time now. Andy Cruz has always been a small 135 pounder. I'm super excited to see him go to 130. I think that's exactly where he should go, man. I'm stoked, man. I want to see him do his thing, man. I want to see him do his thing. Shout out to Pop Shop Talk in the building, man. Pop Shop says, really, Clay? I don't understand. What do you mean, really? Talk to me, Pop Shop. What do you mean, really? What'd I say? Talk to me. Talk to me. Pugilism says, come on, man. Key can't be running from Andy while hunting down Haney. Keep winning, though. Andy always come at the scope. Hey, at the end of the day, bro, I'm going to be real with you. Andy Cruz and Keyshawn Davis ain't in the same conversation at all right now. Keyshawn Davis at 147, chasing down a big fight with Devin Haney. Looks like that might be the next fight we're going to see right now. Andy Cruz is 7 wins right now, 1 loss in his record. He needs some signature wins. He needs to become a champion. He needs to build up his stock. He can't continue to operate on the history between him and Keyshawn Davis in an amateur space. Andy has to do what he needs to do right now. I'm way more excited about Andy Cruz going down to 130 and having some real impactful moments here, man. There Andy is kissing his woman right there. Beautiful woman he's got there. There you go, Andy, man. That's how you do it, man. You know what I mean? Showing love on his way out the ring. I'm sure his team is very happy and excited for him. They know what it's going to look like at 130 for him. At 130, he's going to be able to do some big things. So looking forward to see what Andy Cruz does at 130 pounds, man. 100%, man. 100%. Jay Pitt City says he ain't chase, he ran, Clay. Shout out my brother HLD says, yeah, but Andy is fighting at 135 because it pays more, yet he only made $200,000 a night. Ouch. Leave it to HLD to put out the man's money problems, right? But that's what it's about, though, right? Like Andy Cruz at 135 right now in a way more dangerous division. Like you said, big money, this, that, and the other. He only gets paid $200,000 a night. He needs to build up his resume. So, look, man, he's not young, but he's not so old that he can't take some time right now, go down to 130, have about 3 to 5 fights, get a title for himself, leverage that title into the 135 conversation. There's Alicia Baumgardner in the building right there. Leverage that 130-pound, those accolades at the 135 division to get into big fights and immediately put himself into some big conversations with whoever might be there. 135, the landscape is being terraformed right now with Abdullah Mason putting on the performance he just did down there at 135 pounds. Looks like he's one of the most dangerous lit fighters right now. He was on over 825,000 people watching put on that performance against Albert Bell. And not just because he didn't dominate Albert Bell, but the fight was so exciting. He closed it out like a real champion. Floyd Schofield Jr. and Lucas Body look like they're about to iron out their differences. Wow. Look at the punch stats. CompuBox, he just demolished Montoya. Montoya never had a chance. He was outclassed from round 1. Inside of 3 rounds, man. 96 thrown punches for Andy Cruz, 49 landed, 51% accuracy, man. Wow, man. Montoya just never had a chance. So, yeah, he gets to come back. By the time he gets back at 135, there should be a unified champion in the division. He should have built some buzz for himself at 130. O'Shaquie Foster will be moving to 135, right? Emmanuel Navarrete will probably be moving up to 135 at some point. If he doesn't fight them at 130, he'll get them at 135. The division is going to get very interesting at 135. And I think if Andy gets that resume right and gets that experience right at 130, he's even a bigger dance partner and threat at 135 for any of those guys, right? It is what it is. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. 133 plus people in the building here. We're getting ready to go into the main event. Diego Pacheco against Immanuwel Aleem. Let's have a conversation about this fight right here. 168-pound division, guys. This division is wide open on the back end of what Terrence Crawford did to Canelo Alvarez, collecting all those belts and then retiring, vacating those belts, relit 168, no more king of the division outside of Canelo Alvarez being the biggest payday for any fighter in division. Canelo's back to working at day 1, right? He's back to square one, trying to fight Christian and Billy to get that WBC belt around his waist. You know how him and Mauricio Suleiman do it. So he's trying to make that happen, but the division is wide open. Hamza Shiraz just became WBO champion recently. He's fighting next week to defend his title against a mandatory. We've got Jaime Munguia put on a great performance against Armando Resendez, picks up a WBA title. And of course, Osli Iglesias picks up that IBF title. Diego Pacheco was in the biggest conversations 6 months ago, right? He had an opportunity to fight Christian Mbili to become a WBC interim title. He would have been elevated to a full champion if he would have won that title off of Christian Mbili, right? He had an opportunity to fight fight Hamza Shiraz for a vacant WBO title. He walked away from it. So the question is, why? Why did he walk away from all these opportunities? Well, he made some big power moves for himself. He came home from Seattle. He had a child. He came back to LA. He left Jose Benavidez Sr., who was more focused on his son, David Benavidez, in Miami, and he's trying to build his own team. He's brought Buddy McGirt into the conversation. And you guys know what the conversation's been all week for me when it comes to Diego Pacheco. Is he going to build that ecosystem? Has he found his home team that's going to help him develop and be the champion? Like I said, not only who becomes a champion, but who thrives as a champion in the 168-pound division. Guys, I feel like Diego Pacheco, Hamza Shiraz, I think it's a collision course. They're both on the same schedule. He's fighting tonight. If he puts on this performance against Immanuwel Aleem tonight, man, there's no going back. You see him sitting on a version of the WBC title. He's sitting on a version of the WBO title. He's in line. His next fight should be for a title, undoubtedly, right? So let's see if Buddy McGirt can give him those adjustments, those intangibles that show us that he's ready. Because clearly his team didn't think he was ready to be in a championship fight. They walked him away from those fights. Yet they gave us the excuses. They said, oh, Hamza Shiraz wants you to, you got to fight Hamza Shiraz in Riyadh. You don't need to do that. You're a star champion. You guys need to make that fight happen in America in front of your fans. But right now, you guys let me know what you think in the chat right now. I don't see this big fan or following that Diego Pacheco has in California yet, as the stadium does not look to be even 50% filled, in my opinion. Maybe right now it's 50% filled. I don't know. We'll see when the camera goes back out there. But, this is definitely not a sold-out event in the venue, but a great performance tonight against Immanuwel Aleem may change that conversation a little bit. Let's talk about his last fight he had against Kevin Lele Sajo. This fight right here, a close friend, a close comparison to Kevin Lele Sajo and Christian Mbili. Both those guys came with that same pedigree, that pressure, take a little punishment, low, good head movement, touch that body, shorter than Diego Pacheco, but able to apply that pressure. We saw Kevin Lele Sajo put Diego Pacheco on his pockets, right? We saw him struggle. We saw Diego Pacheco arguably unnecessarily engage in a close range fight with a fighter who probably would have had no chance against Diego Pacheco if he was able to control that range and that distance, work behind that jab. He's a tall fighter, 6'4", 6'5", 6'6". I don't know how tall the man is, but he's a tall guy. He has that reach. Is he going to be able to make those adjustments? Because this fight right here against Immanuwel Aleem is possibly going to give him the same exact problems, right? The same exact obstacles, the same exact adversity for him. A fighter who's going to be trying to close that range, who's willing to take something to give something, good head movement, just came off of a very competitive fight with Lester Martinez, right? So let's see if Diego Pacheco can dominate this guy, put on that masterclass and show and prove to the boxing space that Diego Pacheco made the right decisions getting away from Jose Benavidez Sr. and making this connection with Buddy McGirt and ready for the next chapter, which is the biggest fights in the 168-pound division, right? It is what it is. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, 140 plus people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get the subscriptions up. Let me take a look here at what we're looking at here on the subscribe. Hold on to make sure. Are we going up? Are we going up? Yeah, we going up a little something. Hit the subscribe button. Show love, man. We're on our way to 5,000 subscribers, man. So let's get it. There we are looking at the arena right there. Not packed out at all. This is nasty work, man. Nobody is in the building, man. I don't remember who said it earlier. They asked me if I thought that the arena was too big for Diego Pacheco. Did he go too hard? It's looking like he might have. Where are the fans? Where is the following? You said you didn't want to fight Hamza Shiraz because you're an A-side fighter. Well, let's see what you do in the ring with with Immanuwel Aleem. That right there can speak for you in a better way. At least we can see a stylistic clash that we're all interested in seeing between Diego Pacheco and Hamza Shiraz, right? But definitely not showing up. There we go. My guy in the building, man, coming to help me call the last minute of this shit, man.
You know what it is.
Ray Davis in the building, man.
Listen, man, I had to let you call it, man. You was doing such a great job there, Clay. I was, you know what I mean? My bad for not being tapped in, man. I was in, but I was Thursday. I was just tired.
I already know, man. We out here living life, man.
I was grinding, but Tuesday I came in and I had a personal situation I had to deal with. That's why you see me come in and leave. And
yeah, I saw that. I was like, damn, I was in the middle of like playing a video. By the time I got the video on the screen, you were gone already. I'm like, all right, I'm sure there's a good reason for
personal situation took place. That's why. But we good. We back. We grinding.
I already know, man. Listen, man, great fights tonight. What'd you think about Andy Cruz's performance against Abraham Montoya, man? What'd you think?
The dude looked good at 130. Listen, I would say him and Shot, best fighters at 130 right now. For real. I think that's a matchup, and I think Shaq can easily lose that fight. I think Andy Cruz actually has what it takes to beat O'Shaquie. When I think O'Shaquie is probably the most purest boxer outside of Jamar Charlo in boxing, bro. And I think this would be a problem for him. But at the same time, O'Shaquie ain't no cakewalk, man. So let's not see him go there yet. You know what I mean? Let's not start speaking championship runs and all that. Let him acclimate.
Yeah, and plus there's it's something about when Andy Cruz, when you come to a division that's in the middle of figuring out shit, right? Unification seems to be clearly on the table for O'Shaquie Forster and Emmanuel Navarrete. So that's clearly going to be the next fight. And then on the back end of that fight, how does O'Shaquie Forster feel about the division? He seems like he wants to smoke. Every time you hear O'Shaquie Forster talking, he's talking about Shakur. He's talking about Lamont Roach. He's talking about Tank Davis. He ain't talking about 130. So on the back end of that fight, we gotta see what he decides to do after that, right, Ray?
That's true. And here's another important piece of that puzzle. We gotta remember Espinosa's still at 126. He might be moving up. So that's another good fight. And I think potentially we might even see a Robeisy Romero make a return at 130, where I think he'll be more filled out, more developed, and ready for Division 2. So we got a Cuban on Cuban fighter, and they actually had some good history, Andy Cruz and Robeisy. So that's something to look into as well.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of great things for Andy Cruz to do at 130 without a doubt, man. And I think whatever he does at 130, as far as whatever he's able to accomplish, championships, unifications, he'll be able to leverage that a lot better. I think we're also watching 135 cook up, right? And I think in a year and a half to 2 years, 135, the landscape is going to get terraformed, right? You're going to see Floyd Schofield probably holding a belt. If he doesn't go up to 140, he'll be looking at making unifications. There's a good chance that Andy Cruz will be coming into a division that has a unified champion and even more accomplishments there for him to have. That if he can, at 7 fights right now with 1 loss on his record, would you agree that he hasn't had an opportunity to have a professional career yet? Like they kind of fast-tracked him into everything, right? They didn't give him a chance to have those fights.
I agree. I think he came in a little hot, right? As he would say on the express train. A lot of those things were pressure. And I think starting him at 135 was probably the wrong thing to do. I think the guy could take a punch. He obviously fought some of the heavy hitters up there and was able to hold his own. So we all hear about divisions and weights and this and that. Yeah, it makes a difference when you rehydrate, but when you make that weight, man, you're in that division, you're still a fighter, and he showed that he has skills to fight there. But I just think going down in weight is going to be a little bit better for him. I think he'll get an opportunity to grab a belt a lot faster. I think he'll get some development there. And then when he does move back up to 135, it will, and significantly will, give him the opportunity to show his dominance or a great performance. I don't even say dominance because he ain't dominate shit yet. But his performances will look a lot better at 135, a little bit more crisp. And having a loss is not the worst thing in the world. This is what I've been telling people, man. It's a learning process. When you lose, you get better. And if you don't get better, you get worse, right? So it's only 2 things. going up or going down. And I think when you have a loss, you either learn how to lose or you learn how to win. So this is the way that you have to take it when these guys get losses, and stop kicking their backs and thinking that their career is over. And that's why these boxers don't want to fight nobody today, because of the decisiveness of the fan base.
No doubt. I agree with you 100%, man. So, I mean, things are moving okay. What do you think about Albert Chop Gonzalez, man?
I missed it, man. Listen, I woke up and I said, my son was like, it's 9 o'clock. I said, what? Oh, get off the TV. I said, you know what? You can have the TV. I had to get up there with Clay, and I literally tuned in. I was listening.
Albert Gonzalez just improved that there's levels of this game, man. He had a game opponent in front of him, man. And he just got him out of there inside of 2 rounds, man. Masterclass, just patient. And he did, he ended the fight the way, I love to see these fights end. And that's with that body shot. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you see a fighter who's patient enough to work behind that lead hand, it was a southpaw orthodox style class. He was able to control the fight behind that right hand, right? And he started to get that jab active in the second round. But towards the end of the first round, you start to see him really find this fighter who was really reaching. You know what I'm saying? Yep. He was like, okay, so you're reaching with your hands. You're a little timid and you don't want to commit. So Aaron Alameda gave away a lot of data very early in the fight. By the second round, he came out you could just tell he processed it all. You know what I'm saying? He was like, first round, he was like, yeah, I'm going to start doing you bad, and started touching him to the body with that right hand, touching him upstairs with that right hand, working behind that jab, pressuring him. Before you knew it, Alameda was up on the ropes, getting hit with body shots, and just, had to go to the bathroom, man. Let's hurry up and get through this 10 count. I need to go do a number 2, man. Let's get it out the way, man. I got to go.
I got it. I'm actually, it's actually funny you say that, because I literally just sit backwards. You know what I mean? That's why we got this internet thing. We can do it on our phones. We could just, on our computers, we can go back and forth.
Right.
I go to any scene I want, and I see him look like a baby with a big DD. Pause. But hey, you get curled over. That's what happens, bro.
No doubt. Hey, man, are you looking at the arena, man?
Yeah.
That is horrible. I mean, we don't want to do that, right? Unless a fighter really pisses us off and talks a little too much. But damn, Diego, on the back end of not taking that Hamza Shiraz fight, he says Eddie told him he's not a B fighter. He's an A side fighter, and that he shouldn't be going to Riyadh to go fight Hamza in his backyard. Let me tell you right now, if Hamza's fighting anywhere in the UK or in Riyadh, it ain't going to look like this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And with the money that's behind Hamza, you didn't walk away from that fight because you ain't no B-side. You walked away from the fight because you wasn't ready, and your team knew you wasn't ready. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. HLD on the panel with the
yeah. Shout out my brother HLD, man.
The bald and beard. You right about that.
Yeah, he said, is this bald and beards with glasses boxing channel? Tonight it definitely is, right? Hey, man.
Why you waiting, bro? Why you waiting?
We bringing sexy back, baby.
I mean, I can listen.
We bringing sexy back, baby.
Kojak lives, brother. Listen,
you know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Hide your girl. Hide your, you know what I mean? How will you love when we come into the city? It's a problem. Exactly. We're shaking shit up. He says, y'all already know what it is. This is Clay Moore Rain. Smash the sub and like button.
For real.
Fucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
Yeah, HLD hilarious, man. It's my guy. HLD, all you gotta do is show us the back of your hand. We already know you the darkest person in the room, bro. I don't know why you keep trying to hide your skin color, son. We know it. You my brother.
Donnie956 says Eddie Hearn talks too much. He's too busy promoting Zuffa boxing instead of his shows. Listen, man. Eddie Hearn is promoting boxing, bro, and he's diving into the smoke, man. He's saying, listen, man, it is me and Dana. It's me and Dana, man. We do have smoke. I ain't hiding it. I'm doing it the right way, though. We trying to put together the fights. I got the fighters. You got to give Eddie Hearn his flowers, man. He got Jerron Boots Ennis. He's got Andy Cruz down at 130 right now. He brought in Leo Tang earlier today, that heavyweight. Looks like he got himself a little prospect prodigy that you know what I mean he's working on. You know what I mean? He got work to do, but I like Leo Tang. I saw what he did. He was able to make his American debut and get a knockout in the second round, man, against a fighter who is bigger than him. That's a good look. You know what I'm saying? He's got champions. He's got Lewis Crocker holding a belt. You know what I'm saying? He's got his fighters, obviously Anthony Joshua. He's got Andy Ruiz right now that he just signed. So he's shaking shit up, and he's pushing Dana out there, calling Dana out for the fight, man. It's making him better for boxing, man. So let him call out Zuffa every chance he gets. You know what I'm saying? Talk his shit, bro.
You meant Josh Kelly, right?
And Josh Kelly, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
So Dan Crocker lose to Liam Pearl.
Yeah, man. Let him do his thing, man. Let him promote Zuffa, man. He said he has them for now. They will be on Zoom.
Jake, I got him. I know.
I think I'm telling you, in my mind, I'm picturing the zone absorbing Matchroom at some point in time. You feel me?
I agree.
You're going to see Eddie Hearn be in a Dana kind of position almost with DAZN, where DAZN is going to have him being, and then he's going to have that power behind him. Like, nah, I got money behind me. I got a machine behind me. And I think you're going to see a real war going on between Dana White and Eddie Hearn. But it's going to be a war that gets played out in fights like 5v5s and 7v7s and big World Series type level boxing that Turkey's going to be financing. What do you think about that picture?
I actually was already thinking that. I was thinking actually opposite. I think Matchroom was going to absorb some of the zone's percentages, and I think Eddie's going to be the head personnel over there in doing the same thing that Dana is doing. I do think you still get some of the other promoters involved, and I think Eddie's just going to be more of a management. He's going to move to more of a management role. A lot of promoters to promote underneath him, and he's going to try to do everything he can to make the fight. He's going to become a fight. What's the name? The people that put the fight together. I don't know why I can't think of the name. But I think he's going to do that. I think he's going to move into a different matchmaker. Excuse me to say. There you go. Mm-hmm. He's going to become more of a matchmaker than he is a promoter in management.
Yeah, something, man. I could see him being moved around in certain positions, but DAZN, yeah, man. Right now, DAZN is on top of all those promoters' heads, man. They're taking those stars from him. They're not going to let them. They're not going to let these promoters with their little politics get in the way of the biggest fights happening. So they might even offer Ryan Garcia a big bag. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. We already know what this is, Clay. Ryan Garcia. First of all, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Mm-hmm. Ryan Garcia, my guy. He gonna get his ass whipped. Y'all keep telling y'all.
That's what you feeling like?
Listen, Conor Ben is going to hurt that kid. Ryan Garcia does not like getting hit. I keep telling y'all, that man, he don't like getting hit. When he gets hit, he runs into his burrow. Fighting Barrios was not something that we needed to see. Barrios is a guy that's been a shell of himself since Tank knocked his ass out.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So we can talk all that. Oh, he looked great against Barrios. Man, freaking, who's the worst person at 147? Man, he would have looked good against Barrios. Come on, bro.
Wow.
Listen. Barrios had 2 draws back-to-back. Looked terrible in both fights. Came out with swollen eyes in both fights. Yes, Ugas was a guy that was just couldn't see. We couldn't see. Ugas couldn't see, bro. Ryan Garcia is going to get hurt. Conor Ben is coming in there to destroy this dude. This is his opportunity, first opportunity, and he gets the green belt and takes it overseas. Think about that. Conor Ben ain't joking, bro. Listen, he gonna hurt that boy, and when he do, we're gonna see unification for sure. For sure. Oh, by the way, Teal gonna beat up Rolly too.
Teal gonna beat up Rolly.
Unfortunately, man. He gonna force Rolly to come forward, bro. When he do, it's a wrap. Teal gonna be a 3-division champion. And we might see DAZN and Zuffa at the top of the plateau here, as the new cross the street politics start to form. So get on that train, y'all, before it leaves the station. I promise you, that's our new plateau. And everybody talking that shit. You know what I love? The PBC people. Yeah, I say the PBC people. Yeah, them gangbang. Can I show the gangbanger poster real quick? Can I show that? No, we ain't gonna do that because it's a DAZN platform. This is a fight night. We'll do that another time. I'm just gonna let you know the PBC people. Let me just tell you, they was kicking DAZN back in, all these other Matchroom back in, all Top Rank back in, and guess who they align with? Guess who they're trying to align with? The same people they was kicking it back in. Yo, pay attention to that. For real, for real.
So Eddie Hearn is talking about this Virgil Ortiz fight with Jerron Boots Ennis. You know, that's a big question right now. And I know the space is rumbling about this, Ray. Like, you know, and I got to agree with Eddie Hearn. He said potentially the biggest money fight clearly on the table has got to be Virgil Ortiz. That's got to be something that even the DAZN wants to get behind, right? To where they're going to offer these guys multi-million dollar offers to make this fight happen. That's what the DAZN wants to happen. But at the same time, we know how Jerron Boots Ennis is historically, right? We know how he is. When he gets focused on those belts and those unifications, he turns away everything else. He does not let anything get in front of those accolades. You know, I mean, that's partially why we're here today and still haven't seen them fight, because it was an opportunity for them to fight before when Turkey was trying to put it together and Jerron turned him away, right? And said, nah, bro, I'm going to go chase Stanionis down. He actually fought Karen Kukudojin or Chukajajin. I don't know. I can't never. Kukajan. He actually turned away, you know, from a bigger payday with fighting a Virgil Ortiz to go down there, defend his IBF mandatory to get that big fight with Stanionis and unify. So there's a good chance we're going to see Jerron Ennis say, I don't care about the politics. Eddie, it is what it is. Either Josh Kelly or Sebastian Fundora. That's the fight I want to happen. I ain't going to lie to you. I see Eddie Hearn pushing for the Sebastian Fundora fight. He's saying that's the fight he really wants. I'm sure he wants to fight, but he doesn't care who he gets. He just wants the belt. But I'm sure Eddie doesn't want Josh Kelly to. He wants to have two champions, and he'd rather not see both his guys fight each other. You know what I'm saying, and lose it. But I'll tell you this: Josh Kelly F around and lose his title inside that ring against somebody else besides Boots. It's going to be hell to get that person to unify with Boots. Mm-hmm. So think about that. Sebastian Fundora is there clearly, but I don't know. I feel like Josh Kelly should be the fight that happens next.
I think that is the fight we see next. I think Eddie's smart enough to understand that. What you're saying, I think the Josh Kelly is the fight we see next. If Josh Kelly somehow wins his next matchup. But man, listen, the money's there. I've been saying this too. The money's there for Virgil in Boots, and it only gets bigger as Boots collects belts. It only gets bigger. I think what we need to do is hope that Virgil can secure a fight with Fundora, even though I heard Sam Liquids, you know, every time a fight comes up, he wants to move the needle, right? When it was Boots, he didn't want to fight Boots. Now that it's Virgil, he don't want to fight Virgil. Sam Liquids is just he just likes getting in the way, bro. But yeah, so I think we see that unification somehow coming at the end of the term stocks, because Virgil might use that WBC leverage to try to get that fight with a Fundora, and that would be the catalyst to the mega matchup that we want to see with Boots and Virgil. If not, go ahead.
Who would Fundora rather fight, in your opinion, between
Virgil?
Virgil.
Exactly. Virgil.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. 100%. 100%. 100%. And I think that's what's going to come into play right now. Eddie, you ain't going to be able to hire your boy Josh Kelly, bro. Sorry, bro. I don't see it, man. I think you're going to have to, you know what I mean? I don't see it, man, because if you don't give him Josh Kelly, Sebastian Fundora is going to be looking for Virgil, bro. And Virgil needs a title. He's never been a champion in his whole entire career. He's never been an actual champion. Virgil's kind of got to want an opportunity to become a champion. So, you know, no, it's Josh Kelly. You can't hide him. You keep saying Sebastian. I've seen him talk. Kelly, you know, I mean, Eddie Hearn is a very, you know, when he wants to get into his, I don't want to say Bill Haney bag like that, but I'm just saying when he wants to get the smoke and mirrors, and he wants to talk the right way and steer the narrative, he knows how to do it, right? Mm-hmm. He's already selling to the space. The fight that Boots wants is Fundora, really. That's the fight he really wants. Boots don't care. He wants Fundora, he wants Kelly, he wants everybody. You know what I'm saying? But for you, you know you don't want him fighting Kelly first. You want him to go over there and collect the belt from the PBC and bring it over so you can have the big unification fight for Undisputed with Josh Kelly inside of Matchroom. That's what he wants. That's what he wants.
Yeah. You want to build what is in. Okay. Listen, it's going to be a good matchup. We finally going to get some to see.
Nobody is in the building, Ray. This is nasty work.
It's, what is it? Not 10 o'clock here. So it's 7 o'clock, 7:30 in California right now.
Bro, everybody, you got people in the top bleachers smoking joints.
Yeah, it's 7:30 right now, man. Nobody out there. They did this too early. It's too early. Unfortunately, you know, we always like to say We get those fights out in Vegas and things like that. So we always want to see these fighters start. You know, we hate it over here because we up till 1 o'clock in the morning watching the main event where they're getting it at 10 o'clock.
Right.
The fight is too early. It's being put on too early, man. You got to remember they're like Vegas time. This would have sold out, but Diego Pacheco's not selling out Vegas, man. That's the problem.
Yeah,
he can't even sell out here.
Immanuwel Aleem bouncing, man. They try to hold out as long as they could, man, and try to allow time for as many people to get inside the building as possible.
Yeah.
But listen, man, there's only so long. The people's probably started leaving after a while. Like, what the hell is going on here? So it is what it is, man.
Rich missed the stop. Rich in the chat.
Man.
Yeah, Rich think I ain't see that little comment. He missed the stop on his bus route. He took the people to New York instead of California.
Yeah, Lee making his way to the ring right now in the green and yellow.
I am a hater, Rich. I don't know what I hate, but yeah, if you say I am, I am. That's my dog.
Hey, Ray. So going into this fight right now, you know what I'm saying, with the new team and everything like that, I mean, what are you looking to see from Diego Pacheco? Because Ray, at the end of the day, man, it's over for the tune-ups, or this is about as close to a tune-up or stay busy fight as Diego Pacheco can get, holding all those different interim versions of belts, whatever he has that he's bringing with him into this ring. He's got to get into the conversation. He can't. There's nothing left for him. So what do you need to see from him in this fight right here?
I need to see solid performance. What I need to see is him taking advantage of what he has, his reach advantage and his height, using that power and make it count. Right, he needs to start off leading with the jab, building, setting up shots. He stopped doing that once the competition got a little higher. He stopped doing that, man. He kind of shelled up. Didn't like getting into situations where he was getting punched back. But now he has to take advantage, right? He's at elite competition, got a new trainer. He needs to go out there. He starts setting up his shots with the jab, controlling the distance, measuring up, and then landing the shots when they count. Work the body. Hopefully he's on that time. This is a good matchup right now. He's got a good guy in front of him, Abraham Montoya. So hopefully he's able to do so without taking too much damage. Obviously, it's a boxing match, so he has to understand that he has to expect to get punched back on. I think that's where a lot of these fighters lose their confidence, is when they get punched back, they don't expect to get punched back. Oh man, they ain't got like corner steps, bro. Like, it's okay, we'll live with that. But yeah, man, let him go out there. Let's see what he got.
It's looking bad out here for him.
It is, man. Well, I mean, roughly, it's a big stadium, Clay, and for the most part, the bottom is kind of filled out. I mean, if you go to a ballroom, this is like 3 ballrooms full of people, maybe more than that. But for it to be an arena, this is not a stadium. I guess it looks like an arena more than a stadium.
Bro, that place is empty, bro.
It's spread out. They should have closed off sections and put everybody in one area, because you see how it's spread out. It doesn't look good. That's what they should have did. But hey, man, listen, I ain't the promoter. I ain't the guy that thought we was going to sell out.
On top of that, man, it's empty bad. It's empty, bro. Bro, it's empty, man. It is what it is, man.
Hey.
Just put on the performance, man. He's walking around trying to cheer on to the crowd and have the crowd. He wants to show that he has that home advantage, that home support. But at the end of the day, man, there's just really nobody in the building, man. Eddie Hearn has to be looking around and being like, bro, you got to put on that performance, man. Nobody is here, bro. Nobody. And they just back, at least if it was at night, they could shut the lights down real low and kind of like, put on a little bit of light works to kind of like, I don't even think it's half full. Who's it? It's because he was in Arizona for so long. Yeah. El Roby 619 says half full. Maybe.
I think it's that. I'm telling you, they should have closed off a section or two. It's too many open areas. They must have expected him to sell out based on the
Eddie
arena
should have been giving away tickets, bro. He should have been giving away tickets, bro.
But here's the thing: the promotion didn't work for him. They didn't promote it well, and I'm going to say that in the fact that we don't have people flying across country to go watch Diego Pacheco fight. So that's number one. So now, like you just said, we should have went in there and said, okay, let's get these tickets away. Let's sell these premium seats for $500.
Backing his camera up, bro. They keep backing his camera up. Why y'all doing that? That's the production know-how, right? And once again, not to bring up Zuffa that way, but just to say, like, that's what Zuffa knows how to do, right? They know how to deal with a situation like this. If it looks like this, like you said, they're cutting the sections off. They're making sure the cameras show it in the right way. They're not allowing a fight like this to happen in the daytime in an open arena like this. They're going to be honest about who Diego Pacheco is. And they're going to say, bro, this is not what we're doing this fight. Why? Because nothing you have, no analytics and data we have supports us putting you in an event like this, bro. Yeah, but trust me. No, we don't trust people. We deal with data.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We listen. Men lie. Women lie. Numbers don't. You got to show and prove. We're going to put you in an arena where there's a roof over it, where we can control the lights, where we can control everything so we can adjust to these unfortunate issues right here. You know what I mean? We got a representation of the WBC in the ring right now. WBC representation in the ring right now.
I'm with you. I know what you're thinking.
You know what I mean? I don't know.
Nice little gold emblem around her neck.
Yeah.
The representative's neck.
Looking like a badge and shit, like, you know what I mean? Like she a cop or something. But he don't want no problems with Billy or Canelo. So I'm gonna be honest with you. He should stay the hell up out that lane.
We'll find out, Clay. We'll find out.
Okay.
I think Billy, I don't know. I think he's all right. I think he's gonna show out this fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we saw him in his last fight against Kevin Lele Sajo, right? We saw him get put on his pockets and go through a lot of problems with that. He gets somewhat of a redemption fight here. I mean, listen, this is a smaller fighter, not as strong, not as a big a puncher as Kevin Lele Sajo fights, but he fights similar to Kevin Lele Sajo, right? He tries to cross that void. He tries to, he exchanges shots. He's willing to take one to give one. He's going to be applying that pressure to Diego. He's going to try to apply whatever he saw with that Kevin did. He's going to try to bring it himself. So here's an opportunity for Diego Pacheco to show us the adjustments and show us that, he was able to learn and that he's able to evolve. And now we can maybe have a better conversation about what he looks like against Christian and Billy, right? Maybe.
Birdman.
I mean, hey, man, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is.
60%. That's amazing, man. Right. But and that's the capacity. That's the capacity. That's a lot of people. 60% of the capacity. But still, you got to bring that down. Got to have these people start moving up in the crowd. You know what I mean? Hey, y'all can come down here. Y'all up top, come down here. Fill these seats up.
Bring it down here, man. We need that support, man.
Shit up, man. So it don't look like crazy. They should have did that before. And the Andy Cruz fight, should have started moving people down.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, everybody's around the arena. It is what it is, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. 150 people in the building. Hit the like button if you haven't done it. Support the grind, man. Do that right now. Double tap on the screen. We're getting ready to call this fight. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do it as well. I'm about to call this fight, man. I'm looking forward to see this. I want to see the adjustments. I want to see Buddy McGirt's influence in this corner. I want to see this guy make a conversation for 168. He's the last missing piece outside of Jamal Charlo. Do your thing. You're supposed to be in the biggest fights. Top of the first round, right? Diego Pacheco in the black shorts. Immanuwel Aleem in the green and yellow shorts right now, as Diego Pacheco is being very patient, working behind that lead hand. Aleem looking to cross that void as Pacheco's on his movement right now, trying to control that range and box right now. He's sitting on that jab right now. Remember that last time he was out here in California, he fought against Sulecki, stopping Sulecki with a great jab and a great left hook to the body. Good body work by Diego Pacheco. So let's see if he's able to duplicate that a little bit as he's jabbing Aleem right now. Aleem getting on the inside, slips on there on the inside, working on the inside, doing that work that Kevin Lele Sajo did, touching that body. And Diego Pacheco trying to work behind that jab, touch, level changing, going up and down, going downstairs, touching him to the body right there. Watch out for the big right hand from Diego Pacheco, Aleem, because it's coming for you. Trust me, it's there. He's just being patient right now, crossing that void as Diego Pacheco tries to tie him up right now. Aleem is applying that pressure, stepping right to Diego Pacheco. Diego fighting a little short as well. Looks like he's fighting a little short, getting down to Aleem's height a little bit, not fighting as tall as he probably could, but staying behind that jab. Minute and 45 seconds left here in the first round right there as Diego Pacheco shoots that lead hand to the body. Aleem crossing that void with leaping lead hooks and trying to crush. Nice right hand lands for Diego Pacheco, comes right over the top of that hand, that low hand lead hand of of Aleem hanging a little low right there. Nice setup for that right hand. If Diego Pacheco could time it out on point behind that jab, as Aleem is working behind that jab and trying to apply that pressure and jump into the mix every chance he gets. Nice work. I think Diego Pacheco slowed the fight down a bit behind that jab. Aleem kind of sitting outside of that range where Diego wants him at. Probably going to start seeing that right hand come down the middle on Aleem in a minute. Good jab by Diego Pacheco, doubling up, working behind that jab. Aleem trying to get inside. Good movement, good footwork, and good movement by Diego Pacheco, just trying to control that range and work behind that jab. Not big left hook comes over the top right there, catches Diego Pacheco a little bit. He catches it on his glove for the most part, but he definitely ties him up. Doesn't get into that close range melee with Aleem, just tying him up, right? He's not allowing Aleem to turn this into a big fight right there. Aleem is staying very active inside of that close range. The referee allowing him to work it out on the inside a little bit more than Diego Pacheco probably would rather see him do as well. So I'm sure Diego wants the referee to split it up as soon as possible. 20 seconds left here in the first round right now. Diego working behind that jab. Aleem trying to get on the inside and touch him as much as he can. But Diego looks like he's been able to control the fight, being smart, being the smarter fighter, the taller fighter. Nice, walks Aleem into a straight right hand. Good work behind that jab. Another right hand lands for Diego Pacheco as we get ready to close out this round. A good round for Diego Pacheco. I give that round to him. What'd you think?
Diego Pacheco won that round. Started off a little rough though. I think Adam actually has more of a reach than we think he has. I think he was able to set Pacheco up in the beginning, and I think Pacheco was trying to justify his distance. And as we later moved into the round, Diego Pacheco let him run into the right hand a little bit, and I think that slowed Aleem down.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I'm not hearing what's going on in the corner right now. I don't got no sound, but I see Buddy McGirt giving him that instructions. He's talking to him. Looks like if I had to read off the body language, he's saying, go ahead and start touching him with that right hand, set him up behind that lead hand, touch him, start doubling up, tripping up a little bit on that jab, but setting up that right hand. It's there as Aleem is very eager to cross that void and get in there. He can walk him into that right hand. So let's see if those adjustments are made. There goes Aleem crossing that void, applying that pressure. Nice hard left hook to the body by Diego Pacheco right there. Slowed Aleem down quite a bit. You can see Aleem change up his energy after he got hit with that left hook to the body. Diego Pacheco taking his time, working behind that jab, being that measured, taller fighter with that reach, taking advantage of everything God has given him on top of the skills that he's built up on right now, and forcing Aleem to figure out this Rubik's Cube. How are you going to cross this void? How are you going to cross this void and work out this close range fight? You're not going to outbox Diego Pacheco. So at some point or another, you need to make this fight messy. And is Diego ready to meet you with a right hand as soon as you cross that void and get disrespectful? Like Devin said, if you violate, Diego looks like he's ready to demonstrate with that right hand. Nice right hand lands for Diego Pacheco, comes over the top. Aleem takes it and just holds his ground. Aleem needs to pay attention with that low left hand, man. That left hand is a little low for somebody who's coming over with the big right hand like Diego Pacheco. I think he should keep it up a little bit more, but hey, man, don't leave it to me. Give him that advice. 140 left here in this round. Good jab right there. Stands Aleem up. Aleem gets right up underneath that lead hand, starts working at body. There we go. As Diego Pacheco starting to work on the inside a little bit, punching himself out of that situation. Big right hands to the body, left hands to the body, followed up by a right hand, not tying up Aleem as much as he was doing in the first round. Getting a little bit more into that dog, that Mexican spirit of Diego Pacheco starting to show up a little bit more. He's way more willing to trade shots right now, even though right now he's tying up Aleem. Aleem just trying to walk and press, work behind that jab, trying to get in there and find a way to touch him with that right hand. Working behind that jab, man. Just passing the minute mark here. Diego's starting to put those shots together. But very disciplined, staying behind that jab, putting those shots together, trying to find that right hand. He's touched him a couple times with the right hand. Good jab by Diego Pacheco. Pops his head right back. There we go. Nice left hook to the body by Aleem. Nice overhand right. Nice uppercut by Diego Pacheco in there. Ties up Aleem as Aleem tries to get active inside that range. Referee wants to see if they can work it out. Punch it out. Punch it out. Come on, guys. He gets in there and separates him. We're down to 30 seconds left here in the second round right now. Good jab by Diego Pacheco, starting to find him a lot easier with that jab, man. Up jabs too, getting low. Aleem looking for him right there, can't find him. Good work by Pacheco, getting out the way of that right hand. Good head movement by Pacheco. Nice right hand lands for Pacheco again, taking his time, measuring him behind that jab. Nice straight right hand for Aleem comes up in there on the back end of a nice left hand. There we go. Nice 1-2 down the middle by Diego Pacheco. There we go. A nice check lead hook by Pacheco. Gets caught in the gloves of Aleem right there. But a better round for Diego Pacheco. What you looking at, Ray?
Same thing. It looks like he's starting to take control of this fight. He's starting to utilize that jab to set up the shots. He is playing the up and down roll while he's attacking the head. He's also going to the body. Aleem is looking to be reaching a little bit too much. Looking like he's getting dragged into this fight. He's not really letting the fight come to him. And he's not afraid to cross the void, as you mentioned multiple times. He's definitely stepping into the fight. I'm sorry, into the realm to get hit. But I think his footwork is better than Pacheco's. Pacheco seems to show me that he keeps crossing his feet on the exit, backing out. And I know people love this cross the feet thing since I said it with boots, and it's just like I get like talked about it all the time. But that's what he's doing, man. He's exiting very poorly, but for the most part, he's controlling the fight.
There we go. Top of the first round right now, man. As Diego Pacheco letting his hands go a lot more now. He's not tying up Aleem as much as he was in the first round. Last round, he got a little bit back to it a little bit as Aleem is getting a little aggressive, jumping in there, trying to find him, touch him to the body. But Diego's starting to let his hands go a lot more now. Aleem trying to make this fight messy. He's really trying to lean and slow down and, well, not slow down, turn up the pace on Diego Pacheco, but Diego's been able to really slow this down behind that jab and take his time and pick Aleem apart behind those jabs. Nice straight right hand to the body right there for Diego Pacheco. Back on that jab. Diego's very intelligent, man. Knows he was on the ropes, got right off those ropes, used that lateral movement, circled right out to his left and got out the way here as they're tied up right here. Aleem trying to make that space. Referee gets in there, separates him, back down. Nice straight right hand to the body by Aleem, trying to continue to apply that pressure to Diego Pacheco. Nice left hook to the body, lands for Diego Pacheco. Good shot right there, the way he put that together, man. Back on that jab, that lead hand. Good jab by Diego Pacheco, starting to find him a lot more, man. Very active lead hand, man. And this is Diego Pacheco that we want to see inside of the ring with the Hamza Shiraz. We want to see that Diego Pacheco who can work behind that jab, touch, set up that right hand and use that movement, use that lateral movement, get off the line and set up these shots off the angles, man. Set up these straight right hands. Good check left hook lands for Diego Pacheco right there as Aleem continues to try to fight, finding himself just too short. Range is just not there, and he's just open to these big shots as he's now starting to raise that left hand a little bit more. He's not letting it necessarily lean as low as it was. Nice work right there by Diego Pacheco. Goes downstairs with the lead hand, comes right up top with the lead hand, touching with the jab. Nice straight right hand lands for Diego Pacheco. Another right hand lands for Diego Pacheco as Aleem kind of lost his step a little bit right there, trying to find Diego Pacheco, who's just a step or two ahead of Aleem. Just great with the movement as now Diego's starting to actually slip these shots. He's getting out of range. He's seeing these shots coming. You can see him using his movement right now, and he's looking a little slick in there. Try to walk him into an uppercut right there as Aleem did find him with that left hand. Look at the good punch, combination punching from Diego Pacheco, working to the body, finding him with that overhand right there. Back on that jab, doubling up, tripling up on that jab, controlling the range and controlling the pace of this fight. That jab is really the protein on the plate, man. And this is the performance I want to see from Diego Pacheco again, man. 25 seconds left in this round, and Diego just comfortable winning this fight behind that jab and just finding him wherever he wants to go. He's not necessarily looking for the knockout. He just wants to show his professionalism in this fight. This is going to be a difficult fighter. This version of Diego Pacheco is a difficult fighter for fighters to beat, man. You have to really think. Forcing people to think and figure out how to get behind that jab, inside of that jab, is going to be difficult, man. Beautiful round. This is the best round Diego Pacheco's had right there. 3-zip. How are you looking at it, Ray?
3-zip. Diego Pacheco has found his landing spot, his bullseye, to say the least. Aleem, I keep saying Azim. I don't know why I keep saying it. Aleem keeps looking to try to land something that he's not able to land. He's coming in with his hands down, and he's getting dealt with. The situation I'm seeing though is, where's the power for Pacheco? I think Pacheco's landing enough shots to put the sting, and it's slowing down Aleem, but it's definitely not halting him. Aleem has felt that. I think the right hand came across a few times and went to the body. He has felt that, and it slowed him down a bit, but not enough. So we're going to see this next round how he comes out and makes his adjustments on the Aleem side of the street.
100%, man. 170 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are at the top of round 4 right now. I've got a 3-zip on my cards. Diego Pacheco finding him a lot more often with that jab, just putting on a masterclass at this point. Aleem doesn't have the answers that he's trying to cross avoid. He's throwing a little bit more caution to the wind, and I think that's what Diego Pacheco's betting on. Ben will continue to throw that caution to the wind so he could walk him into a nice shot right now. There we go. Nice work, Diego. Aleem tries to catch him with that check lead hook on the way he's trying to time him out and box him a little bit and kind of get that cadence. But Diego just one step ahead of him. And another thing, Diego Pacheco is not scared to be first. He's not the counterpuncher here. He's pressing the action. He's pressing the action behind that jab. Nice short little left hook to the body by Diego Pacheco right there. Next big right hand comes over the top and touches Aleem right there. Aleem showing he got the grit. We already know he's a tough fighter. He's willing to take one to give one. The only problem is Diego Pacheco's not giving the opportunity to give one. He's just touching him and moving. Great movement. Great work behind that jab. Ties up Aleem. That's how you do it. When he gets on the inside, you time up. You time up. Let the referee come in and separate you. Let's not give Aleem any space to really work on the inside right there. Nice pull punch. Hits him with another right hand. Another right hand touches Immanuwel Aleem. Aleem comes in there with a little left hook to the body. Tries to get up underneath that lead hand. There we go. Pacheco slips that left hand. Aleem shooting that right hand to the body, trying to make it work. Nice work by Pacheco right there. Nice straight right hand followed up by a lead hook and back on that jab, doubling up, touching him, slowing him down, forcing Aleem to figure this out. We're 4 rounds into this fight, minute 20 seconds in the 4th round, and Aleem still trying to figure out, how do I get on the inside and do something effective in here that can force this man out of his comfort zone. Diego Pacheco just nice work right there as Pacheco saw that big right hand coming over the top, touched him with that lead hand and got right out of the range of Aleem, but kept the range, didn't get outside of his own range to where he could still touch him with that jab and set him up with that right hand. This is what Buddy McGirt brings to the table for Diego Pacheco, making him comfortable as he's finding himself and finding his identity. I'm the boxer. I'm a puncher, but I'm a great boxer. I've got the reach. I've got a great jab. These are the things that you guys are going to have to try to figure out. And I don't have to do anything else but do me and win. Beautiful work here by Diego Pacheco, man. 30 seconds left in the round right now. Diego just getting that respect, man.
Yeah.
Good work behind that jab. Good work behind that jab. Aleem trying to close that space and touch that body. Olay, the matador, and Diego Pacheco just moves out the way and turns him, gets out the way of any kind of danger. Good work right there. Good shot placement. Good place for his hands to catch those left hands to the body on his arm. Just catching him on his arm and responding. Beautiful work by Diego Pacheco, turning him, controlling the center of the ring. Good work behind that jab. Wow, man. Diego Pacheco putting on a classic, a clinic.
Yeah, man. He's totally got Aleem at this fight. His footwork is the burst of speed, the quick feet of Aleem going. He's like a statue sitting there waiting to be hit. Diego Pacheco has now gotten to, he's comfortable. He can throw his feints and follow it up with a good right hand. Number 5, thank you very much. Just to say the least, you'll see what I said, number 5, Clay. Good job. But yeah, man, it's a good marksmanship for him. It's a good contest, but it's not enough for me to say he's back.
Yeah, no doubt. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. 170 people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so as well, man. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We're giving it to you live. The commentary is solid, giving some real perspective on the fight here. Support the grind, man. Hit the like button. Let's get the likes up to 200 and subscribe. We're trying to hit that 5K mark. Let's keep it moving, man. Top of the 5th round right now. I've got Aleem down 4 rounds, 0. Easy work so far for Diego Pacheco, who's been able to control everything behind that jab. This is what we wanted to see, though. This was the performance that we wanted to see in this fight right here. We wanted to see Diego Pacheco really show the separation in this fight, and we're finally seeing it. It's a good look. It's a beautiful look, man. Shout out to my brother Bones 13817 in the building. Showing love with the super chat. Says this is going on 12 rounds, no KO. Very possible. You never know. You never know. I don't know, man. I'm not guaranteeing that, man. I think there's a very good chance you can see a stoppage here because at some point or another, Aleem down 4 rounds right now. Looks like he's on his way to being down 5 rounds. He's going to have to jump in there and really throw that caution to the wind. And I think that's when you're going to see Diego Pacheco do what he does well, which is he stops opponents, man. He knows how to do that. So let's see what ends up happening here, man. It is what it is. We just passed the 2-minute mark here. There's that jab, and Diego Pacheco continue to pick Aleem apart, man. Aleem has been domesticated, 100% trained. He's not jumping in there. He's sitting outside. He doesn't know what to do. He's completely confused as to how effective that jab is being. And at this point, Diego Pacheco is just taking rounds, scoring, making the copy box look good, and putting his punches together. Now he's starting to work. Good work, man. Nice overhand right foul by a hard left hook to the body. Another left hook to the body by Diego Pacheco on Aleem right there. Aleem, nice uppercut lands for Diego Pacheco, followed by a nice lead hook to the body. Back on that jab. Look, starting to find him with that straight right hand. Diego Pacheco's putting it together now, guys. The punches are getting put together for Diego Pacheco. Minute and 10 seconds left here in the 5th round as Diego's starting to put those shots together. A nice, one of the best exchanges in this whole entire fight right now is Diego Pacheco finding him with that right hand behind that lead hand, touching him. Good work to the body by Diego Pacheco. Good jab by Immanuwel Aleem here, but Diego Pacheco back on that jab. Beautiful work behind that jab. Oh, almost set him up with that right hand, with that uppercut, man. Aleem taking a lot of punishment, but still moving forward. As Diego says, okay, you got more. Let's get back to that jab, controlling that range. You're not ready to go? We'll take our time. We're not even halfway through this fight. You want to sit here and just take this bludgeoning? Well, let's do it. As Diego Pacheco bounces on his feet right now on his toes. Great shape Diego Pacheco's in as well, by the way. Great shape, man. He's been able to just box. Good right hand to the body by Diego Pacheco. Woo, a nasty left hook to the body. Another left hook to the body. Big straight right hand down the middle for Diego Pacheco. Big right hands for Diego Pacheco. Aleem tries to come in there with his own big right hand. Back on that jab for Diego Pacheco. Just touching him with that lead hand, trying to set up with that right hand. Nice right hand down the middle. Aleem has just been, this was the most dominating round for Diego Pacheco.
I agree. Talk to me. I do agree. But I think he took off mid-round. It looked like he had to take a breather, Clay. To say the least, and he started backing up without throwing punches, and he started doing a little side action, trying to get or bait Aleem into something easy to throw, for sure. But he definitely has control of this fight, and he can do that at this point. Aleem is not taking any chances. He's not forcing the fight. So this is going to be a cruise. This is just going to be, as they would say, a Tom and Jerry or whatever you want to call it at this point. I don't think we see, unless it becomes a knockout, I don't see anything changing this fight. I think he just cruises through.
Yeah, no doubt. Shout out, Cherish Me in the building. Shout out to Guyana, man. Appreciate you. Salute from Guyana. From Guyana, man. We appreciate you, man. Hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. 170 plus people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel, man. Support the grind, man. I appreciate you guys, and thank you in advance here. Top of this 6th round here. We're hitting the halfway mark here. And I'm going to tell you, Aleem is going to have to make a decision as to whether or not he's ready to go out on the shield or not. Doesn't look like he's going to come anywhere near winning a round as far as boxing is concerned. He has to hit Diego with a big shot. Diego understands that, and I think we're going to see Diego hit that second gear now and start really putting those shots together. If Aleem turns up, we're going to start to seeing Diego really starting to demonstrate. Nice. Aleem doubles up on that lead hand right there, tries to find Diego. Diego just got out the way of it a little bit, continues to work, man. Beautiful work by Diego Pacheco, man. And this is the fight that I was talking about all week. This is what I wanted to see from Diego Pacheco. I've said it. It wasn't going to be if he wins. It was going to be how he wins, because the big conversation is the rest of the division, not Aleem. Aleem could make it a conversation about him if he wants to make it competitive. But for Diego, this is Diego making a statement. The team is put together. Nice right hand. Good work to the body. Back to the jab. Aleem trying to stab him to the body with that lead hand, but just out of range. As Diego Pacheco continues to just control that range and work behind that jab, ties up Aleem, who collapses the pocket, smothering his own work. Diego understands how to deal with the shorter fighter. The experience from Kevin Lele Sajo paying out dividends for Diego Pacheco. Nice work. Double, tripled up on that jab, followed up with a straight right hand, pushes Aleem back. Aleem laying on the ropes just a little bit, getting a little too close to the ropes right now. Is beautiful left hook to the body again. Nice overhand right by Diego Pacheco. Oh, Diego Pacheco tried to time him out with that right uppercut. He wants to get him out of there. Nice right hand, puts Aleem together. Aleem getting a little lethargic, trying to work behind that lead hand, but good movement by Diego Pacheco, just turning out to his left, steps out to his left a little bit, good, stabs him to the body with that left hand, feints up high, stabs him again to the body, back on that jab, tries to hook him off that jab and followed up with a straight right hand. Aleem, nice right uppercut, nice straight right hand by Diego Pacheco, nice left hook to the body of Aleem right now as Pacheco tries to tie him up right now, waiting for the referee to come in there and separate him. The referee's trying to allow him some space to work it out, gentlemen, punch it out. There we go. Nice right uppercut from Diego Pacheco. Good work by the referee, by the way, not just getting in there all the time, allowing them to work it out, give him that time. You know, you guys can work it out in a little bit, man. I don't need to get up in all your conversation, man. This is an AB conversation. I'm gonna see my way out. Don't force me to get into this conversation. 20 seconds left here in the 6th round right now. Diego Pacheco continues to put on this dominating clinic here. Beautiful, beautiful work by Diego Pacheco right now, and also doing a good job of slipping the shots of nice work right there. Straight right hand and rips a left hook to the body. Nice straight right hand for Diego Pacheco. Lands again right here as we get close to the end of the round. Nice straight right hand, left hook to the body again. Closes out the round like a true champion. Diego Pacheco dominating. I got it 6-0 at this point. At this point, Aleem needs to win every round to make it a draw or get a knockout to win this fight. Talk to me, Ray. What are you looking at?
Total dominance, failure to make adjustments, failure to even set up anything for himself and Adam Aleem. He just looks like he's just a target. If I was his corner, I would even throw in the towel at this point because he has nothing. Like everything he's trying, he's just a statue. Again, he's just there to be punched. He's a punching bag. As far as Diego Pacheco, cruising easy, as I said before. At this point, he could take off whatever he has to. If he wants to go for the big shots, the uppercuts were there. He can lead him into something. But does he take that chance? Adam Aleem is still a puncher, so we'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
I agree with you. At this point, he has such a lead. He doesn't need to do anything. But does he entertain the people that's in the building? Does he think about the numbers of people that came out here as the building is still not filled up? Can he make a statement tonight and let Los Angeles know, don't you miss another one of my fights? Do not do it. The next time I'm on a card, you come out because you know how I'm going to tear it up. So this is his opportunity. He can step it up, throw a little caution to win, let his hands go and go for the stoppage, or he can just walk away with the victory. But it looks like he's putting his punches together, man, and he's trying to put a show, man. Shout out to Bones 13-8-17 in the building with the $2. I got Shiraz all day. If he's next by KO, hey, man, a great fight nonetheless, no matter how you see it. This version of Diego Pacheco makes a great fight with Hamza Shiraz, in my opinion. I think he makes a great fight with Hamza Shiraz. You know what I mean?
Right. Ain't ready.
I mean, listen, if he's willing to work behind that jab, control that range, set up his shots, he got power in his hands. I'm sorry. I think it's a good fight. I think Hamza Shiraz did some good things, but his best victory on his record is Edgar Berlanga. And you know, we'll see what Edgar Berlanga does next week. But his last fight, including his next fight he got coming up against B-class fighters. He's not really, they're building him up right now. We don't know what he's going to do against the biggest competition yet. Edgar Berlanga wasn't that big of a competition. He was a big name.
Right. Well, here's the thing. I think we have one that I think he has stinging power, like enough to keep you off, you know what I mean, to hurt you after a while of accumulation of punches. He does have power once he sets his feet, Pacheco, but he doesn't like to set his feet much until he has control. He feels he has control. Hamza is out there to hurt you, man. He has a more of a powerful jab than Pacheco, and I think depending on who has the better speed, oh my God.
Nice right hand lands for Aleem right there on Diego Pacheco. Beautiful right hand lands on Diego Pacheco, slows him down, man. The big right hand slows Diego Pacheco down here. He's working now. He's doing what he's doing. He got the appetite for smoke. He's trying to work his way out of it. That was a big right hand for Aleem here, but Diego Pacheco trying to get him out of there. Just taking his time, wearing him down. Good work to the body. Continues to work to the body of Aleem as Aleem is inside of a fight that he wanted to be in, but has he been hurt? Good left hook to the body. Another right uppercut hurts Aleem. Another left hook to the body hurts Aleem. Big right hand has Aleem hurt right now. The body, Aleem is hurt to the body right now as Pacheco's starting to find him with those shots, putting those shots together. Nice right hand lands for Aleem, but Pacheco putting that pressure on him. Boom, nice 1-2 right down the middle right now. Nice lead hand by Aleem. Aleem got hurt to the body and backed up. Nice lead hand work by Diego Pacheco, pushing Aleem backwards. Nice right hand lands for Diego Pacheco, trying to set up the big uppercut. We're down to the last bit of this round right now. It was a firefight in the last minute there. Aleem was trying to find Diego, found him with some shots, but Diego hurt him to the body. And you know how the body works. The body stays, man. It doesn't go away. He backed away and he retreated, guarding that body. It's very hard to shake that body work off, man. Going into this next round, Aleem is going to continue to be weathering that storm. Let's see if Diego Pacheco can capitalize on what we saw and stop this fight.
You better stop leaning over that front foot, no matter how much control he has.
Right. You're talking about Diego, right?
Yeah,
he got hit with some shots.
He better stop leaning over that front foot, bro. But, hey, he took control of that end of that round, man. He definitely won that round again. Again, clean sweep so far in this fight.
Yeah, man. Shout out to everybody in the building again, man. Salute to all you guys, man. Hit the like button. Let's get up to 200 likes. 175 plus people in the building. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so as well, man. Diego Pacheco right now looking for the stoppage here. He's throwing a little caution to the wind. We talked about it earlier at the 6th round as to whether or not he would take some chances and go for the stoppage. He did. In the midst of all of that, though, Aleem was able to hit him with some shots. So Diego has to kind of like balance it. Take your time, like Ray said. Don't just lean over that front foot and just put everything into it. Because like Ray said, he's still a puncher. You still got a live one in the ring right now who can really change the whole entire direction of this fight with 1 or 2 big punches. So be careful. Be careful. But this is a great fight for Diego Pacheco. Great masterclass performance from Diego Pacheco for the most part. Kind of putting in that Jerome Boots and his energy into it right now where he's almost willing to take one to give one. Let's see if he can break down Aleem. Immanuwel Aleem has never been stopped in his career, man. If Diego Pacheco could stop this guy, this will be a big statement for him, man. This will be a big statement for Diego Pacheco. Aleem leaning on Diego Pacheco right now, keeping it a close range fight. This is where Aleem has his chance, man. There's still a lot of time left in this fight here. Nice short right hand from Aleem right there, working to the body, straight right hand to the body, closing that void there on Diego Pacheco, who's trying to tie up Aleem right now, hoping that the referee will get in there and stop it. But as long as Aleem is letting his hands go and staying active inside that close range, he's not going to get in there and separate it. Good work to the body again, but a nice left hand lands for Aleem. Another left hand to the body of Diego Pacheco, chopping at Diego Pacheco's body right now, putting the pressure. Good left hand to the body of Diego Pacheco. Pacheco trying to come back with his own right hand. Nice left hand lands for Aleem, who's walking down Diego Pacheco. Pacheco trying to use that movement, use his legs to stay out the range of Aleem. This is the best round Immanuwel Aleem has had this whole entire fight right now, even though I still have Diego Pacheco winning, but Aleem's smiling. He feels like he's broken through a level here. He's testing the conditioning of Diego Pacheco, pressing that pace. This is the fight Immanuwel Aleem wanted this whole fight. He wanted an opportunity to test the grit of Diego Pacheco. Nice left hook to the body by Diego Pacheco. Back on that jab, doubling up on that jab. Aleem comes in with his own lead hand, ripping shots to the body right there in that close range. This is where Aleem wants to fight, man. Diego Pacheco working. Nice little short right hand lands for Aleem right there. Nice right uppercut lands for Aleem. Rips a right hand to the body, a left hand to the body. Diego Pacheco rips his own right hand and left hand to the body back on Aleem. Aleem keeping it close range, tying up, staying inside there, and the referee is not helping Diego Pacheco out. He's allowing this fight to happen on the inside. Nice uppercut lands for Diego Pacheco right there. I think he hurts Aleem right there. Aleem looks like he's on shaky legs. Diego working behind that lead hand, rips a left hook to the body of Immanuwel Aleem. A nice left hook again lands on the body of Immanuwel Aleem right there. A nice right hook, another left hook to the body. Another left hook to the body lands. Diego Pacheco's putting those punches together. Aleem trying to find him with that left hand, but not hurting Diego Pacheco. Diego Pacheco comes in there with a nice overhand right and closes out the round strong. Great round for Immanuwel Aleem but I'm still going to give it to Diego Pacheco. Talk to me, Ray.
Great round, back and forth. I do believe exactly what you said. HLD was on to something early. Looks like we're starting to see some conditioning issues for Diego Pacheco. Maybe it was the body shot that happened in that round, but it looks like he's lost some gas. And Aleem is seen to take advantage of these moments. So we'll have to see how the rest of this round, the next round plays out. See if Aleem jumps out on him and tries to continue that onslaught, or does Diego Pacheco try to cruise and just use that jab to victory?
Yeah, 100%. I think that Aleem, this round was his best round in the whole fight. I still didn't give him the round, but I think he has probably gained a little bit of confidence based off of what he was able to accomplish in there. If Diego Pacheco gives him that same look again, I think there's enough time in this fight. We're here in the 9th round. We still got it's 4 rounds pretty much left in this fight, including this round, 3 rounds plus this round being 4 rounds. There's an opportunity in there for Aleem to do something special in here and get a stoppage or do something. As far as Aleem's concerned, Diego Pacheco has left controlling the range behind that jab and just using that jab. He's been more willing to fight this close range fight, but he's also finding Aleem with some big shots, working him to the body, finding him with uppercuts, finding him with straight right hands. So it feels more and more so people who thought this fight was going to go 12 rounds, it's starting to feel like it's not going to go 12 rounds, right? But we got to see what either one of these fighters is willing to do to make that separation. Diego Pacheco's inside, working on those uppercuts, working on those short lead hooks to the body. Watch out for that left hand to the body. Aleem's been getting in touch with that since round 3, at least minimum. Hard left hooks to the body. And he got hurt a little bit. I think it was in round 6 or 7. He got hurt to the body and actually, cowered a little bit, tried to get away from getting hit with that body shot. So pay attention to those lead hooks. But once again, a close range fight. This is a shootout. This is a nasty Mexican fight. This is a fight that HLD was kind of talking about here that he wants to see from Diego Pacheco. But in the midst of all of this, he's getting in touch with those left. There's another left hook who catches Diego Pacheco with that left hook and backs Diego Pacheco up a little bit. Aleem did with that left hook. Good work to the body. Nice uppercut by Diego Pacheco. Nice straight right hand by Diego Pacheco back behind that jab, controlling the range. Working behind that jab and that straight right hand, but Aleem is showing he has that grit. He's gotten over a lot of it. He's absorbing that punishment, but he's also starting to touch Diego Pacheco just a little bit more as Aleem works behind that jab, shoots that straight right hand to the body, shoots that overhand right. Nice uppercut again, lands for Diego Pacheco, who's trying to find him with that lead hook to the body. Nice work. Good work by Aleem catching those shots. Oh, nice uppercut catches Aleem in there. Nice lead hand uppercut catches Aleem. Good work. Nice lead hook over the top of that glove lands for Diego. Oh, big right hand lands for Immanuwel Aleem in that exchange right there. Big right hand lands. Diego Pacheco letting these hands go, showing he has that grip, but he took a big right hand right there. 40 seconds left in this round right now. Diego Pacheco's retreating a little bit. Aleem continuing to apply that pressure. This is the closest round I've seen for Aleem. Again, another great round for Aleem. I don't know that I've given him the round, but he's showing that I'm not going anywhere. Walking down, Diego Pacheco's retreating. Can Aleem steal this round and win his first round of this fight here as he continues to try to put that pressure on Diego? Diego rips a right hand to the body, rips a right uppercut up the middle of the guard of Immanuwel Aleem. Good work to the body. Oh, hurts Aleem with a big right hand to the body. Hurts Aleem as Aleem is trying to step forward. Diego Pacheco continues to work. The round's about to get close right now. A nice right hand lands for Diego Pacheco. I think the round's about to get close. Diego Pacheco takes the round, but it was a competitive round, man. Very competitive round.
Pacheco's starting to slow down, starting to put himself in situations. Something that we talked about in the 7th round before it started. This is listen, the head snap situations on both fighters, both good shots. Shows you that patience is a virtue. Like I said, Aleem seems to have his comfort level. I think he's like, listen, I'm going to take you to deep waters. I don't care how it is. We'll see how this goes. He's just going to start applying pressure. He's got his second win. Diego Pacheco, we have to see what he has, what gusto he has. Is he going to try to, like I said, the cruising aspect? Does that help to try to does he take advantage of that, or does he sit there and try to make a fight out of this? Because if he keeps playing this, I'm going to get you back every time you get a shot.
You gonna fuck around and get hit with something.
Yeah, you fuck around and find out.
Yeah, man. Aleem has every reason to be confident that he can win this fight. He's not winning these rounds. He knows he needs a knockout at this point. He can't do nothing about it. He has to go for it. Diego Pacheco looks like he's having some conditioning issues in these championship rounds, trying to stay on his toes and trying to move around in this 10th round right now and work behind that jab. But meanwhile, Aleem is finding him. The last round could have gone either way. I could see judges giving that round to Aleem. I didn't give it to him. But regardless, Aleem's not trying to win on no judges' cards right now. What you're seeing is a potential momentum switch from Aleem, who's finding Diego Pacheco. Can he do something with it? He has 3 rounds to do it, or 3.5 rounds, or 2.5 rounds to do it. And we're approaching the 22 minutes and 20-second mark here of round 10 right here. And Diego Pacheco's looking a little wear and tear on him, but he's still working behind that jab right there, trying to come over the top with that right hand. Nice right hand to the body by Immanuwel Aleem there as Diego Pacheco ties him up and tries to lean in there. This referee is not getting involved in all the conversations. He's letting them figure it out, and I think that's helping Aleem. Aleem is getting an opportunity to work on the inside here because the referee is not getting in the middle of it. He's allowing them to work here on the inside. And this is where Aleem finds these short little right hands and these short little lead hooks and the work to the body. He's able to touch Diego in these situations. Nice short left hook to the body of Diego Pacheco. Nice followed up by a lead uppercut by Diego, who's pushing Aleem back, leaning on Aleem as Aleem is trying to work inside there and find that space. Referee finally gets in there and separates him, brings it back down as both guys are in the center of the ring. Aleem continues to cross and smother that work. Nice hard left hook to the body. Try to follow it up with a lead hook up top right there. Diego just trying to weather the storm and work behind that jab. And Aleem closing. Good work to the body by Diego. Nice work to the body, followed up by a lead hook on the top right there. Good work. Nice. Followed up with a nice uppercut. And there we go. Find him. Nice left hook. Big right hand. He hurts Aleem. Aleem is hurt right now, trying to tie him up. Diego Pacheco was able to put together a nice onslaught of punches. Nice left hook to the body, ripping these shots. Aleem finds him with a left hook his damn self. We're down to less than a minute left here in round 10 right now. As Aleem is trying to find him. Nice taps him, just touches him to the body with a right hand. But back behind that jab by Diego Pacheco, who's sitting there on the inside working. Nice work. Hurts him with a right uppercut. Makes Aleem do the stanky leg. Nice left hook to the body, followed by a left uppercut. Doubles up on that lead hand, pushing Aleem's head back. Aleem, nice straight right hand lands for Diego. Another right hand lands for Diego Pacheco. Aleem is stuck on the ropes. Big shots landing right there. Nice uppercuts landing for Diego Pacheco in between the guard. Not back on that jab, trying to find Aleem and stop him. Can Diego Pacheco put it together? 15 seconds left in this 10th round right now. Nice straight right hand. Tries to find him with a lead hook. Aleem weathering the storms. Finds Diego Pacheco with his own right hand as Diego Pacheco ties him up right there. We're about to close the round out right now. Diego Pacheco's putting all these punches together. Is his conditioning going to allow him to keep this pace for the rest of this fight? Great round for Diego Pacheco. Has the crowd going crazy. They're loving what they've seen from Diego Pacheco. But Diego Pacheco taking some deep breaths in the corner right now. Talk to me, Ray.
Listen, man. I like it. I think he's in a fight. He knows he's in a fight. Aleem is definitely applying the pressure, but he's leaving himself vulnerable. Pacheco is forced to use the power that we know he has. So that's what we were talking about, Clay. The pity pat is what got him in these situations. If he would have just used these power shots earlier on in the fight, it would have been a better opportunity for us to give Aleem Diego Pacheco his award. But the fact is, he let the fight get away from him a little bit with the pity pat and the control. He's doing a good job with the power shots. Hey, it's a dog fight. He's got to do what he's got to do.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you, man. Listen, man, Diego's trying to give the people what they want. He's trying to give them that stoppage. He's putting on that performance. And I got to think that the people in the building are entertained. But Aleem is just a tough SOB, bro. As we got a doctor right now, I believe on the corner right now, looking at everything right now, looking at Aleem, asking him how he feels. Aleem says, I'm feeling good. He says, I'm ready for the fight, man. Doctor says, say less, man. I ain't got no reason to stop it. Let's see what you do, man. We're at the top of round 11 right now as Aleem is trying to make this dog fight into something for him. He's trying to find a stoppage here. But Diego Pacheco is putting together these punches, man, just showing that performance that we wanted to see between him and Kevin Lele Sajo. He's putting it together right here, man, giving the people the fight they want. He did a great job in the first 6 rounds of this fight, working behind that jab, putting on that masterclass. But since round 6 has been in this dog fight with Aleem, letting the whole 168-pound division know that there's nowhere that he's not comfortable working at right now. There he is, walks him into that uppercut, pushes Aleem back, man. I think he hurt him with that uppercut. Nice left hook to the body, doubles up on that left hook to the body, pushing Aleem back behind that jab, working behind that jab. Aleem is kind of nice right hand, nice left hook to the body, right hand and a left hook, straight right hand and a left hook to the body. Aleem getting there, trying to tie him up and work on the inside right now. And the referee will not separate them. He's allowing them to work right now. Diego Pacheco put his hands to his side saying, come on, you're going to let him just do this? He's like, work. I want to see you guys work on the inside there. Oh, beautiful work by Diego Pacheco. Working from the body all the way up to the head right there. Hits him with a nasty lead hand. Tries to follow him with the right hand. Aleem trying to get out the way of that right hand and find his own opportunity. Beautiful uppercut lands for Diego Pacheco. Nice jab lands again. Stiff jab land. Pushing Aleem's backwards, man. His head is just getting popped back. That jab is the protein on the plate tonight. Aleem jumps in there and ties up Diego Pacheco. Gets that separation. Wow, rips that right hand, doubles up on that left hook to the body. Moves Aleem with that left hook. Big right hand lands for Diego Pacheco as Aleem is trying to find space. A big right hand lands again. He goes down. D goes down. He goes down. He goes down. Immanuwel Aleem goes down in this round right here. The referee giving him that standing 7. Are you ready? Walk to the left corner for me. Show me that you're ready. Let me see you. Step forward. Put your hands up. He says, that's it. I got my eye on you, man. I'm giving you one last chance. Diego Pacheco smells the blood in the water. Back behind that lead hand. Shoots that big right hand, finding him. There is a referee going to stop this fight as Aleem ties him up. Will the referee stop this fight? 40 seconds left in this round right now as Aleem is just trying to survive this round and make it to the championship round to see if he can weather the storm. Referee got a close eye on Immanuwel Aleem, who's just moving, caught up on the ropes again right there, trying to tie up Diego. Big right hand lands, another right hand, doubles up the shot, puts him down. The referee gets in the way, stops the fight. He stops the fight, ladies and gentlemen. He stops the fight. Diego Pacheco stops Immanuwel Aleem in the 11th round. That's the performance. Talk to me, Ray. Talk to me.
Listen, a little mixing and matching, right? We just got to work on that gas tank. This should have happened earlier, Clay. We were talking about him just leaning forward and taking the risk. If he's going to take the risk like this, you know what I mean? You got to do it to a wounded warrior, especially when he's out and gassed out and out of breath. You don't do it while he's a live dog. Salute to Diego Pacheco for definitely taking his time. Maybe he took off rounds as far as us thinking that he was gassed. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. Can't speak for the man. But what I can say is that he stopped this guy, and not only stopped him, but he beat him. You can see the mental awareness of Aleem and how he doesn't look like he didn't want to be in this fight anymore. So Diego Pacheco took the fight from him. By doing so, he considerably showed us the dominance in this fight and that he has arrived back at the super middleweight division. And let's see what kind of conversations we get into next.
Yeah, man. Diego put on a masterclass, man. He boxed masterfully in the first 6 rounds of this fight. And from the 6th round on, from round 7 up until this point, he decided that he was going to stop this guy. He knew that he had the opportunity. He knew he had the skills to do it. He knew he had the power. He knew he had that grit and that dog in him to do it. You got to give Immanuwel Aleem his respect, man. He took a lot of big shots in this fight, whether the big storm had moments in the fight around the 8th, 9th, and 10th round, was finding moments to hit Diego Pacheco with some big shots. I mean, listen, he definitely showed that he came in here to fight tonight, but Diego Pacheco had the right opponent in front of him. He had the right opponent, man. He had that guy who's going to stand tall, weather the storm, trade those shots, take big shots, and force Diego Pacheco to dig deep. And that's what he did tonight. He dug deep. He found it. He got the opponent out of there and says, you can't stand in front of me. You think you can stand in front of me and exchange these shots. You should be on your bicycle, but I'm not allowing you to make it through to the championship round. You will not see the judges. And keep in mind, this fight was 11 rounds to 0 as far as I'm concerned, 10 to 11 rounds to 0. He dominated the man in the scorecards. He dominated him in a masterclass boxing match, and he put him away and dominated him on the inside in a dog v. dog world. Mm-hmm. I don't care what anybody says. Anybody at 168 is going to get a big fight out of this dude. Does he beat everybody? Listen, man, that's not up to me to tell the story. There's too many dudes punching at 168. Ozzy Iglesias is up there. Jaime Munguia is up in this conversation. Hamza Shiraz, Christian Mbili, Canelo Alvarez. Don't let me say Jamal Charlo. Don't let me sit here and tell you that Diego Pacheco is about to beat everybody up at 168. That's never going to be what I say. But what I'm going to tell you is the fighter that you saw in this fight tonight, working behind that jab, working great footwork, great angles, good power, good work to the body, great work to the body. He's going to give anybody a problem who doesn't come out with a proper game plan to deal with this kid. Period.
I agree. Listen, there's obviously always room for improvement. I see some things he needs to work on. As far as Bumlinga, as you call him, HLD, Bumlinga will get himself beat up because he puts himself in those situations to get punched on. It's not the fact that Berlinga can't hurt or beat Pacheco. It's Berlinga's confidence and cockiness. Those are the things that hurt him in his fights and why he loses fights and why he looks bad in fights. As far as everybody else, the Munguia you mentioned, that'd be a great fight. That's actually the fight I think should happen next. He needs to fight somebody like Munguia to see where he tests himself in the current space of 168. I don't think he needs to go too many ways outside the box. I think, like, again, Hamza he's not ready for. I think it'll be a great matchup. I don't think he's ready for a Hamza. I think he needs to work on a few things. I think there's also consideration of him mastering the footwork, Clay. I don't think his footwork is bad, but he puts himself in situations. He gets a little over the top, like over his front foot, and sometimes backing out. He does that left foot, that right foot behind his left foot, turning instead of opening up the other way and turning and sliding back. He doesn't do it well, and maybe it's just because he's just a taller fighter. I see it, you know what I mean, as opposed to the smaller fighters. You don't see it as much. But yeah, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I think he's ready for all that shit. I think if he loses,
right.
But there's no choice. He's already to a certain point in his career to where there's no more games to be played. There's no more room to be played. This man is sitting on all types of interim, international, whatever the hell versions of belts. He already turned away from Christian Mbili for a WBC interim title. He turned away from Hamza Shiraz for a WBO title. There's no more room for that. The man is on point. He showed in the first 6 rounds of this fight that he can move, that he can box, that he can do whatever he wants to do. Then he showed in the second half of the fight that he can be a dog and he can be gritty. I don't know that Hamza Shiraz has shown me that he can be that he can do all those things yet, right? I've seen him do what he did with Edgar Berlanga and put on that boxing class, that master class, but I've never seen Hamza Shiraz in a fight like this yet. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't seen him in a fight to where he had to put on the master class in the first 6 rounds. I don't think I've seen him in the ring with a tough, gritty fighter like an Immanuwel Aleem yet. Who has he been in the ring to show and prove me that he could have even weathered a storm like what he went through with a Kevin Lele Sajo, or like he went through with this guy right here tonight? That jab is perfect. He's only going to get better. This is a great 11 rounds for him. At this point, I'm ready to see this guy in a championship fight, man. Okay. I want to see him against somebody big. Whether it's whether it's Ozzy Iglesias, whether it's Hamza Shiraz, I don't give a damn. If it's Christian Mbili, I don't give a damn. I want to see him in the big fights. It's time, man. You don't do all this work to be home right now in front of a stadium that you didn't even sell out, to put on a performance like this and continue to go on the path of building yourself up outside of that championship conversation. This is what this fight was about. Buddy McGirt was brought into this camp to show and prove that this kid can be responsible, patient, poised, and still get the job done. And I think he did it, man. There's nothing left. On the back end of this performance, let's have at it, man. Let's have at it.
Let's shout out to Jarrell Freeman. You are 100% right. The referee is the all-star of this fight. 100%. Got to give him credit. He did a great job. Probably what I would like to see over Thomas Taylor in the last fight. Thomas Taylor is known for stopping fights because he sees blood. So, you know what I mean? Let's give this ref his props and just do for a great performance on his end and being professional.
No doubt, no doubt. Kai, what's good with you, brother? What's good? Talk to me.
Yo, salute to the fam. ATP on top, man. Shouts to Clay for always calling these fights the right way. Oh man, this is what we wanted to see, man. This is the future of the 168 division. I know he got it in him. That's why I wasn't really kicking his ass for ducking Shiraz and Munguia or whoever else he does, and Billy. I wasn't beating him down too hard because I know he got some talent in that 6'4" slender man type frame, and I don't know why he denied that fight, but maybe it's to come, shortly after this. He beat a mutual opponent with Lester Martinez and did it in dominating fashion. I thought that jab was pretty much borderline elite, up there with the Jamal Charlos and the Devin Haney's. Man, I really love this performance, and more to come, hopefully.
Okay.
Hopefully he don't keep moving like a punk. We'll see.
Yeah, Lester got the WBO, right?
Now in the ring, man. He's really, it's so funny because we look at the audience, we look at the turnout, and damn, man, he didn't get the turnout. But you know what? He's still having his moment. He's having his moment in the ring right now. It's good enough, right? He said, this moment is the moment he just said, this is the moment I've been working for towards my whole career. And it's not a packed out stadium, but it was the performance, right? It was the opportunity to show the world with this. And you got to thank, and once again, Immanuwel Aleem is a dog, man. He's gritty and he showed it in his fight. He took a lot of punishment, but you need that dance partner who's going to give you an opportunity to showcase a fight like this. Diego Pacheco, right now, I don't care. Once again, any 168 pounder in the division has to look at him and respect him, because not most of these 168 pounders ain't been in these type of fights and then come out on the other end of them with those stoppages. Ozzy Iglesias did not. Ozzy Iglesias has not gotten that opportunity to show and prove that he can do something like this. In his last fight against a way lesser, a lesser intense fighter in Canada, he won, but barely. You know what I'm saying? Hamza Shiraz hasn't had this fight. The last time he had a fight like this to where he could have showed and prove it was against Ammo Williams, and he didn't show and prove that kind of fight. That's not what he did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? He didn't show and prove in that fight. And then his last fight he had was a free tomato can. He became a WBO champion. And this fight he has next week, he's not fighting nobody who's that serious. I mean, this guy isn't a cakewalk. He's undefeated, and you know what I'm saying, or he has one loss under his belt, and he's a mandatory. But in my opinion, right now, in the 168, how many fighters outside of Christian and Billy, who had a crazy fight with Terrence Crawford, has had a fight like, I mean, not Terrence Crawford, with Lester Martinez? How many fighters have had a fight like this, like Diego Pacheco did tonight? It is what it is. HLD was good, brother.
What's going on? Good calling on the fight, Clay. What's going on, Mr. Ray D? What's going on, HLD? Good, my brothers. Hey, I mean, let me start out with the positives. I saw the Buddy McGirt influence tonight in Pacheco. It was a nice jab. So that in itself, and again, you guys just mentioned, I was saying in the chat, the ref did a hell of a job tonight. He just let these guys fight, and he gave Aleem like all that he could, the benefit of giving him an opportunity to finish the fight. Everything else, I'm not. I don't think there's not. Can he get a little bit better with Buddy McGirt? Yeah, he probably could. It's his first fight, but I don't see nothing. I don't see grandeur days from this kid. I see we can make some good fights. Throw him in with anybody. At this point, throw him in with anybody. We spoke about it before. He avoided those other fights, and even Eddie Hearn said earlier this week, it was good for him that he changed coaches, because he wasn't ready for those other guys. But after tonight, I mean, it is what it is. Fight anybody. I don't care who it is. I mean, but I don't think he's gonna beat the very best guys of this division. I see conditioning issues. I see volume issues. He should have got this guy out earlier. The opportunities were there a lot earlier to stop this guy. And I saw conditioning issues. I really did. And he's open to get hit with the big punch by one of these real big punches in the division. Mm-hmm. So throw him in there. I mean, I'm good for him. He did what he had to do, and it was he dominated the fight. I gave Aleem the first round though. Right? I gave him the first round. That's about it. But it was a wash overall. Besides that,
I was wrong. He did get stopped in 2017. He did get knocked out in the third round at a fight at 160. So I was wrong about that. He's been stopped before. But regardless, man, this guy Immanuwel Aleem has been tested, man. He's been in a fight with Lester Martinez. That was a dog ass fight, and I'm saying he was in there with him. He's a durable fighter, man, and I don't think anybody and everybody's knocking this guy out. You know what I'm saying? Keep in mind that this guy has really been campaigning at one. Actually, he's been at 168 for a long time now. He's been at 168 since like 2023. But you got to give him his respect. You know what I mean? Even though the opportunities were there, that you might see the opportunities were there. Diego Pacheco was hitting him with some clean shots, some good uppercuts, some good straight right hands. He was working him to the body. He hurt him to the body in the 6th or the 7th round. He had him cower back. And, it's just Immanuwel Aleem is just a dog. He's gritty. And that pace that Immanuwel Aleem was pushing outside of Christian and Billy, I don't see these other 168 pounders that we're talking about. Maybe a Jaime Munguia is also another fighter who's going to test that conditioning. But for the most part, I thought Diego's conditioning was all right, bro. You know what I mean? This guy was
I didn't see him going to that second, third gear. Like, bro, let's go. Get him out.
I kind of agree with you, HLD, a little bit. For the most part, actually, I should say. But I do see this. And I think
you got to go in the zone. The zone. That's where you're going to see the fight.
So what I have to say is that I think Pacheco's he has to understand, as HLD is saying, when it's time to fight and when it's time to relax. And I think his whole thing is he did too much time setting up the jab and getting used to the fight when he had opportunities. Now, I know Aleem is a dangerous fighter. We've seen that, especially with the uncharacteristic movements of Diego Pacheco. I think height plays a part in those situations. I believe it does. Mm-hmm. But everybody's not 6'4". Everybody's more like 5'10" to 6'1". So he's going to be getting he has opportunity to get hurt. And I think that's where HLD is talking about the bad mistakes that he was making. And I seen him leaning over the front foot a lot, walking forward. He doesn't look like he's a guy that walks forward much. And when he does, you know what I mean, he leans over too far. He needs to sit back, let the fight come to him, and then he can take adjustments as he wears down the opponent. But he doesn't seem to do that. He looks like he gets a little hasty, to say the least. When the fighter is attacking him and they get a good shot off, he wants to get that get back and he gets sloppy. And that's what I've seen in this fight, mid-fight rather, not the whole fight, just mid-fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna pass it right to you, Kai. So I'm gonna say like this: I seen somebody in there saying to say that he's ready for everybody at 168 is premature, bro. What else do you need to see from this guy? I'm not saying that this guy beats everybody at 168.
Yeah, you're right.
What's premature about saying that this guy is supposed to be in the ring with all those guys, bro? He's ready to be in the ring with these guys, but there's no more getting ready. He's gonna get better. He has Buddy. This was a first fight with Buddy McGirt. I mean, we can acknowledge that this kid has done some big improvements from his last fight, and he's got that grit. He's shown you that he's willing to make the fight happen. At a minimum, he's a great dance partner. At a minimum, he's a great dance partner. I want to see him in the biggest fights. I'm ready.
I'm good with it. I'm 100% agree with that. I 100%.
Aleem himself is a good dance partner, and look what happened to him tonight. So even with all of the the gripes that you may have on him, which are right, the conditioning, the skill, the visible skill deficiencies, or whatever you may say. He's already 25-0, so that should already make him ready. And then he has a bunch of potential. Like, that is a really good jab that has the potential to be an elite top 7 jab in boxing. The only reason Emmanuel's face didn't get busted up is because he black. So it's like, man, that jab was serious. It worked. And even when the conditioning was setting its tone from like rounds 9 to the stoppage, he was still using a jab in between to recollect his stamina.
Yes, so, I agree. You saw the Buddy. Look, I saw the Buddy McGirt influence tonight. He kind of like when we saw Fundora, like, oh, you finally using your jab. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Again, I forgot what fight that was last year, but we're like, oh, you finally gonna act like you can box.
And HLD, this is fight number 1 with Buddy.
Right,
this
so
fight number 1. So
he's ready. I mean, if they want to give him another Aleem out there, I'm okay with it too. But he's ready for anybody.
Right? The good thing about this fight is his number 1 fight, and now they got 11 rounds to go back and watch together and do film study, right?
Absolutely.
Like Buddy got 11 rounds to be like, that fight was good, but we could do better, right?
Yeah, it wasn't like the Frank Martin and the old Cuban guy or the old Spanish guy that he knocked out last December. It wasn't like that.
The old Span. Oh, you talking about
Bartholomew. Yeah, it wasn't like that. So yeah, he got a bunch of rounds to go ahead.
He got a good solid 11 rounds. And once again, those are the things where I'm sitting here saying you gotta give Immanuwel Aleem his flowers, bro, because he gave this dude a solid 11 rounds. He fought the shit out of him. He tried his best. He moved. He got off the line. He took big shots. He worked him to the body. He hit Diego with some big shots. He exposed what you're talking about, Ray and HLD. What you're talking about, you saw in it. Aleem exposed that to Buddy McGirt and to Diego Pacheco. Now they get to go back and work on that and be like, you see, boom, look how you got touched there. Look how you got touched there. He's got to get better, man, from this. Hold on one second. Let me just shout out to my brother J Pitt City with the $5. J Pitt City says, I've seen enough from Pacheco. Hearn's got to take the training wheels off him. He's not a prospect. Time to suit up. Time to get in the booth. 100%, man.
I agree. And I want to
motherfucking bars, nigga. You know nothing about that.
You're right. 100%, J Pitt. And I agree with everything you guys are saying. The only criticism I has is the fact that when he was using his jab, I was saying, Clay, he was using it as like a stinging jab or just like stay back. You know what I mean? He wasn't trying to put like a pop on it. A pop would have definitely set up his shots better. He was playing it safe. And I think once he got comfortable, he got hit a few times, he was able to more grit it out. And I think the grit out was more of the questions that we have mid-rounds. As far as him being a puncher, we all knew he was a puncher. The thing is, we wanted to see him utilize that jab more. And I think him starting is the key. You know, just getting the engine turned on, turning that key and just starting it was great. Just using the jab, setting up the feints. Those were good moments. But I think now he has to turn it up a little bit and get that jab with some pop. Get these guys to respect you so they're not running underneath or running in under that jab. Because if they do, they're going to get hit with a right cross. You know what I mean? That's where I think we have to look at that part of this fight. And a lot of that didn't happen because the jab didn't have nothing on it. They really say, okay, well, if I go in under this jab, I'm not getting hit with nothing because I'm just looking at a guy just throwing feints and soft jabs at me, you know, enough to sting me, but not enough to hurt me. That's what it was.
Yeah, no doubt. So, guys, let's move the needle from here, though, because there was some other fights on the card as well. Obviously, Andy Cruz put on that performance against, an Abraham Montoya, who, nobody's getting ready to say that this guy was a world beater, some fight that was going to speak to that. But listen, man, he got the stoppage against a guy who hasn't really been stopped before. You know what I'm saying? Montoya has taken 7 losses and never been stopped. And listen, he's, in my opinion, I think he put 130 on notice. I think he's going to be faster. He clearly can be menacing when he's not worried about the big threat coming back at him. He's slick. He has a pedigree. I mean, what do you guys think about Andy Cruz at 130 going down there?
But he didn't fight at 130, so we don't know what's happening with that.
Hey, I'm just saying, for 135, what he was able to do, we've seen what he's been able to do at 135. He had a good fight with Raymond Moritaya. He didn't get dominated by Raymond Moritaya. He lost a very close fight to Raymond Moritaya. I mean, from what we have.
So on the hypothetical, if he goes down to 130, I think, he would be dominant. I agree with that. That hypothetical, he goes down to 130. I see him being very dominant at 130. Especially with the competition that's there now. So I foresee that. Be a good fight. Shushu finally moves up to 130 and see Shushu and Andy Cruz. That'd be a great fight. But I don't know. Like I said, I mentioned it earlier. I mean, it's a numbers game, and there's no money at 130 big time. You barely got 200 today. And that's by the kind of that's the kind of we don't know where Loma's at. It's almost going to be at Zuffa. I guarantee you that.
But it's still a big fight.
But yeah, if he goes to 130, there's good fights for Andy Cruz. There's no doubt he's got the skills. He is undersized at 135, and we all kind of knew and suspected that for a minute. But at 130, I think he's going to rumble over there. He's going to rumble. I mean, it's not like he hasn't been rumbling at 135. He took a loss, but the guy hasn't been washed. The guy hasn't been washed at 135.
Yeah, tough loss too.
Yeah, exactly.
The fight that I thought he won, clearly.
Oh, you thought he won?
Oh yeah, the judges. Listen, man, absolutely, he won that fight. I think the pressure. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I think the pressure and the angles of the judges, obviously that played a part. You know what I mean? Because judges don't see every corner of the ring. They don't see like we see on TV. They don't see all those missed shots. You know what I mean? They don't see all those shots that Andy was hitting them with on the way in. I think that's where we're looking at the differences. Yeah, I hear it too. But I think once we control, and once we see that to control the fight, yes, I will give that to Muratalo. I think he definitely tried to control it because he was applying that pressure and controlling it. But as far as the punch stats, Andy Cruz definitely won that battle on connection rate, I would say. Okay. It just looked better on Muratalo's part because he was just throwing, and you just couldn't tell if he was landing or not. But I seen not us, but the judges. I'm saying to the judges because they were on different angles of the ring, side of the ring. Yeah, but it's hard. Definitely wasn't landing.
I mean, it's okay. It was a close fight. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, it was close.
The judges could see it one way. I thought Raymond Montoya won it. That's how I scored it. But regardless, it was a close fight. So I'm saying Andy Cruz doing what he's done at 135, going down to 130. I mean, clearly, even with this guy Abraham Montoya, as soon as they got in front of each other, you saw the size difference. Mm-hmm. You saw it was like, damn, Andy's once again the small little guy inside the ring. I don't know, man. I'm optimistic. I want to see what he does at 130. What do you think, Kai?
Yeah, I totally agree, man. Excluding Murataya and I think Moran, because I think Cruz went the distance with him, if I'm not.
No, he stopped Moran.
Okay, well, excluding Murataya and like one other person on.
Yeah, there was another fight.
Omar Salcido gave him some sauce too.
Yeah, and Omar Salcido. He been thumping on these guys, really implementing Bozie's style pretty well in the pros. So yeah, at 130, it would translate great with his Olympic background and with his new thump and his new confidence in that power boxing type of style. Man, 130 would be a sight for sore eyes to see him versus Shock or Navarrete and all of these possible matchups. That'll be,
or even the guys coming up from 126, like they talked about Shushu coming up there and potentially like a Brandon Figueroa going up there at some point or another. And Rafael Espinosa is got to be getting ready to go up there at some point.
He might jump to 35 though.
Yeah, and that'll be a good fight knowing what he had with Robisi, another former Olympian. So that'll be a good fight if Cruz
100%
could meet up. So yeah, I'm excited.
I think there's definitely some opportunities for him at 130, man, without doubt. And whatever he's able to build at 130, by the time he gets back to 135, I think that division is going to just terraform, bro. You're going to see Floyd Schofield Jr. maneuver. He's probably about to pick up that WBA title. Maybe Tank will be floating around there as well, trying to do some things. Abdullah Mason looks like he's about to be a terror in the division. Hadiya Herrera has yet to really get his opportunity to do something. Lamont Rhodes, Williams Zepay, all these fighters at 135 in a year from now, I could see, Andy Cruz getting an opportunity to do some things at 130 and leveraging whatever that looks like into the 135 division to make some of the big fights. The man is 7-8 fights into his professional career right now, bro. 8 fights into his professional career. They tried to fast track him at 135. And, he probably shouldn't have started at 135. They went for it. They thought they could, bring that Keyshawn Davis fight to light, right? They thought they could, while Keyshawn was there, they can make this big fight. But Keyshawn, was just in another conversation the whole time.
I don't know about that.
We kind of got
what I mean by conversations, clearly, right? Keyshawn's in the conversation. He became a WBO champion. He's trying to chase down Devin. He's trying to chase down Tio. He's trying to chase down Gervonta Tank Davis. Andy Cruz was like way back in the mirror, like what look what I'm looking at. Look where I'm at right now. The conversations that I'm at right now. Well, you're a fighter at this point, 4-0, 3-0, 5-0.
I get it.
I get that we have this history in the Olympics, but bruh.
No, I'm with that. But that's a double. That's the same thing we would say now, right? In the case of besides him getting a mandatory shot, he's been chasing the big fights as well, as you're saying. So he was being chased.
But he doesn't have a career.
But he was chasing as he was being chased. So I get it. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? I respect that. Oh. You just said Keyshawn was being chased by Andy Cruz.
Like Keyshawn was being chased, right?
Right.
But what I'm saying is Keyshawn had no reason to fight this dude except for his
I agree. No, I agree with that. Absolutely. Absolutely. No. It would have been a waste, especially if it would have been an upset. It would have derailed his whole career. All that winning for nothing. But yeah, no. You're right.
It is what it is. So I'm just saying right now,
I don't think he
This
loses
man-
to to him either. But I'm just saying, if he had lost to Cruz, it would have derailed his whole career. It would have been so bad.
It would have just been a waste of his time, man. I
Right.
think at the end of the day, Cruz needs to have. He has no career, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I'm saying? At 8 fights into his professional career, he has no career. Like, you know, and I think at 130, he gets a chance to build a career. He gets to get
I agree.
he gets to get over 10 professional fights, 12, 14, 15 professional fights,
Right.
get a belt. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Now.
Chase some other things, maybe a unification, and come into 135 like, yeah, bro, I'm the Olympian who's a one division champion who's coming into this division demanding a little bit more. You know what I mean? They tried to move him in a way like a Vasily Lomachenko, but he just wasn't built like that.
Yeah, I agree. And I also want to say this. I'm sorry, JD. I can throw it right back to you. I also want to say that the fact that I think if he goes to 130, I think he becomes more of a boogeyman after a while, like maybe 2-3 fights in. I don't think he's going to have to move back up because I think he's just going to be, he's so acclimated to that 135 division. He's going to be the bigger fighter, stronger fighter. So he's definitely going to have to move back up. But if they can get him a whole line of fights, maybe, getting him on a 3 or 4 fight tour a year down at 130, I'm all for it because he does need to be fast-tracked a little bit more and pressured into these fights. I don't know what the holdup was. I don't know why they held on to him fighting 1 or 2 times a year. I think 1 year he had 3 fights, and that was the last we've seen of it. And every other year it's been 1 or 2 fights. So, let's do it. I'm with you on that, Clay.
Now let's go let's go to the other fight that was on the card that I thought was significant for 126, and that was Alberto Chop Gonzalez, man, who put on a masterclass, really just dominated this dude, but it was a decent fighter he had in the ring with him. Right now, I believe he's at number 13 or something like that, or 12 in the WBO rankings, and he's at number 8 in the IBF rankings. Very close to Nick Balls on both. On both of those rankings. Like I think Nick Balls is like 2 spots above him on the IBF, and like maybe like 2 or 3 spots above him on the WBO rankings. Listen, I know he's out there calling out Shushu. He's calling out Rafael Spinoza. He's calling out all, Angela Leo. But, the division is in a space right now to where all these champions are hoping on Monster Inoue to show up. And if anything, at a minimum, they're going to fight each other now based on the zone, who's not going for the small fights no more, and on the fact that these guys know whoever's unified or becomes lineal, it's probably going to be a shoe-in for the Monster Inoue payday, right? So ain't nobody trying to risk that against no damn Chop Gonzalez, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No.
But he's in the conversation regardless. That performance he put today, I'm interested in what you guys think about it. I'm looking for a Nick Ball fight. I ain't gonna lie. That's what I'm
Great performance today. Great showing. The type of stuff that I wanted to see out of the main event.
Mm-hmm.
Get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but is he? No, he's not ready for any of the champions today. No, he's ready for a Nick Ball. He's ready to get into a top 10 fighter. That would be the smart move for his team, is to get a Nick Ball, a number 8, number 7 guy in the top 10 of whatever sanctioning body that is, and then start, knock that door down.
How do you feel about him going to the UK? Are you comfortable with him?
All of it. Wherever you got to do, whatever you got to do.
Right.
Whatever you got to do. Loma did it. Usyk did it. Everybody could do it. It don't matter. You go get it where it's got to be get. And so, if you got to go out that way, good for him. That's what it is.
Yeah, someone mentioned the possible Joet Gonzalez fight, but Clay, you was, a little bit against it. But I feel like Joet beat Heartbreaker Fig like last year, so that'll be a good fight.
That is a good fight.
Joet and Chop, that would be a good fight.
If he's ranked in the top 10,
it would be a good fight, but I definitely would rather the Nick Ball fight. I think the Nick Ball fight is more of a, Nick Ball has Riyadh behind him. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a bigger stage, and I think Nick Ball has a crazy cult following in the UK. He goes out there and fight Nick Ball. You saw how they reacted when Brandon Figueroa won. They were throwing bottles in there.
Yeah, we forgot about that.
right? It got crazy in there. So, you know what I'm saying? That's what Albert Gonzalez needs, man. He needs an opportunity to get a bottle thrown at him. You know what I'm saying? Piss off a whole entire kingdom. Get him out. Get him to the airport tonight. Fuck the hotel. We gotta get out of town. You know what I mean?
I like that.
Yeah, even before that, I'm gonna have to agree with HLD though. Just one more fight to gauge it for the fans, or just for Robert Garcia and his team, for all of us, and we gonna really see. Because I felt like this opponent was nowhere near it. Like you mentioned it, Clay. Just total level disparity once the fight began, and I want to see him, go up a little bit in the next fight or two.
And Joey Gonzalez is a good name. I don't know where he's ranked, but it's a good experience fighting.
No, it's a good name. It's a great name, no doubt. Yeah, for real, for sure.
Good experience, but as far as the business of how you play chess and boxing, Nick Ball, Clay's 100. Nick Ball is the move. They can land a fight with Nick Ball, and they knock that piece off the chessboard. Yo, that guy's knocking now at a title eliminator with one of these sanctioning bodies. Where he cannot be denied, and that's what you got to do.
And it's going to be an exciting fight because Nick is going to come in with all the bullshit. He's going to come in with the dirty tactics. He's going to come in rough and tough. He's going to, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be one of those fights as it's going to, when it's all said and done, it could be a potential fight of the year candidate, man. And if he can stop Nick Ball or, just dominate him, bro, hell yeah, bro. This dude is how many times did Nick Ball defend his WBA title? Like 4 times? Like 3 or 4 times?
4 times and kicked his opponents 10 times. So yeah, he ready for it all.
You already know that's what you want. That's nitty gritty, man. They're gonna love it.
I think that fight's dangerous for him. A Nick Ball fight. I think he suffers his first loss in that fight. I think his best. I think it's a good fight. I think we need to look at and y'all gonna think I'm crazy. I think a Omar Trinidad or a Nunes, man. I think those are the guys I would like to see him fight. I think that's more up his alley. That's more the type of style that he needs. Nick Ball is a pit bull. We already know that. He throws those overhand rights, and I think that puts a lot of fighters with his skill set in danger. He doesn't have time.
On Albert Gonzalez's skill
set.
Yes,
I think he's very good.
He works behind that jab. He's not
You're
defensively.
talking about a guy that's right throw looping hooks and overhand rights all day, and it's been tough, bro. We've seen
let them dudes fight, bro.
Okay, hey, let them do it. That's what y'all want to see.
Think about that. What you just said, right? Like he could lose to this guy, so he shouldn't fight him. Like what?
I didn't say he shouldn't fight him. I said I think he needs more fights to develop into a fight like that. What I'm saying, I think
Nick Ball's not that great of a boxer, bro. He's just a rough and tough dude.
Oh, exactly.
Good power.
He's a
dangerous fighter.
He's a mini Pitbull Cruz, man.
Exactly, and he's dangerous.
And bro. Pitbull Cruz is the mini of a mini.
Yeah, bro. But that's why the victory. I think Albert Gonzalez's pedigree, what he showed tonight and what he showed in other fights, gives a Nick Ball problems, bro. I don't think Nick Ball does well with that. I don't think Nick Ball's going to jump in there head first thinking shit is sweet. Okay. And Gonzalez is bigger than Nick Ball. He's 5'7". He's a big puncher. He's coming from a his sparring. He's probably sparred motherfuckers in that gym in Robert Garcia's gym that are better than Nick Ball, bro. He's going to bust that dude to the white meat, bro.
No, yeah,
being better and see, I think being better and having a different look, because you got to remember he's fighting boxers. He's not fighting guys that throw freaking windmill shots. Clay,
why not? Why isn't he? Robert Garcia's gym. You don't think he's fighting some Isak Pitbull Cruzes in there? You don't think he's fighting some Oscar Duarte's in there? You don't think he's fighting some come forward pressure ass Mexican flat? You
think he's fighting those guys at 140,
brother? He's fighting. He's getting some of the
Omar
best
Trinidad's the fight, bro.
He's getting some of the best. He's probably getting the best sparring you can get at 126 pounds in America. Let's be real. Robert Garcia has one of the most dense, loaded gyms in boxing today, bro. He is sparring. He's getting better sparring than Shushu's getting, better sparring than Rafael Espinosa, better sparring than all those guys, bro. Those guys have like 2 or 3 people they're rotating. They're probably
let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. I'm okay for it.
I like that fight.
That's a whole in-house souffle getting built up in there, bro. That's a whole in-house growing in my garden.
Omar Trinidad's the fight, bro.
Robert Garcia is growing everything in his garden that he's cooking. Give me my tomatoes and my peppers out my garden. Give me my chicken. You know what I'm saying? He's homegrown, organic. Like, you know what I'm saying? Robert Garcia's got a whole machine pumping out motherfucking killers. Over, bro.
Whole Foods ain't got shit on me.
Right,
all right.
Joe? Hey, sounds like you're telling Joe, what are those Walmart tomatoes?
Listen, man,
You're
talking a former championship pedigree against a guy that he can fight Omar Trinidad, who is potential champion going forward.
Omar Trinidad is cool, but Omar Trinidad
cool.
is
a test.
He don't need to be tested. He's 18-0 right now. With how many knockouts does he have? 18-0, 11 knockouts. The man got rounds too, by the way. He's not just knocking everybody out in the first, second round like Edgar Berlanga does. He's getting rounds in, bro. The motherfucker's ready.
Let's see it. I'm all for it. Listen, I don't never turn down a good fight.
Exactly, dog, man. He said chop chop will stop ball. Why you play with it?
Exactly. All right. Let's see it then. Let's see it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to.
Giannis is ready
about it. Nick Ball is a bigger star. He has a cult following. It's a big fight.
I agree. That's what I just said.
To prove nothing
That's a fight that should be built up.
And the thing is, there's really it's hard to prepare for these Pitbull Cruz and Nick Ball type of fight. So you're talking about he's not ready for it, but when is he going to be ready? When there's nobody you really can practice that much like with these guys. So you got to go in and get it.
Prepare him for Nick Ball.
So maybe getting ready is the wrong choice of words, right? Maybe that's not what I'm really saying. What I'm really getting at is I don't think that's a fight I think he wants to take right now. I think he should fight a guy that's going to be more of a name.
He just called Shushu out. He just called Rafael.
Of course, that's what they all do. Shakur and what's name's been called out by freaking Tito and Haidar, right?
You don't want those fights either.
Hey, I do
understand. Fighters call out fighters when they're coming up anyway. They all call out the top guys.
But you're dismissing it as if it doesn't mean nothing.
He didn't call Nick Ball, did he?
Why would you call out Nick Ball?
Okay, that's my point. That's my point. But go ahead, bro.
Why the hell would I call out Nick Ball?
Well, hey, you want to see him fight Nick Ball? Why did he call him out? Did he say, let's make it happen?
No, but you make that fight happen because that Nick Ball fight is an impactful fight. You make the fight happen, he gets that win, he becomes undeniable. He just beat a former champion who just lost to Brandon Figueroa in a close fight, and he has a cult following, bro. It's a big fight. What do you mean?
No, that's the fight you fight. Man, I'm with you. It's a bigger stage, 100%.
It's a bigger active career win.
I get it. I'm not mad at you.
Wait. King KO. I'm not saying Nick Ball is a buster. I'm saying Nick Ball is a dog. He's a dangerous fighter. But I'm saying right now, 126. Let's just be honest. He's not. Chop is not fighting no champions anytime soon. He's 18-0 right now. 11 knockouts. Keyshawn Davis was a champion before he was 18-0. You know what I'm saying? Vasily Lomachenko was a champion before he was 18-0. Abdullah Mason, a champion before he was 18-0. So at the end of the day, who does he fight next? His next fight should be a fight. If he wants to be a champion, his next fight should be a fight that's a spectacle that people can look at and be like, and start demanding, I want to see this guy in the ring with a Shushu, Rafael Espinosa, Angelo Leo, or any of these other fighters. Who better right now at 126 that's going to give you a spectacle than a guy who is in a conversation of fighting Monster Inoue at 126? A guy who defended his title 4 times, who was arguably the most popular 126-pound champion in the world in Nick Ball in the UK. That's how you do it. It's not about Nick Ball being easy food or low-hanging fruit. It's about impactful fights at this point in your career, making fights that move the needle, making fights that make great arguments for your position in the division. Omar Trinidad is over at Zuffa Boxing doing his thing right now, trying to get a fight with Angelo Leo. That's cool, but Omar Trinidad ain't no star. If you want to become a star, you fight Nick Ball. Or if you can lock in a championship fight, which I know you can't, do that.
Well, listen, if you put it that way, fighting a bigger name, that's fine, and getting on that stage, I'm okay with that. That's 100%. I was just saying that for him to go into a fight, get a good fight out. If it ain't Trinidad, like I said, you got Nunes. I mean, he's right there. So
Sugar, Sugar Nunes would be a great fight as well. Sugar Nunes.
You mentioned number. I think the Joed is a good fight too.
That's a good one too, for sure.
Yeah,
that's a good one too. I like it because there's a lot of experience with that young man too, and so I think it would be a great fight for him.
Yo,
Yeah,
I'm tired of these dudes being like 18, 19 and 0 and still saying, or they team still pushing them to do these mid fights like Tito Mercado and like how y'all trying to do.
Oh,
Well,
we
how
got to
some
talk
people
about Tito Mercado.
and how
Oh
some
yeah,
people
Sugar
trying to.
Nunez got 130, bro.
Yeah,
yeah.
Sugar is
I
at
was talking. No,
130.
I'm talking about Ronaldo. Well, Luis
Ricardo
Nunez.
Nui. Okay.
Yeah,
But
Ronaldo. No.
yeah, I'm just so tired of that, bro. Like at some point we got to get these dudes to take the fights, and I think Nick Ball is a good, Nick Ball, Joe Ed, or even a Rene Palacios, or
I like
any
Palacios. Palacios is a
anybody
good
like
fight.
that. We gotta
I like that
make
fight.
it like
Oh, Robesi.
or
Barbasi's going to go to
Robacy.
130. He'll be at 130. I was just talking to Clay. I
Good
think he's going to
fight.
be there. He's not going to stay there, bro. He got
I
his
like
ass.
I mean, they
Palacio,
screwed him
man,
over in his
'cause
last fight, so I
if he
don't know what
beats
happened.
up Palacio was just in a good fight with Shushu. If he beats up Palacio and stops him, man, that's a good argument to get at Shushu. That's like a good F you to Shushu if that's because that's the fight he keep calling for. He keep calling for Shushu. I'll be honest with you. That's what he keeps calling for, but I don't think he's going nowhere near it. But at least he'll have an argument there.
They want that green belt.
Yeah, I mean, Shushu right now just got pushed up to number 2 at 126. He ain't fighting no damn chop Gonzalez. That ain't happening.
Not after his last performance.
But at least there'll be an argument there. You know what I'm saying? At least there'll be a conversation.
Yeah. Hey,
right.
Clay, I mean, maybe it's off topic, but I heard the name and I want. What the hell happened with Tito Mercado signing with Win Records?
Tito Mercado. I'm gonna tell you what I believe happened with Tito, bro. I believe Tito was this close to signing the Zuffa, bro. And I think he decided, Tito made a choice. He picked the belts. That's all it is, right? And he already had walked away from Matchroom, and it was a dumb look for him. Because for you to go out the only reason to leave Matchroom is to go to Zuffa, bro.
Yeah.
If you're not going to Zuffa, what the hell are you leaving Matchroom for, bro? Eddie Hearn is your key to everything you want to do, bro. What is Clarita gonna do? You gonna go over there with Clarissa and Papoose, bro?
Listen, bro. Look, I don't care about the who the hell he's signing to this front fake company Win Records that is it's not a real company. I'm sorry, it's not. They just got invented last week. I mean,
like a money laundering or something, right?
I'm not gonna say all that, but
don't throw stuff out there.
Right. But I'm just saying, it's just like what? Bro, you're supposed to be one of the top prospects, and you're gonna sign to Papoose? What are you doing? Like, who's in his ear? Like, what the hell? That was worse than when Boo Boo signed to Rock Nation and shit. Like, Johnny think it was gonna be something, and you saw what happened there. I mean, like, what are you doing? It trips me out the stupidity on this young man's head. He probably is as dumb as he talks. He talks a lot of shit.
Right.
No, he didn't look smart. It wasn't a smart looking movie. He doesn't look good. He's trying to sell it like, oh, what a better place to be. And what are you talking about? What a better place to be? A million other places you could have been better than that. That is just not the spot, bro. Why did you leave Eddie Hearn? It makes no sense.
Ego and pride.
It wasn't promised a Shakur fight. That's what it was.
Ego and pride, man. A lot of ego and pride with these young men.
He wasn't. He wanted that Shakur fight. He wasn't promised it. They told him no, and that's exactly what it is. He got in his feelings about it. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I promise you, you can tell because he's very. He moves weird. Like I can't tell you how he moves. I don't know him personally, but his actions shows the way he possibly moves. Let's say that.
Mm-hmm.
How many Milli Vanilli records do you think he's gonna have to sell to make some money?
That's crazy, bro. First of all, I don't even know why he over there, bro. Like that's listen, man. They might have found something. Listen, you know what? At the same time, HOD, sometimes these small or weird ass promotional companies, they need a star to build off of. Hopefully, he can make it happen for them. If he can't, or they can't get him good fights,
he's not no star, bro. This is a bad look.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster.
It was Zuffa. Let's go out today. He needed to sign the Zuffa.
100%.
I agree.
Get on that train, young man, and ride it. Because guess what? That was the spot for him.
And guess who we got? Guess what fight we could have got first for Shakur? Well, first, I'm saying.
Oh, he could have. Yeah, he could have.
He could have fought Shakur. He could have fought.
I mean, let's be honest.
Julian Rodriguez. There's a lot of fighters over there he could have fought, bro.
Now, the thing is, do we know that they are? I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming that he could have gotten with Zuffa. We don't know if they gave him an offer or not. I don't know that. But I'm just saying, regardless of if they did or didn't, where he signed to right now, it's just not an option. Right. It's just not an option. I just don't. It's not an option, and it shouldn't have been an option. I stay. Go to pro box or whatever, and whatever. You know what I mean? But it wouldn't. That would not have been my move. As simple as that.
Pro box would have been a good spot for him.
And I also think what held him is because he wanted to stay at 140. That's what I believe was also a big part of the conversation. And he knew if Zuffa signed him, they weren't going to give him the contracts that they gave Hitchens and Shakur. In other words, he was going to have to wear a Zuffa uniform. He was going to be over there fighting in that league. He wasn't going to be over there fighting in that other conversation. So he was like, nah, bro, I got to be at 140 and I got to be at 147 or 135 and I got to be in the Zuffa league. Even though the money was good, he thinks he's a big star, bro. I don't know, bro. I don't know. You know what? I saw him doing an interview. I would love to see him and Emiliano Vargas run it. I would love to see him in some of these other fighters, but I don't think they're going to give him that fight.
Good talent. I'm not going to take away from his talent that we've seen. The eye test is there. The eye test is there, and I give him that. But what he proved, he's as dumb as rocks. Simple as that.
Can I suggest something? PBC ain't have a big signing. If you're going to sign the Clarissa Shields, you should just went to the PBC, bro.
Maybe.
Somewhere.
Well, the PBC just signed with DAZN, so it's basically like.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But he's still now he's back on that side of the street.
Real G, get the deal with DAZN. Know what I'm saying? Get the deal directly with DAZN.
But he's not big stars. They're not going to sign him.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, if you were the star, you're saying you're a star. You're saying that Eddie Hearn ain't moving you right. You're saying that, you know what I mean, you should be in bigger situations. Then, you know what I mean? You should have never left Eddie Hearn without a game plan. Like, why leave Matchroom? You only leave Matchroom because you got somewhere else to be. Right. You don't go out there and be like, because I know what Eddie said to him. He tried to talk some shit, and Eddie was like, "You want to go try? Go ahead. Go outside and go see what you're worth." And he was too prideful to come back to Eddie and be like, "Yo, Eddie, let's break bread, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It didn't work out for me out there."
I believe that 100. I can see it in this kid's attitude. He's too big-headed, stubborn. And he's been drinking a lot of his own damn Kool-Aid. I mean, in every interview, I'm like, bro, dude.
Yeah, but I actually seen that be fabricated a little bit in his personality. Because when he went on the Brian Custer show, he didn't really mention Keyshawn and Shakur like how he usually do. He was mentioning other guys like Ryan Garcia and Emiliano Vargas. So, yeah, man, I don't know. I don't even think he as tough as he make it. He display either. So that scares me too, because he might just be all talent, and when it comes to those later rounds, he might fold. So
I mean, he's kind of running it like Edgar Berlanga a little bit low key, right? Like he's getting all these early knockouts, and he's 18 wins, 17 knockouts, and
I got all
he's doing all this shit.
Oh, when they run into this grenade right hand. They gonna feel it,
but when Berlanga left Top Rank, see as much shit you can talk about Berlanga, he had a game plan, and his game plan paid off. You see, he had a team that told him, okay, we're gonna leave, Bob Arum, but we're gonna go over here and get you set up with Eddie, and then we're gonna get that Canelo fight. And he got paid, right? There's a plan, but this kid right now, I mean, what he did was like, holy shit. Dude, I can't believe he did that.
And I was going to say is Kai. I got cut off. I don't know. I guess it's a heat wave in my area. I don't know, but my shit just went to bling. But anyway, down to the back. Maybe he was talking to Ryan Garcia and Vargas because he was talking to Golden Boy at the time, and that was just something that he thought was a potential fight. We don't know all the ins and outs behind these boxers' careers. We swear we do, as the fans. I mean, we can get some information, but it's not solid. But we can go with what we got. But that seems like something that could have been a potential, right? He was just looking to go to the Golden Boy side, and Oscar wasn't paying him the money that he wanted. And that's probably why he ended up with Clarissa Shields. Because it just looks like he's a man without a nomad. He's a man without a home, man. He's just a traveler.
Yeah, he's a Rolling Stone right now.
Yeah,
I'm sure he got compensated well. But
they gave him a good signing bonus, but we ain't gonna get in those fights. That's the thing.
Who got a good signing bonus?
I'm pretty sure he got a decent.
He got a good.
I don't think so.
That's what they're doing over there at that wing. That's what they're doing. That's what pulled him in there. Was the signing bonus? I promise you, he got it back, bro.
The money got him there to sign.
Yeah,
for him, he's gonna get per fight ain't gonna be. You know what I mean? Yeah, he gotta earn that.
Hey,
They gave him some money, bro. I'm not saying they gave him like 500,000 like that, but they shot him some bread. They gave him something.
Hey, the journeyman, the king journeyman of all journeymen, Jojo Diaz fought tonight. You guys caught that?
Well, you put like the bare knuckle or something, right?
Yeah, stop the guy.
He a dog.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm like, what the hell? I just saw a clip of it. I'm like, what the hell?
I didn't see it, but I know he had a fight coming up. If it wasn't tonight,
But hey man, that's all I wrote, man. That's all I got. I just wanted to chop in a little bit on what we were talking about throughout the week. Great fight. I mean, it was decent fights tonight. And Eddie Hearn called out Munguia. He wants more. He said, and I think it's true. It's a good fight. He said, "Hey, what better, bigger fight than Munguia and Pacheco here?" And
that ain't happening right now, bro.
No, but we'll see.
Munguia, maybe. Well, Munguia will have to wait. That means Munguia ain't gonna be in the ring for another 4 months. Nah, bro, he's gonna get back in that ring. Yeah, Hamza's the one who's fighting next week, bro. Stop ducking Hamza.
Well, it's Hamza. We got Bolanga coming up, and we'll see. I mean, I
Hamza's next week, Berlanga's next week, but Hamza, you got that WBO belt around on your shoulder, bro. That interim, whatever that WBO, he's number one. He's high ranked. It's Hamza. It should be the fight, bro. You already ducked it the first time. Fight Hamza.
Right.
That's the fight we want to see. But if you're not ready, you're not ready.
I didn't hear that name. That's for sure.
I know, right? Hey, bro, if that's not the name being said, I don't know what you're doing. You don't got nothing to do with the WBA. Where you ranked with the WBA? I don't know. I got to look it up. But last time
he's got a belt.
He's not even in the WBA.
He got a WBO belt.
Oh, WBO.
That's why I said the same thing, HLD, when I said it earlier. I said he has to get in the conversation in the WBA. That's why I asked. I said, what has he got? I said he got to fight this guy for
international belt of the WBO is what.
That's why he got to fight Lester Martinez to get that interim WBA title, whatever.
Lester Martinez is a good fight too.
Yeah, I like that fight, man. Pacheco and Martinez.
I think Lester destroys him, bro.
Yeah,
well, you know what? No. Let me not use that. No. Let me not use that. No. Let me take that back. Because Pacheco might just beat him with jabs, bro. If he's Lester Martinez, he might be able to just like slow him down. If he can slow down Lester Martinez with the jab, that ain't an easy fight for Lester.
I think Lester's a high level. Lester is one of the better. One of the better ones.
I thought so too, right? But then I'm thinking like, no. I'm saying in this fight, I was saying he'll destroy Pacheco, but now I was like, hold on, let me not say that, right? Let me dial back.
We got Bomac, man. Them dudes, he's getting good sparring.
Stop the cat.
What's the name? Have Bomac too? Kiki Torres.
Stop the cat. No, but Lester, I think Lester Martinez is too much of a bull for Pacheco, and what Ray just took back, I don't put it on the table. Yeah, I think he destroys Pacheco.
Lester Martinez is Kevin Lele Sajo with a high boxing IQ. He's going to get up in there and touch that boy, man. He gonna touch him, and he gonna Lester's gonna give him problems. Lester's gonna give him problems.
If he can put some pop on that jab, he's not gonna do it, bro.
He wasn't no bull to Aleem when they fought for the interim.
Right.
So that's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I was looking at.
That's why I make.
He looked tired too, didn't he? He looked tired in that fight. Like
yeah. I didn't even really watch it all the way through. It was boring as hell. Lester and Aleem was boring than the hell. But
wait, who?
Yeah, man.
Lester and Aleem.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't get through the whole thing, bro.
Yeah, he looked like he was tired in that fight. Like he was just, you know what I mean? Like he just fought his way. He fought himself to make that fight happen. Or did he fought the opponent? Yo, let me get through this. Come on, five more laps. Come on.
Yeah, no. I actually did watch it. I'm capping. I did watch it, but right, I drugged myself through watching it. And,
there you go. And imagine what he was doing in the ring.
Right. yeah. No, but yeah, it was a good performance from Lester. I'm not gonna lie, but I'm saying it left you wanting more, and Pacheco and Lester makes sense. It definitely makes sense, and I don't think it's as one way as
it's not
one certain person may think. Yeah,
it's not one side. I think Pacheco actually showing that he can use a jab. If he can master it or work on it, like I said, put the pop to it, that will slow him down a little bit, man. Because Diego likes the inside fighting. That's his thing. He's the bigger fighter, so we already seen it. These taller fighters in these inside exchanges have the advantage.
Unfortunately, that body attack tonight was an adjustment.
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice. You know, I think Clay said it best. He got 11 good rounds. They got a good amount of tape, and we should see more improvement out of Pacheco. That I'm gonna give him. I'm not high on the kid like all that, but I do expect to do that in his next fight. It should be even cleaner and more effective.
I agree.
And we'll see to that. We'll see to that.
Yeah, I think he could work on some pop too, because even in the Sajo fight, he had Sajo a little bit stunned like once or twice, and he could have did more with those opportunities. So yeah, he got stuff to work on.
I think sometimes we confuse that. You know, I just what he did tonight, great work. He did watch the guy pretty much. I just think there was opportunities where he could have just got that guy out of there, and I saw earlier in the fight, and I saw hesitation to step on the gas. I saw body language that told me you're taking some time off because you're tired, and so that's what I didn't like overall. So he needs to work on that. But did he box well tonight? He did. He get caught a couple times, cleanly. And it stopped him in his tracks. If it was another guy like Bumlanga who hit him like that, he might stop him, right? Because he paused totally.
Yeah, I hate that Berlanga thing, because Berlanga gets in his he's a monster in his own head. HOD, like he loses his fights, and he's so and I'm not going to say overconfident. I'm thinking he's cocky. He's so in his mindset that he's just going to win with punches. And bunches and power shots. He doesn't bring nothing to the table, no game plan, and I think that's why we see a lot of times Berlanga hurt himself.
The thing with Bumlanga is, I saw. Look, that fight against Canelo, that was great. 12 rounds of boxing front.
Yes, it was.
It was great boxing by this guy who I did not expect to see that from him. He did not embarrass me, except for the parade. But he did not embarrass me in that ring. And the fight against Shiraz, he was beating Shiraz until he
was doing okay, bro.
Right. Until he got stopped, right?
I said,
I thought from like the mid to long range, but once he tried to go inside, that's when Shiraz started getting him with those
them damn egg weights in them gloves, man.
Yeah, for sure.
It's about that time for me. I ain't gonna lie, man.
I can tell you looking at shit. You looking at TV. You like, dang, I gotta get that. Guys,
I was just watching this the younger Pacheco brother fight, and it was weak. It was a weak fight.
But real quick, Clay, I'm glad you trying to start popping out to these fights, especially in the East Coast area, man. I'm looking forward to meeting you. I don't know if you're trying to go to that Ruiz Kaneba fight, but I mean, I'm gonna most likely be in there, and I know a lot of. I'm just glad you got that in mind.
Actually, just I got a fight coming up.
Definitely. I got to, man. I got people talking to me like, yo, we need you out here too. You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely, pop out, man. I always tell people you gotta go to the fights. It's a different view, man. It's a different.
No, 100%, man. I used to. For me, it's. I've been trying to build this channel up and call the fights. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta, you gotta.
There, you're getting a lot of. I mean, I wander these spaces, Clay, and your live numbers and viewership that you're getting compared to other people who have been established for a minute. Yeah, you're stomping them, bro. Like
the consistency is everything.
100 and some odd people. When I see others that have been around and they only got 40 people watching, there's a difference. There's a difference of your consistency, your professionalism, your effort, and your dedication compared to everybody else. Kind of like wings when they just get up on their damn panels. And it's like, like whatever show. This is not what this is here. This is pure boxing talk, and I do appreciate your time that you give me. So,
look at HLD being nice.
Appreciate it. No, I appreciate it.
HLD ain't nice on these YouTube streets, Clay. You better definitely appreciate that.
I'm nice, yo. I just don't get along with the R's.
I know.
The Reeds, you know what I mean?
I know. Listen, yo, Josiah got a fight coming up in Philly. His 5th fight. HOD, if you want to check him out, Josiah Kirkpatrick.
Josiah Kirkpatrick?
Yeah, it's my family, bro. He out there doing his thing, bro.
Okay.
5-0, professional. He about to get out there. Hopefully, he signed a big deal soon. But right now, he doing his thing. But he got a fight coming up in Philly.
And is it gonna be something that we might be able to watch on somewhere, or is it?
Yeah, if I get to, I'll find out where the link is. I always try to find out, but usually it's on like Facebook and YouTube and shit like that. They throw it on different.
You gotta get the MC. You gotta get the MC here to interview him too, man. You know what I mean?
He came up before I be told him to click the link, but you know he in training right now.
Gotcha.
Actually, he got a little video he posted on Instagram and Facebook of him training and stuff or working out. But he's out here. I'm gonna see if I can catch him. He'd be out here on the Wednesdays, running on the pier. So he always out here running, so doing his workouts.
Okay.
I tell you, that dude be running every day, 5 miles a day, bro. That dude, he'll never stop. Even when he's not in training, he's always running, bro.
That's a must.
Always running.
Hey, Clay, Ray, I do appreciate your time as always, man. Thank you for the show. Once everybody hit the sub, hit the like. You are watching Claymore Rain. Peace out, guys.
All right. Yeah, boy. Listen, shout out to nobody could have did that better than you, Clay. But HLD, look at that. He closed it out right.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. It was a good show, man. Good fight tonight, man. I saw what I needed to see from Diego Pacheco. Listen, it was a great event because even though the stadium wasn't packed out, the fight delivered, man. Diego really showed that grit. He showed, and Buddy McGirt and him, I think, also made an argument that I think Diego might have found his trainer, man. He might have found the guy who's going to be able to help him in these situations, adjustments and everything. So I'm excited to see that. I'm super excited to see Andy Cruz at 130. Just see what he's going to do at 130, man. You know what I'm saying? I want to see what he does down there. And, Chop, man. Yo, man, you got one, Robert Garcia. You got another one, man. You don't stop. You got Bam. You got Virgil.
Slick, bro.
You got Raymond Morataya. You got all these fighters, man. And you got one in Chop Gonzalez, bro. You got one, man. Robert Garcia, man.
I think he waits for the vacancy at 126, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I know he's calling him out, but I think he needs to take on some fights to get into the picture and wait for the vacancy and then fight for a belt. That way, and then do some defenses.
Whatever they feel like is the right move, but you definitely got a talented fighter on over there, man.
Yeah, he's good. He's definitely good. And he's got, bro. He double punched that dude, right? It was actually so fast. I don't know if you've seen it when he knocked him down. He like hit him with the right, and as he hit him with the right, like a short right, he came back with the left hook, and dude was already dropping when he hit him. I'm like, damn, bro, this shit fat. Yo, he fast.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude didn't see neither one of them shits coming either.
No doubt, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Duke Von Nukem, I appreciate you, man, with the compliments. It's definitely a refreshing change of pace from these other shows that just be straight hating. I appreciate the love, man. Shout out to other shows too. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep doing y'all thing, man. But we definitely growing something special over here. Hit the like button if you haven't done that before you leave the building. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that as well. Probably going up tomorrow. There's a good chance we're going to go up tomorrow just to kind of catch up with everything that happened today. And also there's some news out there. I thought Haney getting on the scale 159 was adorable. You know what I'm saying? I know we're getting down to the nitty gritty with him. Monday or Tuesday, we should be getting an announcement one way or the other, whether it's going to be Keyshawn, whether it's going to be Shakur, and also what his next deal is.
They want Keyshawn to sign a contract, man.
I mean, whatever it is, we'll find out sooner rather than later. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Until the next one, it's that ATP Combat Media Show. It's the Rain Report. It's Read the Ring. It's your boy Rain. It's your boy Ray Davis. And until the next one at this point, we out.
Yo.
Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles. That I'm in my element, it's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. Snap for the sun like Diddy, the riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me, but known for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it, and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this.